Yes, good Wednesday morning, everybody. Brian Glenn reporting here live once again in Iowa. We're in Maquoketa, Iowa at the Jackson County Fairgrounds here in Iowa, where President Trump is scheduled to speak here at 1 p.m. here local time. Then he will motorcade over to his second location here in Iowa, about 40 minutes away from here, and deliver yet another speech. But we've got an interesting segment today. This is more of an educational type event. Yeah, he's going to have some remarks here as well, but this is meant to educate people on the caucus process here in Iowa. Let me step aside, kind of show you the room that we're in right now. We are at the Jackson County Fairgrounds, and this is looks like some type of banquet meeting hall that's here. And so you've got looks like seating for several hundred people. Now, I will say this, there is a line of people outside this venue right now looking to come in. Now, I don't, just by looking at the chairs and depending on the standing situation, this place will be crowded. So no doubt it is a Wednesday. It is a Wednesday morning at 10 a.m. Typically, obviously a work day, a school day for many, but the people have come out because Iowa is so critical, and what today is meant to do is to educate people on how to become a Trump caucus leader for Team Trump here in Iowa. And we'll go over a lot of the information. You're going to have some people come on here a little bit later and give us a little bit kind of a deep dive on what it takes here in Iowa to make it happen. We'll do that. And then plus we have Matthew Alvarez is at the location number 2 that he'll be traveling to a little bit later today. And we'll go over some facts about Iowa and about President Trump and what he has done for the state of Iowa. Now, the last time that we were here was for the Iowa State football game, which we brought that to you live. Some of his remarks there, or walking out of the stadium. Before that, we were at an agricultural fraternity that he made us stop at, which hundreds of kids love that, as you can imagine. So we have been really in Iowa more times than I can count over the last 8-9 months, and I can only imagine that we will continue to be here in Iowa as we move on to the 2024 election. But first, before we get all this kicked off, let's thank our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, Putin and many other leaders are trying to basically replace the dollar with a digital currency. Now, I know it sounds completely insane, and in my professional opinion, I think it is. That's why your savings, your investments, your retirement funds are at risk. And this BRICS that's going on is detrimental to the financial security of this country. That's why our friends over the Birch Gold Group want to send you a free information kit, how to take that first step into investing in gold, silver, and precious metals, and make it really easy to do. Just simply text the words Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898 for that free information kit. It tells you how to put in a tax-free shelter. They'll send you the kit. There's no obligation. We've had literally thousands and thousands of our viewers take advantage of this offer, and it's not for everyone, and we're not recommending you put all of your eggs in one basket, so to say, but it is an option as we get closer to the realization of the U.S. dollar. Now, we just went into $33 trillion in debt that just rolled over day before yesterday, so we've obviously got that going on in the world. So why not just take that first step and get the free information kit? That's all we're asking. Get the free information kit. So text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. We'll be here really with the president all day today. When we leave here, I will go with him in his motorcade to the second location, and that's where we'll meet up with Matthew Alvarez. And then after that, we've got a little bit of a special broadcast for you after the second speech as well. But you're glad you're here, and the purpose of today is to bring Iowans together, and especially here in this county, and educate them. A lot of people don't necessarily know what a caucus is. Now, a caucus is different than our traditional primaries that a lot of states have. It's not run by the government, so to say. It's run by people. It's a collective community that get together, and they come up with who they would like to nominee for president in their specific location. They all come together, and of course that happens on January 15th at 7 p.m. We're going to have a couple people come on with us that know far more than I could ever tell you, and I want you guys to be educated on this. And if you know someone that lives in Iowa, if you live in Iowa and you need to get them involved, a lot of people have moved to this state because of the economy and the certain opportunities that are here, and they're new to this whole caucus format. Tag a friend, share this broadcast. It's important that they get this information that they need. I've got some things here we're going to go over as well. Like I said, we now turn the clock on the $33 trillion in national debt. Now, I remember I saw a social media post not too long ago saying that when, I think Charlie Kirk said when he launched Turning Point USA, the national debt was around $11-12 trillion, and in just an amazing short of time, we are up to $33 trillion in debt, and really there is no immediate plan to stop that or even reverse the direction that we're going into right now, and hence all the discussion that is happening on Capitol Hill right now in terms of the continuing resolution that the House Republicans, the GOP, the Democrats, Speaker Kevin McCarthy, and of course the Senate have to address here on the short term to try to fund the government to at least or past September 29th, I believe, is the deadline on that. So a lot going on as far as that is concerned. Consumer spending, I'll share some stats with you. The restaurant industry is experiencing about 42% drop in revenue. And so people have absolutely cut back on the amount of discretionary spending that they have for going out to restaurants, and that is due to the inflation, Bidenomics. One of the most interesting things is that President Biden chose to put a name to this very destructive policy that is crippling America. That is almost a gift to Republicans, that we can actually label what people are going through right now as a Biden-led economy, a Biden-influenced economy. Bidenomics is what's causing all of these headaches. And so you've got about a 42% drop in restaurants. You've got a 61% drop in consumer spending on the retail side. And I just read something this morning that even seasonal employees for department stores, they're pumping the brakes on that right now in anticipation of this slowing economy, that they may not need the seasonal average of about 410,000 seasonal employees coming on to work the holidays. So they're even feeling a little bit of the Bidenomics going into an early seasonal Christmas shopping. So the only company that I could find that reported being optimistic about the holiday season was Amazon. They're going to hire well into the tens of thousands of people to work these distribution centers. So there is such a pullback. And earlier this week on Capitol Hill, I was able to talk to a few economists that really study this further than any one of us could even imagine. And they said, by all means, we are going into a very hard landing on a recession this next year. And that is next year going into the election. All of this plays very well into the hands of President Trump, because we all know exactly what President Trump did for this country in terms of the economy. Now, I'm going to go over a few stats here. This is what we're looking at as far as what he did for Iowa, and this is based on some of the information that they have here. And by the way, if you're on your way to this event, please drive safe. I know we've got a little bit of scattered showers out there, but when you get here, you're going to see tables of information just like this, front and back, of all the accomplishments President Trump had here in the great state of Iowa. Let's go over a few with you real quickly. Here in Iowa, the increase in household income went up about $5,600 for Iowans under the Trump policies. Also, $42 billion in Iowa farm exports. Now, that is one of the things we've talked about every time we come here. It's about farmers. When we went to the Iowa State Fair, same conversation. Iowa, farmers, what President Trump's policies, how they helped farmers here in Iowa with some of these exports, $42 billion worth in that. And also E15 sales year-round, the supported ethanol producers. That's one of the things that the president often talks about, is the ethanol production. And also kept Iowa caucuses first. If you look at the 24 election cycle, of course, you've got New Hampshire, you've got Iowa, you got South Carolina, and you got Nevada. And that's why right now Iowa is so important in this race. Now, if you were to look at the polling stats right now, Trump has in some polls a commanding almost a 55-plus point lead over his next competitor. Now, if I put that in sports analogy, which I like to do often, it's easier to understand, if your team was down 55 games in their standing, or 55 points even in a game, you would all but call that standing, that season, that game absolutely over. But yet there's still some out there, some pollsters, and there's some, obviously the donor class would love to see some of these other competitors come up for whatever reason and however way, and overtake the president as having the top spot in the Republican GOP. Now, this thing, if you look at the polls, it is all but over, but yet we are, some would say, a year out or so before we really start to have an official nomination. But by the polls, the people have made their choice, and President Trump obviously has the lead in that. Now, let me step aside real quickly. I'm going to start letting people in. I want to get you an idea of who is in there. There's been a few familiar faces in here. We've got a couple that is from California. I don't know if we can, Corey, if we can push in on these guys in the front row. We've got a couple front row Joes here, which is excellent to see. We've got people that have been following the president, and they actually told me, Brian, after today's speech today, they're going to hightail it over to location number 2 for that speech as well. And then, of course, on Monday, the 25th, we'll be live in South Carolina, where President Trump is speaking at a small rally there at a boat manufacturer, so it'd be pretty cool there. So we've got some familiar faces on the road here in Iowa, but we just want to remind everybody, today is a very special day. It's an educational day for those in Iowa. As we said, Iowa's different than the primary process of how we elect people. Let me kind of go over some notes. Since the 1970s, Iowa has been the first state in the nation to cast a vote for the nominee of the President of the United States. Now, the President, at the same time, it happens on the 15th at 7 p.m. So you're going to have these various caucus meetings around the state, meeting all at the same time. Now, you have to be a registered Republican in Iowa. I'm going to get a spokesperson come on here in a few minutes and talk a little bit about that. So that is what's very important. So one of the keys here is that if you want to get involved in this election, you're going to have to go out and make sure that you're registered in Iowa as a Republican. You can't roll up, from what I understand, on the caucus night and expect to participate in that. And as long as you're 18 years or older at the time of the caucus, you can also get involved as well. We're going to give out some websites here, and I want to make sure you guys take some notes here. These websites have all the information that you need on them. One of them is the iowagop.org. That is iowagop.org. And there's also ia.donaldjtrump.com. That's ia.donaldjtrump.com. And stay tuned to those websites as we get closer to the election. They'll give you the location. Now, that's what's key, is you got to find out where the location in your area is, so that you're able to participate and be a Trump caucus leader. Now, this is one way, and I'm reading of how you guys in Iowa can help win. The most important thing Trump supporters can do right now is to help President Trump win the Iowa caucus, is to volunteer as a Trump caucus captain. Once again, we'll go over what it takes to do that. They must volunteer. This is a volunteer position to help rally people in your area and gain support for President Trump. That's something that is the number one thing that you would do as a leader, is to bring people together and come up with this common consensus that President Trump is your nominee. Now, what's really interesting about all of this is, Iowa being one of the early states in the election, is it kind of does dictate a little bit of the pulse. Now, Trump is a two-time winner here in Iowa, 2016 and 2020. President Trump both took that, and there's T-shirts that come around here that you can often see that he is a back-to-back winner on that. So anyway, once again, the website is ia.donaldjtrump.com, and so we'll see if we can get somebody over here in a little bit to talk about more on that. But it is about putting Iowa first. It is about putting America first, and that's some of the things right now that we've seen in the news that has not been happening. That's why Americans, to a certain extent, are angry at what's going on, because if you're angry at the pump, and just recently, it was AAA in California announced that the average price of gasoline in California is just slightly a couple ticks under $6 a gallon. Now, I have family that lives out there, and every time I've gone to see them, I've always paid close to $7 a gallon of gas for them. So for the average to be up close to $6, I can only imagine that some of these other areas are now ticking up close to $8 a gallon. Now, you might ask yourself, what's causing all of this spike in energy? Well, we can go back to day one of President Biden's occupation of the White House, when he absolutely reversed every single energy policy that President Trump had in place. You're talking about the reserves in Alaska, the leases that we had, not only in the Gulf of Mexico, but in West Texas, the Permian Basin. Those were suspended, so we didn't have any new drilling going. Then later tapped into the petroleum reserves, and if you remember when that hit the news about 8-10 months ago, I haven't heard a whole lot since then. It's because President Biden is not refilling our petroleum reserves as of right now. And if you go to look at what it would cost to refill those reserves, which are in place in case of wartime or natural disasters in the Gulf of Mexico, they are not used to bring down the price of gas. That's not the function of that. These petroleum oil reserves are meant to use in, of course, a natural disaster or in times of war when that oil might be disrupted, the flow of oil be disrupted, so to say. But he used it to try to offset the price of gas. And what he has done is drained our oil reserves, which now to refill those are going to cost the American taxpayer, that's you, that's me, far more than it would have been if he would have just, left it alone and kept the energy policies in place that President Trump had. So we went from being a very energy independent country to now depending on countries for our energy, for our oil, for our natural gas, and in certain instances, relying on these countries that really aren't favorable to the United States of America at all. So we're actually buying oils, you could say, from an enemy state, and that's exactly what has happened right now. So President Trump often says that when Biden first came into the White House, if he just simply let the policies ride and he could go to the beach, is what he would say. And of course, we all know that that's probably what President Biden has done anyway. But he has reversed all those policies. That's why we have inflation now. That's why I know that, my electric bill in the state of Texas is approaching $1,000 a month. It's very often $650, $700 a month for electricity in that state for various reasons. But the energy policies that are in place are not conducive for affordable energy for most Americans. So natural gas has gone up as well. Your heating, as we go into winter, I can only imagine your heating oil is going to go up as well. We'll talk more about the economy here in Iowa a little bit later in the show. Also, programming note, like I said, on Monday, We will be in South Carolina. Matthew Alvarez, Vanessa Broussard will be we're broadcasting live from there, President Trump's rally there in South Carolina. And then we're going to be on the road later that week on Friday the 29th, I believe. President Trump is speaking at the California GOP luncheon. I believe that's a 12 noon local time start on that. We'll get more information on that event a little bit later. And there might even be something before next Friday, but we'll always keep you up to date. You can always go to our website, rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com for all of the programming that's coming up. You can also follow me. You can follow me on Truth Social. I love me some Truth Social. You can follow me at Brian, B-R-I-A-N on there. You can follow me at Brian Glenn TV on all the other social media platforms. That's a great way to stay informed. Now, on Thursday, that would be tomorrow, Vladimir Zelensky is coming to the White House to meet with Biden and probably meet with Speaker McCarthy at some point at the Capitol. He was just at the UN yesterday, essentially begging, if you would, for more money, more support from them, and we'll do the very same here with Biden. Now, here is my biggest issue. I have been very outspoken, and many of you feel the same way because I get the messages from you that I don't think we should spend one penny on this war in Ukraine for various reasons. Right now, especially if you take a look at the economy that we have right now, the struggle that the average American goes through right now with inflation and with the border wide open and all the other things that we're talking about in the news every single day, why we continue to support a proxy war with Russia through Ukraine. And we have seen all of the corruption come out of Ukraine. And before this all started, if you did a little history research, you'd learn that Ukraine was probably the second or third most corrupt country in the world in terms of political business dealings, and as far as the government is concerned. And now it seems like we're playing footsies with Zelensky in bed with Ukraine against Russia, which is really, kind of we're bankrolling that whole proxy war with Russia and through the American taxpayers. And there's hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, already have been funded to Ukraine. And I know this continuing resolution that has been put on the table with Byron Donalds and Dusty Johnson claims that there is no new money to Ukraine. Now, while that might be true, there is still a lot of money hundreds of millions of dollars that are going to Ukraine that's already baked, what I like to say, in the cake of the DOD and previous appropriations. So there is in fact still money going to fund the war in Ukraine. Now they can say, well, the money, they can do what they want with it. It's not necessarily to fund a war. But guess what? They're in a war right now. So the money that we give Ukraine will directly help the people, the military in Ukraine. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later in the show. But Zelensky headed to D.C. tomorrow. I'll be on the ground there hoping I'll give you as many updates as I can of him visiting the White House. All right, let me step aside, show you a little bit more action going on here. A few more people coming in here. As you imagine, it is a Trump event, so security is definitely in place today, as it should, as we make our way into today's broadcast. But I want to also thank one of our sponsors, our good friends over at Salute Styles. They're giving away a Want It for President t-shirt as a welcome bonus to join their Trump t-shirt club. This is a great t-shirt. Take a look at that. You can wear it proudly. You can also, as a gift, you can get a gift to a Trump supporter. It makes a great gift to anyone, really. We've noticed exactly what happened after the mugshot. I've seen lots of videos online of people saying they were never politically motivated at all, but now they're all supporting President Trump after that mugshot. So it might be a great gift for someone. Now, the last time these shirts, they sold out in about 3 hours after we first announced it. So you might want to jump on it right now. Go to PatriotShirtClub.com. That's PatriotShirtClub.com and claim your shirt today. Now, these t-shirts are printed and shipped from New York. All right, we're not getting them from China. They're printed and shipped from New York. So you'll be supporting a patriotic business by claiming your T-shirt today. Go to the website, patriotshirtclub.com. Don't forget to select your size and get your T-shirt today at Patriot Shirt Club. Local time here, 10:24. President Trump scheduled to speak around 1 p.m. here locally. Now, there is a program that will kick off here shortly at around noon to kind of address the people here in Iowa. And I do want to see if I can get a few people to talk with me. If you're going to bear with me for a second. Ma'am, can we talk? We're live on the air. Just want to talk to the Trump supporters that are here in Iowa and what a great state it is. Yeah, big supporters of President Trump, right? Obviously. Yes, that's why they're here. Yeah. Just a little shy to be on TV, but I can understand that. This is what's interesting about this is, Trump won this back in 2016 and 2020. And so there's a lot of momentum now. And obviously, President Trump has been in and out of Iowa for the last 8 months. Consistently, we're on the campaign trail. So when I heard somebody earlier, yesterday, I believe, they said something to the fact that they heard that the polls were really close here in Iowa. And we're listening for a few minutes, and I finally piped up and said, "Where are you hearing that from?" And they said, "Well, the polls are close." So I'm like, well, any poll I've seen here in Iowa, it's not close. When we went to the football game, it wasn't even remotely close as far as the applause, the crowds that were gathered around. I'll walk you through that day. When we got to the stadium, we literally had to, security there had to part the whole drive going into the stadium. I would say close to 5,000 people just around the outside of the stadium, and then as we walked through inside the stadium, just mobs of people as the president went through there. So huge support here in the state of Iowa for the president, and I think it's something that people have seen the effects of the economy. We've seen how it's been kind of an America last policy, if you will, in terms of not just economic policy, but the southern border has been wide open. And I don't know how many times we have to sit there and tell you the border is out of control, but the border is beyond out of control. I don't think we have a country based upon the situation of the border, and President Trump often talks about that we no longer have a country because our border is so porous, and we have close to 5,000 people going into our country at any particular point over 24 hours. That is a massive problem. We don't know who these people are, and they're not just coming from Mexico. I think that's being completely ignorant to think that. These people are coming from China, they're coming from the Middle East, Africa, all over the world are coming through our country through the border gaps there in Texas and in Arizona mainly. Through there. Now, I saw a stat yesterday which was very interesting. I hope this might wake you up on how serious this border crisis is. If we were to continue with the Biden border plan or that lack thereof through another Biden term, let's just say hypothetically Biden or someone in the Biden administration would win this 24 election. At the end of that 4 years, this is staggering, between 15 and 17% of the U.S. population would be represented from an illegal immigrant coming in. That's the pure numbers added up would come to that. Now, that is a staggering statistic. Now, none of us, no one is against immigration. I think we all can agree that that's how this country was formed, through immigration. We all were immigrants from another country, but what we are wanting to do is do it the right way so we know exactly who is coming into this country and who is not. And of course, the sex trafficking, the child trafficking that's going on right now on the border has been well documented, and it's been ignored mainly by the media because it does really paint the picture of how these drug cartels are simply benefiting, they're profiting from a lot from this. The Darien Gap is a major entry point down there in Central America where they're coming from, and they travel hundreds of miles. This is a well orchestrated invasion of our country. This is not someone seeking political asylum from the countries. That is not what they're seeking. Their countries are in Mexico. They're seeking economic opportunity, which I don't blame them, but there is a rightful way to do that rather than what they're doing now. And the Border Patrol, from what I understand, is severely understaffed and underfunded, and they've got a lot of people that got into not just the Border Patrol, but also Capitol Police. And I talked to several Capitol Police officers yesterday, and what happened after 9/11 inspired so many people to get into law enforcement all over the country. And now we're coming up on an age and a time where those people are starting to retire. And once they start to retire, we don't necessarily have the applicants and the demand to fill a lot of those shoes. So you're going to see places like the Border Patrol going into a major hiring frenzy, if not now, but certainly here in the next couple of years, along with Capitol Police and other local law enforcement. A lot of people were inspired after 9/11 to serve the country, and that time for retirement is just about coming up. And so you'll see a lot of people stepping aside from those professions. So we have a major problem there. Let me step aside. We're live here, Maquoketa, Iowa, at the Jackson County Fairground, as we show people coming in here. Now we get scheduled to actually start at 1 p.m. Now there's going to be a slight there'll be a program starting about noon here as well. This is all meant to educate people on the caucus process, and the date that you need to remember is January 15th, okay, 7 p.m. January 15th, 7 p.m. That is the time for the caucus from here in Iowa. Now I'm going to go over a couple other things. I know that we've got the Agenda 47 that we often talk about. And one of the things is about stopping China from owning America. And let me see if I can get this situated. Not just, when you think about China owning America, it's not just the technology. We've always heard of China as far as ripping off the patents for a lot of products. You've heard the saying goes, it was probably made in China. It's a knockoff of a product. But they've also been buying up our farmland, and I think that's very concerning to everyone, especially as we kind of go into inflation on food, and it's costing more for these farmers to produce the fruits and vegetables and all the things that we need and buy in the grocery store. So by China buying up our farmland, they're essentially controlling our food supply, which should scare everyone. Driving here early this morning, we're driving through beautiful country here in Iowa, driving through cornfields, and I thought to myself, it takes a lot of work to farm these fields. It takes a lot of investment to farm all of this. I'm looking at the equipment. I'm looking at the land itself. I'm looking at the trucks. I'm looking at all of the storage facilities. It takes a lot of money. There's a lot of people have invested, and they've done this their entire life. They have really risked everything to put food on your table. And we're going to allow China to come in here and buy this land and take it over and control our food supply. And that is wrong. And then they're putting Iowa farmers out of business. They're basically, would buy up land, not farm it. They'll pay people not to farm their own land, and then they'll sit on that land and they'll create kind of a food shortage of that crop that would normally be harvested for production. So that's one of the things that he's doing. And President Trump will prevent America from falling under Chinese control. So all of these policies are America first, not China first, which seems like what we get from the Biden administration. Also, the Reclaim America's Independence by slashing Biden's disastrous trade deficits. Now, I want to feel like I'm a little ahead of the curve on this. Back in probably January of 2011, I said on Facebook that Donald J. Trump, at that time was just businessman Donald J. Trump, was the only person that could take on China and take on this horrible and disastrous trade deficit that we have with China. I said that back in 2011. I was ahead of the curve. Come to find out, his policies do just that. And he did just that. And so he promised us to keep that and always keep America first in everything that we do. And he's been rewarding domestic production. He wants companies to make products here in the U.S. And that's one of the things I think we've always lost. We don't necessarily see made in America as much anymore as we did. It's more made in China, made in Mexico, made in Taiwan, made in Vietnam. But we need a made in America. We need to put America first. And when we do that, the economy will come roaring back without a doubt. We'll create jobs. The income is created here, and it trickles down to the local level, as you would imagine. Plus, he will celebrate 250 years of American independence at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. Now, just about a month ago, I guess, maybe about 45 days ago, we were at that Iowa State Fair, and President Trump was welcomed by so many at that fair. We followed him around, followed him to the pork chop stand. We followed him to the animal area. We followed him everywhere. Followed him to a great kind of a Steiner beer garden there where he spoke to a packed house there. So he has done just that. He has brought back America and brought back the freedom that we have to this state fair in Iowa. Kind of go over here a little bit closer now. I want to talk about seniors and people that are on a fixed income. This is very close to my heart, and I kind of hits home to me. I know that there's a lot of seniors out there that are struggling, living paycheck by paycheck. There you go. Oh, there we go. No, come on. Hey, I saw you. I met you out earlier. Nothing like, you never know what you're going to get when you're live.
Hi.
Okay. Tell me your name. Where you from?
Tammy Streets, and I'm originally born here in Maquoketa. I just moved back up a month ago.
Okay, you're here today.
In Texas, most of my
there you go.
time.
Like myself. Why are you here today?
Trump. I want to see my president.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some of the policies.
Go ahead.
Well, some of the policies that were so beneficial, not only to you in Texas and where I lived as well, but here in Iowa.
You don't live there anymore, huh?
Back and forth.
Back and forth. Okay.
But what is Trump, under his policies, how did it benefit your life? Are you work? Are you retired? I mean,
No, I'm disabled. I have a broken plate in my back. And it really bummed me because during COVID, I was supposed to get my third surgery and have it fixed. And when the doctor, a very big specialist, went to fix it, he said, "Where's your Medicaid?" I said, "What do you mean, where's my Medicaid?" "Well, they took my Medicaid." So I'm coming up here hoping I can get my surgery done.
Well, it's interesting. Right before you came on, I want you to stay right there. It said President Trump protect, what does that say right there? Medicare and Social Security. He is fighting for you to stay healthy.
I know they took. I'm in so much pain all the time. I just need surgery. I don't want pills and all that. Right. I want fixed. Yeah. Okay.
Now, in your circle of influence, your neighbors, friends, family, church, things. What is the pulse of Iowa? You see these polls that say that the Trump, Biden, or DeSantis and Trump are neck and neck, and even in some certain.
There is nobody close to Trump. I promise you. Down in Texas, all my friends and everybody I've known for years, they'll tell you, no. Trump's always been president. We've never lost him, and he always will be our president.
Now, what do you think about all the indictments that they've thrown at Trump, even, getting a mugshot, being arrested?
They're like school kids playing games. Sorry. Yeah. It's like a little game.
It hasn't slowed him down at all, has it?
No. Yeah. Makes him stronger.
Yeah, President Trump, chances are he could be watching us right now from his plane. What message do you have to President Trump right now as he comes to this event?
I want a picture with you, sir. You are just... You know what? God sent him down here. I promise you. He's working for God. Yeah. Big thing in my world.
There's a big picture at play here. One last question before you leave. I said earlier that the base, Republicans, MAGA, America First people, are totally against us funding this proxy war against Russia in Ukraine. What's your thoughts on sending so many millions and millions, if not billions of dollars to Ukraine?
Yeah. Oh, bumhead Biden's over there talking about save Ukraine in the UN. Okay, what about us?
Yeah.
What about saving us? So we have to save ourselves. That's all it is.
This is a very different country than when you grew up in, for sure.
Definitely. Definitely.
Well, we certainly.
Like the song goes, I want my old America back.
You want your old America back, what you put America first, and that's exactly what the policies do under President Trump. They put Americans first and put Iowans first.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. God bless you.
I hug you.
You get to hug me, of course. Of course.
Boy.
I saw.
Can I have a picture?
We can get a picture. Get your phone. We're live on the air right now. We can. I tell you what I'm doing. I'm going to do a selfie because I can reach out. You unlock your phone for me. We're going to do this, and maybe if President Trump's watching right now,
My friends are gonna freak
they're going
to. I'm getting all these pictures. Send them to them.
All right, here we go.
Right side, no fake news.
You're great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. God bless. Keep up the fight. Tell everybody in here to caucus.
I've been trying to tell everybody in Maquoketa when I take my walks and stuff.
The caucus is very different than it is in Texas. We have primaries in Texas. Where'd you live in Texas, by the way?
Brownsville.
Okay, down the south. Oh, let's talk about that real quickly. How did?
It sucks. It's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad.
You got family down there and friends still there?
I have no family, but my friends are all down there. We call them family, right?
And they're seeing the effects of an open border, huh?
Oh, we've seen it. You know, there's main reasons we moved up here a month ago. My husband's job situation just fell completely because they're giving all the jobs to the illegals for lesser money. So we moved up here for him to get a great job. He's a millwright worker. So we got it back, and we're doing great.
You're doing better up here.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And the weather is magnificent.
Well, come back to me in the wintertime. We'll see if that's...
I'm worried about that. It's been...
Here in Brownsville, where you got 65 and sunny in December, and maybe not like that here.
Yeah, we'll think about that.
I'm glad you're happy. That's what's important, and we're glad that you're here.
God bless you for letting me be an RSBN.
Of course.
This is magnificent. This is
great.
awesome.
Well, go get registered for the caucus. You got to be registered as a Republican in Iowa. You do know that, right?
I've been a Republican.
No, but in Iowa, though.
Oh, yes. I just got my brand new driver's license, and I registered to vote and all that.
You're taken care of then. We will make sure you can do that. Thank you so much.
Mr. Trump helped me get my Medicaid back. I'm still waiting.
There you go. Hey, thank you very much. And that was just going to go in to that on this flyer here. They talks about Medicaid, Medicare, benefiting seniors. And before she stepped in, I was going to say that there's so many seniors right now living on a fixed income. They don't have the ability to just go out and get 3 or 4 jobs. They're what might be disabled in her case, can't work as much. Maybe just don't have. I mean, you're 80-something years old. You don't necessarily have the ability to go work 3 or 4 jobs on that as well. So I want to make sure a little bit of instructions go over that. This is what you're going to see during the broadcast. Now, obviously, we don't have to cut to that, but when I hear stuff, they're starting to instruct people on exactly what's going to take place today. There's a program starting at 12 o'clock on that. One of the things on here is Drain the Swamp, and that has been a big thing from not only in 2016, 2020, but now even more so in 2024 of draining the swamp. We have seen exactly what a corrupt DOJ, CIA, FBI has done to not only conservatives, not only people, if they just go to mass at a church or perhaps go to their school board meetings and protest some of the agendas in the schools, but yours truly, President Trump has been the biggest victim of a weaponized government, and that is one of the arguments going on right now with several GOP leaders that say, look, we have got to target, we've got to unfund a lot of the weaponization and the investigations that are going on right now. Now, some of these investigations, we can't take the funding away from doing them, but very many and very organizations that we can. So that has been one of the things that President Trump has promised to do as well. Also, one of the is protect children from left-wing gender insanity, and we've seen we've seen the news stories, we've seen the videos on social media of what's going on in our classroom, this gender fluidity that the left has interjected into our culture that there's several genders, and you can change your gender if they're telling small kids that are 8, 9 years old that if they don't feel like something, they can become something else. And Chloe Cole has been kind of the front person for this movement of pushing back against that. And she transitioned from a boy to a girl, and suffered some of the effects of not only the chemical effects of that, but also the surgery as well. So this is something that I know that Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has spoke out on several times. She has a Protect Children's Innocence Act that she introduced the last session of Congress. It's been reintroduced for this session of Congress. And what that does is it makes it a felony for a medical professional to perform gender-affirming care, which would be double mastectomies, castration, puberty blockers, and other transitioning drugs and chemicals and surgeries on kids, on minors. So if you're under the 18, and that would be considered a felony to do that. Now, if you're over the age of 18, you're a consenting adult, and you can go out and do things like, buy tobacco or get a tattoo or sign up for the military. That's fine. You're considered an adult, and at that point in time, that would be acceptable. But she is definitely pushing back on that for minors, and President Trump has often talked about pushing back on this gender-affirming care of basically, in a way, brainwashing our kids to certainly go into whatever gender they feel. And then also the Department of Education, giving education back to the parents. That's one of the things that he often talks about. I remember the point when he even said that he would do away with the Department of Education. And a lot of people, when he said that, I was going to see the reaction of the crowd here, and a lot of people are in favor of that. They feel like that needs to be in the hands of the parents and the local level, and to have some mass department that's pushing down a curriculum that doesn't necessarily reflect actual history is a problem. And so, hey, with the parent of 3 kids, now my kids are much older, but if I did have someone that was in elementary or middle school, I would probably be rethinking public education. I might actually go to a home school situation. I'm going to bring in a couple of my friends in here. We talked to them earlier. Come on in. Of course, if you've been watching Right Side more than a hot minute, you know my next guest. They have come all the way from California and Florida. You're all over the place. So give me an idea of how many Trump events, not just rallies, but speeches like today, that you think you've been to.
I've been with event and rally about maybe over 75 times.
Yeah, a lot.
75 times, yeah.
Okay, so walk me through. Why are you here today? Why Iowa? And why is this so important for you? Now, you live in Florida, but you want to help support people here in Iowa to learn about the caucus. It's a little different than what we have in Florida and Texas. You have a caucus, but why are you here today?
Okay, I've been here before, 3 months ago. That's the first time with Trump rally in Iowa, and that time he canceled. So when I come here...
It was because of weather. It was inclement weather, yes. Yeah, he didn't cancel the rally. He canceled because it was weather. That's okay. I want to make sure, because, people at home might say, what, he's canceling rallies? No, we had tornadoes in the area.
So on that time, I ride around in Iowa. So I saw the sign, Ron DeSantis, every corner. I am from Florida, but Ron DeSantis, he is the governor from Florida. But in Florida, I don't see any sign for Ron DeSantis 2024. So that it, I question myself, why he is the governor from Florida? He don't put the sign in Florida, but he came here and have the sign up here for a Ron 2024.
Oh, so it's interesting, you're seeing signs in Iowa, but you didn't necessarily see them in Florida. I love this. Well, I love the story that President Trump talks about when he first heard Ron DeSantis was asked the question, are you going to run for president? And he says, well, I don't want to talk about that right now. Didn't say yes, didn't say no. He left the door open. And obviously, he's.
When we from Florida, and everybody see before Trump say some for Ron DeSantis, and we go whole team we see that we support for Ron, and he win for Romano. He cheating. He cheating, and sometimes the fake news say nobody like Trump when Iowa.
He cheating MAGA. Because, MAGA is from Trump MAGA, not like for Ron. But when it Trump endorsed for Ron, so we are the MAGA, he have Ron to win Florida too. But after he win, he cheating us. And he say, he don't really the MAGA or something like that. So, and we want to let people know in Iowa know it. In Florida, Ron don't have any side. So why he come here, he do like a big side like that. And we love Trump.
If you have time, you drive in for far there for 50 miles. You see liberal rending, Trump side 2024. I have picture I show later for everybody see everywhere. And people country, they people country, old people, young people. And yesterday I want to show for you. I go a rally from downtown, and wife and husband have a kid 1 month. I say, where you going? They say, baby, want to see Trump.
Yeah, that's good. And so you see the signs everywhere here in Iowa. Okay, before I let you go, because I got to get to some business here. What has been the best policy that President Trump has done in your personal life?
Trump bring all the business out of the country, bring here, would be bad. So I see a lot of people come out right now, run for president, but all the policy by behind Trump. So that's why President Trump, he don't have to debate for that because he above. So.
And me, I am a woman. I go to market before. One hungry, for I have a lot, a bucket, and now a pencil. And I got you. I have 3 kids for school. When I drive in, you know how much for I pay a gas. Yeah. That's why. Yeah. Please, Trump 2024, Trump come back. Trump a president, a better president. I'm sure that.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And you got some good seats up there front as well. Well, God bless you guys. Good seeing you guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I'm sure we'll see you again.
Thank you so much. We love Red Bien. Come on, Dad.
I'm sure the president is watching this right now. Thank you so much. Let me step aside. You can kind of show the crowd here. I'm going to talk about our friends over at the Wellness Company. Now, you might have heard us talk about the Wellness Company and their incredible spike support formula many times on this show. But we need to talk about their newest offering, which is the medical emergency kit. Now, this is an emergency kit that you're going to want to have in your car, in your home, in your business. You should probably have one in every single place. The doctors have advised President Trump on the HCQ way back in 2020. Now, Dr. Harvey Reich and Dr. Peter McAuliffe have come together to create this kit. Now, natural disasters, chain supply shortages, medical emergencies, skin infections, tick exposure, tonsillitis, anthrax, you name it. This kit, this little kit here, has everything you might need, along with a guidebook on how to use each of this medication. Now, you can rest easy knowing that you've got, antibiotics, antivirals, antiparasitics, including ivermectin on hand to keep you and your family safe. The Wellness Company wants to help you take your health into the hands, in your own hands rather, and with the medical emergency kit. Just please go to the website. The information is on your screen. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Use that promo code RSBN to save 15%. That's MakeCareGreatAgain, promo code RSBN at checkout. These kits are only available in the U.S., and they're not currently in Alabama or Louisiana. So just a note on that. The Wellness Company. Go check it out. Go get your medical emergency kit today. A few more people coming in here. I said there was a huge line outside, and that's exactly what we have here as more and more people come in on this beautiful Wednesday here in Iowa. And like I said, when we leave here after this speech, we're going to get in the motorcade and we're going to make our way over to the second location. and have the speech for you there. We've already got a team in place there. Matthew Alvarez will be covering that for us, and then we're going to have a little bit of bonus coverage after that. So you've got a full day of President Trump here in the great state of Iowa, and you're glad you're joining us on this Wednesday. Also, programming note, we will be in South Carolina on Monday the 25th for yet another speech from President Trump. This is going to be at it's a boat manufacturing facility. Should be pretty interesting. Vanessa Broussard and Matthew Alvarez will have that for you as well. And then, of course, we'll be at the end of next week on the 29th. We'll be in Anaheim, California for the California GOP, which is President Trump is set to have a lunch speech at 12 noon there in Anaheim. We'll have that for you as well. And then a little bonus coverage before that will be in the great state of Michigan, in Detroit, with President Trump on, if I'm not, and I've got very limited details on this right now, on the same very night of the second GOP debate that's in California. So we'll have some type of programming for you there, as from what I understand, is going to meet with a little bit of a UAW strike workers with the auto workers that's going on right now. So he'll be with them on that night. We'll get further details on that. You can always follow me on social media, and I'll try to push out what I know at that time. I'm trying to find someone from the caucus area, because I want to see if I can get a little bit more information on what you can expect and kind of go over some of the details that I know for this caucus. Let me pull up my notes here, because it's very important. This is more of an educational event today, meant to inform people about the caucus. Now, Monday, January 15th at 7 p.m., that is when throughout the state there are various meetings going on at the same time, where they will collectively come up with their nominee and their candidate for the state of Iowa. Now, it's different than a primary. Like in Texas, we'd have a primary day. It's a government, if you will, event. It's an election. So we would go to our voting areas, just like they have voting locations or caucus locations here. They very much have the same thing in Texas. This process is very different than a primary. So people, like we had the young lady earlier who came on with this that moved here from Texas. First thing I asked her was, well, did you register as a Republican? Because you have to be registered as a Republican so many days before this caucus. And we'll have somebody come on and talk about that. So if you are new to the state and you want to get involved, then you absolutely have to be registered as a Republican. You just can't, like some states, come up and show you, be registered to vote and show your ID. You got to be registered as a Republican in order to do that. And they strongly encourage you to do that as early as possible, as you're not necessarily going to be able to roll in on caucus night and do that on the spot. Now, here's a couple websites that you might want to take note that has all of this information on there. One of them is iowagop.org. That's iowagop.org. And there's another one, ia.donaldjtrump.com. That's ia.donaldjtrump.com. That's going to have all of the information on there to participate in this caucus for President Trump that takes place on January 15th of next year. You can also go to, we'll have some links up on our website as well, rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com. When I was walking around here, they've got signs in the chairs, obviously passing out some information booklets. Let me go ahead and grab one here on this table. If you're making your way out here, please be careful. We had a little bit of light rain earlier. I would imagine the roads are a little slick, so just take your time coming here. There was a line, a sizable line, before we got here to let us in for the media reentry. So if you're coming out here, bring a little bit of patience. You might be in that line. As you can expect, the security protocol here, because Trump's appearances, you got to go through the magnetometers and all that stuff. So it takes a little bit more time than usual. We're going over some of the accomplishments here in this book as far as putting Iowa first on this. He stood up to China. I said this back in 2011. I said that Donald J. Trump was the only person that would be able to push back on China, the deficit, and the trade war that we had with them. And I come to find out I was absolutely right on that. And his policies benefited U.S. first. Also, average income, household income here in Iowa increased almost $5,600, $5,589 under the Trump policies here, and also $42 billion in Iowa farm exports. And we've heard every time we've talked to President Trump here in Iowa, he always brings up the farmers are very much behind President Trump in terms of him reliving his policies, that he's very much farmer first, Iowa first, and farming here. And also, I think it's very important to basically stand up against China buying farmland in Iowa. I can't imagine any benefit from that happening. And I'm going to go ahead and say something that might make a few people mad, but I'll go ahead and say it. You've got governors in certain states, and I'm going to go ahead and say Georgia. You've got Kemp, Governor Kemp, been a fairly good governor for the state of Georgia, but he goes over to South Korea and recruits a relocation for a battery plant in Georgia, a massive battery plant that goes in for electric vehicles. The problem is there's no labor in these certain sections of the state to actually employ and put people to work. So they have to bring people from South Korea over here to work. And also, these new manufacturing plants have to rob from other production and manufacturing plants in the state. And because Governor Kemp gave massive tax breaks to these foreign countries to relocate here in Georgia, they're allowed to pay employees much higher rates and wages to get them to work for them. So the company that's been here for 50 years, they got zero tax benefits for starting their company, is getting robbed by the South Korean company because they were given extra tax breaks and they're able to pay people more money. So you're robbing Paul to pay Peter. I'm not a big supporter of that. I think I'm all for growth. I'm all for companies coming here. But let's use common sense and not give away these massive tax breaks to some of these foreign companies to come here and do business. Let's make them all play by the same rules. Hey, we're live here in Iowa. We're going to take a quick commercial timeout. We'll come back as President Trump is scheduled to speak here at 1 p.m. local time. A few minutes. We'll come right back.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success. And now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature-regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows. Regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
All right, we're back out here live here in Iowa on the ground. Full day coverage with President Trump. We're here at the Jackson County Fairgrounds, and I'm joined by, remind me your first name again.
It is Jamie. Jamie Faye.
Jamie Faye, and I met you once before. I don't remember where, but I've been to Iowa so much, I'm thinking about calling a real estate agent and going and buying a house here, because I feel like
Absolutely. I think it was it Grimes or Council Bluffs?
Yeah, Grimes sounds
I met
familiar.
you a few times, yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about, we're going to have someone come on here in a few minutes and talk about the caucus process, but tell me, why are we here, and why is Iowa Trump country?
Oh, because all these people here know that all of his plans are wonderful. They're well kept. I mean, they're from the heart. They're for everybody here to get our country back. This is why he's here, because this is where the love is at, right in the heart of the Midwest.
Now, your friends, family, circle of influence, how many people feel just like you?
Oh, I think almost everyone here. And I haven't really met too many people out here that don't.
Okay. Could you look at the polls? And I heard somebody yesterday talk about the polls being so tight here in Iowa, and I had to kind of pop up and say, I don't know what poll you're looking at, because the polls here that I've seen has Trump with a sizable lead over anybody.
Absolutely. I think a lot of that's the fake news that pumps up the wrong polls. So most of us all agree, and then most of us are looking around, sticking together strong, and we don't agree that the news is leading a falsified amount of numbers.
Okay, what is important to you? Is it economy? I know the border, you're nowhere near the border, but the effects of a broken border definitely comes up here. But what is, for you as a voter, for you or someone in Iowa, what is concerning to you?
Well, for one, we get to be a part of stuff. The most thing is the closeness and the close-knit of this, bringing all these people together. That's what's important to us, that we actually are involved in the stuff and the decisions that our country is making. Where all those other places, if you ever tried to step in, no one cares what your name is. We love the familyness and everything that's together here.
So it's a tight-knit community.
It's a wonderful, tight-knit community in all these cities, not just a few.
Yeah. And driving through this beautiful country here, I noticed gas is about $3.89, at least it was down the street. How has that affected your daily life, energy prices? And, of course, you got winter coming up. I just talked to a lady that moved here from South Texas. She said she loves Iowa and the weather. And I said, well, hang around here until about January, February. Tell me if you like the weather then. But let's talk about gas prices. How has it affected you?
Well, the gas prices are quite high, but on the other hand, they've been worse. But the thing is, they're not as high as they could be in a lot of other places. So we're grateful for the ones that we have, but we are sick and tired of paying so much money for gas.
Yeah.
It was wonderful when Trump was here, and what's going on now is outright pathetic.
Yeah, it was $1.89, I believe, when he left office there. I vividly remember that. Law and order, crime, back to blue, police. How's that?
Oh, the police are all that matters. I mean, we really need them to have order. Look at all the places, actually, even just with all those people that come from the border, there's not even enough police to keep these people safe with or without any other protection. We need all the help we can get. And they've scared a lot of the cops, and a lot of them, they get injured and they get hurt, and it's not fair to the families. And I don't know what we're going to do. It's a crisis.
Yeah, we've seen the images in New York City, and I really feel for the people who traveled to this country and they got shipped or a plane flight to New York City. Living on the streets of New York is not a place that anyone should be. So I understand you on that. We need to get that fixed. As far as how about just freedom of speech that President Trump is under attack on right now?
Oh, every time he'd open his mouth, they want to give him another charge. But on the other hand, the other guy's asleep at the wheel, and he gets away with it all. So I don't know. I guess maybe he needs one of those smart cars that can drive him around all the time.
And of course, President Trump has talked about taking on the deep state, and often I'm sure he's going to mention it perhaps today. Your thoughts on the weaponization of our government against political opponents?
Oh, I mean, I agree with all the stuff he's talking about. I don't have a lot on it, anything other than what he has. I love all his ideals. So
Well, we appreciate you're always dressed Patriotically.
Yes, I try to be. So this is our hopes for the 2024. And as far as the 2020, this was the year that all the terrible things happened. And I need everybody to remember, this year is sets a precedence. And I used to do the 2016 stuff. But on the other hand, that was a wonderful year. That's when we got them around. So you got to start in the middle, and we got to get back to where we belong.
It's really interesting. Each one of these campaigns was very different. 2016, he was a new guy on the block, coming down the escalator. He was the outsider that no one thought had a chance, and he won over America. 2020 was, let's just continue the policies that have made this country great under this administration. We all saw it. It's factual. We all lived it. And now this one seems to be, let's take our country back, because we know what the Biden administration has done.
We need to take it back, and we need to keep it this time, you know, so hopefully we won't have any fake elections. We're all very in tune. All the stories tell you that, you know, we set up all these examples for us to all see. We need to wake everybody back up again. And all these people, from the young people, the teenagers in high school, even in junior highs when I was a kid, they used to involve those kids and stuff, and that's the stuff we need to get back in our schools. We need to get the crazy stuff out. They need to teach kids how to count money again. There's so much we need to do from the beginning, and they shouldn't let them out of high school, and they shouldn't let them start driving around and getting in trouble until they graduated. That's kind of what a lot of people think, you know. So we have a lot to do there. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much. Thank you. High five. Thank you. Your love, too. We appreciate your enthusiasm. Good job. All right, I want to bring in my next guest. We're live. We're live. We got you gave it to me. That's the way we roll here, right side. Okay, so we've been talking about this caucus process, how it's very different than a primary. Let's get a professional in here that can explain everything. We've got some props. You got some facts. So first, let's talk about this Iowa caucus, and if you're someone just moved here or if someone's lived forever, but now they're finally inspired to get out and do something. Let's talk about the Iowa caucus.
Okay, the Iowa caucus, we are the first in the nation, and it's January 15th, 2024, and it's as grassroots as it gets. That's where it starts. We meet together in your precinct. If you don't know where your precinct is, you can find it at the state auditor's website or call your county auditor. Online, you can find it. It's important to show up that night. That is where you will vote on who you want to run as president out of the primary candidates. And
give me an idea of how many people are in these locations. Are we talking hundreds, dozens? I mean, on these precincts, what's the size of a caucus?
Okay, well, it depends on the election year and who's running. And I have been to caucuses where there have been 10, and I have a pretty decent-sized county and decent-sized precincts I live in. I would say probably in January of next year, we'll have way over 100. Okay. But depending on how big your city is, I'm from a small town, but this one, they're expecting to be huge.
That's pretty cool. So when she talked about grassroots, that's exactly what this is. This is people who live in your community that have kids in school, they have jobs. We all live under the same umbrella, and we all come together to find out whose best policy is best for our families.
Correct. And that is also where we do the platform for our state. It starts right there. At that caucus, you will introduce platforms that we do every 2 years to say what we believe in as Republicans. That's where you introduce it, and it goes from there to county to district to state, and then that forms our platform.
Okay, so that night at 7 o'clock on the 15th, you guys all get together same time. Yeah. Okay, walk me by law. So walk me through the next step of that.
You mean after the caucus or when it starts?
Oh, when it starts.
Oh, yeah, when it starts, you'll just gather. You have to be a registered Republican to be in our caucus. You can register that night if you are not registered Republican. And then you will have people overseeing the caucus by electing a permanent chair and secretary that night. You will then represent at the county central committee. You will represent your precinct at that. That's elected. That's decided that night also. You can also be an alternate. So if you don't get voted in to be one of the actual members of your Central Committee, which that is what runs the party and your county.
So, is there arguments going on? Are they heated discussions about?
Caucus?
Yeah.
Well, each candidate, hopefully, they want a person representing them there, and they will have time to speak about their candidate and why you should vote for your candidate. So that doesn't usually get heated, not in the Republican ones. When it comes to platform, you and deciding whether you want that or how it's worded, that can take time, but we like decorum and we run under Robert's rules, so it's held to a good standard.
I like that. I've heard some stories of these really small areas maybe gathering in somebody's living room to do this, and they're just kind of talking about the issues. Okay, so once they do that, after January 15th, what's the next event that takes place?
Okay, then that will be the county convention, and that's when there's delegates from that are elected that will represent at the county convention, and then you work on your platform more. And then the next one is district convention, and then state, and then that is when our state candidate would get picked and our platform to be what it is.
Yeah. Okay,
And
so
it's fun.
And it's fun. And so he is Mr. Gus Killer. He is the back-to-back champion on here, 2016, 2020. And your thoughts so far, based upon your knowledge of being here, 2024 is going to be back-to-back champion again.
I am believing for that.
You're praying for that. Is
That is, to me, where the power is some trust in chariots and horses, but we trust in our God.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so when someone's coming out here, let's show some of these forms real quickly. Go over kind of what is on here.
This is the to register as a Republican. Or whatever, but this is a
fairly easy form.
It's an easy form, and we're gathering them here, and we will get them to the proper place if people want. So they will definitely get registered. This is just if you want to be part of the Trump campaign and do things or be in the know. Then you sign up on this, and there's also the famous QR codes now, which takes you right there, and it's easy to do. And so easy.
I love it. The thing I love about this, it's all volunteers, grassroots. You can say that you're on the grassroots level of President Trump's run in 2024. I think it's great. Now, we went over a couple sites. If you have a couple websites that we can also throw out there for people to go to.
We have iowa.donaldjtrump.com, and that's for it all. And then the Iowa website is, I don't have.
It's Iowa. We had it earlier. I'll get it out to you a little bit earlier. Okay, let's talk about real quickly when he comes back to office. Praise God if he's willing to come back to office. What would you like to see President Trump do first thing in office?
Well, the first thing in office is our borders need to be taken back, because I believe we really don't have a country right now. If a country has borders and we don't have borders, so that's number one. And open the pipelines and just everything he did, promises made, promises kept in 2016, which he did. So
I think that's one of the biggest things that separates him from previous politicians, is that he has done everything he said he was going to do.
Yeah, he's done the majority of them. If he didn't get everything through, sometimes he does get oh, what about this? But no, he promises made, promises kept. And the persecution that he is enduring, that he does not have to endure, but I truly believe is only doing it because he loves our nation. He loves the people of our nation, and I do believe that he loves God.
Last question. Your immediate circle, friends, family, church goers, neighbors, do they feel the same way you do?
Everybody that I hang with, the majority. Jeez. All right.
Thank you so much for joining me. I'll give you a hug. God bless you.
Right.
Thanks for your time for coming over here. It's great. Yeah. We love them too.
Oh my gosh,
we love them too. We're fine. That's great. All right, so we are live here. Let me step aside. No, you're great. We'll step aside and let you see some of the crowd that's coming in here. I said earlier, let me get out of the way, that this will be a packed house. And as you can see, just about every chair here is pretty much occupied. We'll have kind of a standing room only on all of this. But we're glad you're joining us. Matthew Alvarez is at location number 2 for today, and of course we'll continue that speech there, and then we'll be after that be going to another kind of a special broadcast that we're going to have for you here in a little bit. I do want to talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, Putin and others, we got this BRICS going on. Basically, it's a replacement for the U.S. dollar. Yes, and in the digital currency, which should scare all of us right now. Our friends over at the Birch Gold Group want to give you the opportunity to get a free information kit about investing in gold, silver, precious metals, and help protect your savings. A tax-sheltered IRA, a gold-backed IRA. They can do that over at the Birch Gold Group. It's as easy as this. Text the words Trump to 989898. That is Trump to 989898 to get that free information kit. There's no obligation, and we're not saying that it's for everybody, but it's worth you taking a few minutes to get that information kit so you have it, because this whole replacement on the digital for a digital currency should scare everyone. And these countries, Brazil, Russia, China, they all are wanting to push for this digital currency, and I don't want any of our viewers to get caught up in that. So please, text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. It very much feels like a rally. It feels, got the music, we got the excitement, we got the people. It very much feels like all of this. We're live on the air right now, just so you know.
Bobby Kaufman.
Okay, who we got?
This is Bobby.
Come over here. We got Bobby Kaufman.
Bobby Kaufman. He's our senior advisor for President Trump here in Iowa, and chair of the Ways and Means Committee here in Iowa as well.
Nice to have you, Mr. Kaufman. Thanks for coming on. We're live on the air. So let's talk about Iowa. And I know that policies, we've had a lot of people come on and talk about his policies are best for Iowa. Not only best for the country, but they're best for Iowa as well.
I agree. I mean, you look, Iowa's very much an agriculture state. You look at what he did for us in opening up foreign markets and holding China accountable and actually getting China to cut farmers a check, not to mention the respect that we had around the world to be able to even have those conversations. Further that, I mean, everybody's affected by lower taxes in a positive way, and he has a leadership style that really lines up with Iowans' beliefs, I believe.
Yeah, strong leadership, bold. Sometimes you do things that you know you're going to get criticized to do them, but you know it's in the best interest of Iowa. As we're driving through the state, I noticed gas prices were just about $3.90, $3.89 area. How has that affected not only Iowans but farmers that have to go out there and do crops?
Significantly. Gas was $1.90 when President Trump left office. You look at the doubling of that, that's one of the biggest input costs for farmers is fuel. So when you're paying double and then you're having to pay for double for fertilizer, that type of stuff is critical to the pocketbook. So Joe Biden has literally taken money out of Iowans' wallets, and President Trump wants to put it back in.
Talk about that broken border. Earlier we were talking to a couple people, and they said, hey, you know, the border should be almost priority number one when he comes in. How's the border affected people here in Iowa?
Oh, significantly. I mean, you look at fentanyl. You look at the busts that are made right here in Iowa. We know exactly where that came from. It came from a border that's open like a sieve. It's drug traffickers coming in and out without almost any deterrent, and it's almost welcoming for folks to come here. The president's always wanted legal immigration when you just get in line and do it right. But I think the border is going to be his number one policy because that's affecting us right here in Iowa.
Yeah. Let's talk about veterans. I know we've talked to a lot of veterans that say, hey, you know, President Trump is for our military. He is for our veterans. You want to speak on that?
Absolutely. He didn't put us in endless wars. He ended wars. He didn't have a boondoggle in Afghanistan like what Joe Biden did. And his, just like you said before, his leadership style, that strength to be able to make decisions regardless of whether they're popular or not, is I think what appeals to Iowans most.
You got a lot of people moving to Iowa because of the economy. So if you're new to Iowa and you're saying, what is this caucus thing? We had a nice explanation earlier, but what would you want to tell people about this Iowa caucus to get involved? I know it's very much a grassroots effort.
Absolutely. First of all, don't be intimidated by it. The caucus is essentially an in-person voting. You can stay there for a while and debate policy, or you can just simply show up and vote. And it's a time for Iowans to do our job of picking the first in the nation, for picking who that nominee is going to be. And so my main message is it's very simple. You can find your local precinct, you can show up, you can vote, you can go home.
There you go. Appreciate it. Best website for someone to get more information?
Iowa/DonaldJTrump.com.
There you go. Thank you so much. I know you're going to be out on the street. We got Congressman Wesley Hunt coming in here from Texas, my home state.
I know,
my home state.
Happy to be here, man.
Yeah, you've got a great district there, but you know what? Iowa's a great place for President Trump. This is Trump country in Iowa.
It most certainly is. And let me tell you something else, too. My wife is from Maquoketa.
Oh, nice.
She went to Maquoketa High School, went to Maquoketa Middle School. My in-laws are sitting right here in the front. This is a perfect venue, a perfect place, and I've been telling people for a very long time that Iowa is Trump country.
It is Trump country, and you're one of the I would say, a key spokesperson for President Trump. You travel with them. We were with you in Iowa for, I believe, the state fair, I believe, or there's some different things there. Yeah. Why is his policy so good for America?
Because we have seen the contrast in the poor policies of the Biden administration. We have watched this country completely go into turmoil. This is the worst inflation we've seen in our lifetime, the worst border crisis I've seen in my lifetime. The world does not respect us. And people realize that just 4 short years ago, we didn't have these problems. And I think America just wants to get back to that.
And the policies that really hit home to Americans. The pocketbook. It's the economy, stupid. I mean, you know, President Clinton said that. I think putting a term to this horrible economy, we're calling it Bidenomics, yes, is probably the greatest gift to the GOP that we'd ever want.
And we'll take it. We'll take it all day, every day. Yeah. And I think, you know, if you look at the polling right now, even in the primary, this is over. This is a fait accompli. The president is going to win our primary. But now he's already beating Joe Biden in a lot of polling, which is a very bad sign for an incumbent. It is because of Bidenomics.
Okay, let's talk about this war in Ukraine that we have now. President Zelensky is going, the little man in the green jumpsuit is what I like to call him, is coming to the White House tomorrow. What's your thoughts on funding this endless war in Ukraine that we have, a proxy war against Russia is what it is. What's your thoughts on that? I know a lot of the base does not want any funding going to the war in Ukraine.
I think Byron Donalds yesterday said it perfectly in the halls of Congress. We cannot afford it. We are running a $2 trillion deficit. We are $33 trillion in debt. We can't afford this. But you know what? We wouldn't be spending a dime on the Ukraine if we had a strong president and if the world respected us on a global scale like we had with President Trump. If you've noticed, we didn't have these conversations and we didn't have these issues.
Right. The border, real quickly. Texas, you're in Texas, I'm in Texas. The border's out of control. And that's not, we're not even using that word loosely. It is literally out of control. I had a stat that between 15 and 17% of the population, if we kept going another 6 years under these current policies, would be filled with illegal immigrants. That would be the percentage of the U.S. population. What should we do? I mean, if you were president from Naples, what would you do? Or if you're the governor of Texas, what would you do?
We have got to shut the border down. It's the federal government's responsibility to do that. It's the federal government's responsibility to keep our citizens safe if we are failing our citizens. 7 million people have entered our country illegally. Enough fentanyl has poured through this country to kill every single American 5 times. It's an absolute disgrace. And I'm a military guy.
Yeah.
Do we have laws or not? Are we a nation or not? No other country in the entire world behaves this way. Why are we? We have got to get back to protecting our sovereign borders and to protecting the citizens that are taxpaying citizens in this country.
All right, last question. I can't let you go. Talk about this CR that we have. I mean, it's pretty getting heated up on Capitol Hill. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I don't know if you know this, but I may know on this CR. And the reason why I'm a hell no on this CR is because we have got to fix this broken system. If we really want to fix spending, if we really want to stop passing on this debt to our children and our children's children, business as usual in D.C. has got to stop. The only thing this CR is going to do is lead to an omnibus, and I am not for that. We have got to actually cut spending and actually have a very tough conversation about what it means, again, to get out of debt in this country.
Yeah. Wesley Hunt, he's one of my favorites, and he's always the best dressed man on Capitol Hill. I see people coming out in sneakers and jeans, but not you. You're looking sharp.
I take my job very seriously. If I represent the American people, it's my job to look like it.
Yeah, amen. And the Senate to lower the standards on the dress code is a joke.
It's an absolute joke. It's absolutely absurd for that guy to be dressed like that as a senator. We should take far more respect than what we do every day.
It's a disrespect to his people that put him in office.
It most certainly is.
You're going to speak today for the program? Oh, nice.
I most certainly am. I cannot wait.
A little tease of what you're going to talk about?
Everything we've talked about right now, brother.
Okay, there you go. There you go. Thank you so much. Real quickly, on social media, if they want to follow you on social media, how do they do that?
It's wesleyfortexas.com and my site, and all my handles are right on my website. Please go to it.
Thank you so much. God bless. I love this guy. He's one of my favorite. Thank you very much. There you have it. And of course, it's about the border. It's about the economy. It's about our sovereignty as a nation. It's about a military. It's about not getting into an endless war that it seems like we are trying to sleepwalk into, and I've had somebody say this and to compare it to our involvement in Vietnam and how we kind of slow walked into that war, and then what's the outcome of all of that? What is the outcome? It's more debt, and you just talked about it. We got $33 trillion in debt, and with America, we have no more money to supply and to fund another foreign war. Wesley Hunt spending a few minutes with us today on today's show. Let me step aside. Hey, a few more people in here right now. I also want to talk about this great T-shirt that you guys can pick up. It's wonderful. He's got the mugshot. It's absolutely a collector's item. If you've got somebody in your family that is a Trump supporter and they would love to have something like this, get your hands on this T-shirt, this special T-shirt. And guess what? You get to join the club, and you'll get it. Well, you literally can't beat the word free, but you got it. So today's sponsor is one of good friends over at Salute Styles. Go check it out. The website, patriotshirtclub.com. Patriotshirtclub.com. These T-shirts are printed and shipped from New York City. So you'll be supporting a very patriotic business by claiming your T-shirt today. Simply go to the website, patriotshirtclub.com. That's patriotshirtclub.com. Don't forget to put on your size for that and get it shipped out today. We're so glad you're joining us. It's 11:30 here local time. Glad you're with us on this Wednesday as it's a work day. It's a school night. Hey, but people are here. I even see a couple kids. That probably not a bad way to, if you live in the area, not a bad reason to absolutely maybe skip school for one day, come see the president speak. Not a bad idea. In the caucus, if you missed it earlier, we've got a lot of information. We'll put a website up, but it's Monday, January 15th is the day that you need to remember in terms of the caucus here in Iowa. Go check it out, and we'll put the website on the screen as well. A lot of patriots are here, a lot of people who love this country, a lot of people very much might not have gotten involved in the 2020 election. Maybe they were too young. And as we found out a couple weeks ago when we were at that agricultural fraternity at Iowa State, we learned that a lot of those kids, this was their first election that they would be able to vote in because of how old they are now. They're over 18. So I think this is something that's going to, hopefully energize the younger vote as they understand that the economic policies that they are facing right now, and that is not just gas, that's like the low-hanging fruit, but it's also food, it's restaurants, it's cost of living in general, it's rent. It's, if you're a first-time home buyer, your mortgage rates are substantially higher than they were under the Trump administration. Mortgage rates itself are higher. Building supplies are higher under the Biden administration than they were under Trump. So this younger generation trying to live the American dream, trying to buy that first home, are going to be faced with a lot of challenges right now in terms of doing that. And so we're going to see what the effects of this economy will have on this younger voter. Now, we went to the agricultural fraternity. We saw the massive turnout that they had for Trump, and we talked to everyone. It was about jobs. It was about the cost of living. It was about, trying to live that American dream. And it seems like the American dream for many people is unattainable because of the rising cost of everything. So it's going to be interesting to see this younger voter. Plus, you know what? At the end of the day, Trump's just a cool guy. He's got a lot of personality, a lot of charisma. He knows how to talk in the media. He knows as far as going to sporting events and celebrities. It seems like from a cultural standpoint, a lot of people love this guy, and they always have loved this guy. And it wasn't until he ran for president in 2016 and ran down that escalator in New York City that people that were then his friends turned against him because he ran under the Republican ticket. So, if you want to talk about the entertainment industry, has always loved President Trump. From sporting events to movies to television, they've all loved him until he ran for president. And then all of a sudden, the lies began. I mean, the biggest lie that we ever had was the Russia. That was pushed on the American people. That was peddled by the media, all to suppress a lot of the turnout and his credibility in the election. They peddled that forever. We saw 2 impeachments under President Trump, for the perfect phone call to President Zelensky, which we found out that perfect phone call was literally trying to uncover the corruption that we later found out years forward. So isn't that ironic how that all played out? And of course, the sham of pinning some type of responsibility on President Trump for January 6th. And I saw an article just today that the FBI has absolutely lost count on how many paid informants they had working on January 6th. And we've seen so many evidence come out claiming that they were sprinkled throughout that day around certain areas in D.C. to kind of antagonize what we saw. So we've seen so much corruption, so much injustice fall towards President Trump. But guess what? His polling numbers continue to go up, as well as his fundraising has gone up as well. And we talked about the polling numbers and how, depending on what you read, I've seen anything from 30 up to 50-point lead on his second competitor in this race. So none of that, everything I've said, none of that has really stopped any type of momentum that the voters are as far as polling numbers have come out and it hadn't been suppressing his popularity at all. It's actually gone up quite a bit. Also, one thing I want to get into, I talked to somebody at the airport the other day, and they said, you know what, I'm not really political. I don't really go Republican, Democrat. I said, wait a minute. You're looking at all the problems we have in this country. And I'm talking from the border, I'm talking to foreign policy, I'm talking about the economy. You talk about all the problems we have today. You cannot stand there and tell me that you have not taken a political position as far as who you would vote for or what party has put America first. Now, take the candidates out of the picture. It's clearly that the two parties are very separate on a lot of issues. So I said you have to take a stand. Don't walk the fence. The days of walking the fence politically are over. You need to take a side. And I'll even go as specific to this Oliver Anthony guy who popped up on the scene about 3-4 months ago, singing the song about the corruption in D.C. and how all the Washington and the bureaucrats are been putting everything down. And he can't make a living, and the economy's bad, and the little guy can't get ahead. And then he was asked as far as his political affiliation, and he says, no, I don't want to get into that. I said, no, stop. Don't sing about songs. Don't write songs and sing about things that are wrong in this country, but you refuse to take a political side to the very party that has the plans to solve those problems you write and sing about. You have to take a side here. And I think he really sold out when he didn't take a side. And then he jumps on social media talking about don't pay $99 for a concert ticket, that's not what I signed up on. That's not what I signed up for. But you had no problem taking well over $100,000 to play a 40-minute set for your concert. but you want to control how much money a concert promoter charges to recoup that money that he's given you to perform your songs. He's like the Bernie Sanders of music, is what that is. I want to take the money, but yeah, you know, I want everything to be for free. Ken doesn't work that way. Now's the time to be bold, be strong, be courageous, take a stand. Go to your school board, go to your city council, stand up and fight against things that you see. Being silent is the way we've gotten to where we are right now. Being silent, not saying anything, going along with the flow is what is the reason why we are here today. So be bold, be stand, take a stand. Hand aside, a lot of people here. You got a Hawkeyes fan in the house here. Of course, we were at that game several weeks ago, Iowa State game. One of the things that, you know, if you missed that coverage, I encourage you to go back to our website and check that out as well. It's on our Rumble. It's on our website. It's on our app. If you don't have our app, now would be a good time to get that as well. Just go to our Google or Android store and check it out. Absolutely free to download. Go follow us on Rumble as well. Make sure you subscribe to us on Locals. Now, Locals is pretty cool. Locals kind of gives you a lot of information and things that you don't normally get on our normal platforms. So we definitely encourage that. You can follow us on Facebook, Truth Social, at RSBN on Truth Social. You can follow me at Brian, Brian, on Truth Social as well. You can also follow me on Twitter at Brian Glenn TV, on Instagram at Brian Glenn TV, and on Facebook, look for the verified page. That's the business page. You can follow me as well on there. I want to see if I can talk to some kids. Hey, would you guys want to come on the air with us right now? We're live on the air. Yeah. So, hey, I'm going to come over here. Just come on over. Yeah, all you guys. All right, I got one big question for you right now. Right. And let's be honest. Who is skipping school right now to come here? All of us. Show of hands right here. We're all skipping school. But, hey, what a great day to come out and see President Trump. Right?
Yeah.
Fired up?
Yes, I'm excited.
Yeah. Now, is this your first time to see the
Yeah, this is my first time. I'm actually really excited. So, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's my first time.
All right, so when you heard, let's get in when we can kind of get a good camera shot. Now, when you heard that Trump was coming to town, what was your immediate reaction?
First I asked my mom if I could go, and it took a little convincing. But once I convinced her, I was excited. I couldn't wait.
So how many of your friends wish that they were here right now? They're stuck in, hey, look, they're stuck in math class right now. They're doing underwater basket weaving right now. They're bored out of their mind. They wish they were here, though. But did you have a lot of friends that wanted to come with you?
Yes, there actually are some more of them over there, but, you know, it's just, I'm glad I could be here. I'm just glad I could skip school.
Now, you've got a Trump shirt on. What's some of the reaction? I'm going to bring you in here so I can what's some of the reaction when people see that shirt? They give you a thumbs up, or they have another gesture towards you?
They always give me a thumbs up.
Thumbs up. All
yeah.
the way, right? All the way. Thumbs up. I mean, a lot of people support a lot of kids. I love to see, because a lot of times when I was your age, I wasn't necessarily, just walk on by, that's all right. He didn't know the camera's on. When I was your age, I wasn't necessarily involved politically. You guys are. What was it about Trump that gets you to come out here and get involved in politics? What is it?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's the former president.
Is it the energy? Is it like the excitement that Trump, when you say Trump, anybody else want to come through here? Anybody else want to come through here? You got to love live television. It's just the excitement of President. Let's see if we can come in a little bit closer. It's the excitement of the president, right?
Yeah. He's just so energetic. I love it.
Yeah. He was also in Home Alone, too, so I'm excited to see. Yeah.
All right, well, I appreciate it. Where you guys sitting? Up front? Oh.
It's okay.
The guy just spilled your Coke. It's okay, though. But you know what? Under the Bidenomics, that Coke is going to be about $2 more than it would be under the Trump administration.
Oh.
That's crazy. I mean, it's already $3.
That's outrageous.
Yeah.
You never know what's going to happen on here. Guys, you guys are a lot of fun, man. You guys, God bless, man. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right, there they are. That was pretty funny. Well, you never know what you're going to get. We're on live television. We'll see if we can get some more people on here to talk to us. But anyway, we're glad you're joining us today. You can also make sure that you go to our website. Now, this is one of the things. We've got great partners for our business. We've got great partners for our broadcast, but our number one partner is actually you, the viewer. You have been there from day one, and the way you can help us is go to our website, and you can donate. As simple as that. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate, and you can sign up for a monthly reoccurring. You can do a one-time donation. Or you can simply check it out and maybe send it to somebody who is a big fan of Right Side and give together, perhaps. So go to rsbnetwork.com/donate and help this conservative cause. I remember one of the first broadcasts I ever did for Right Side was back in Carson City, Nevada, years ago during the campaign. I had somebody come up to me and say, "Hey, I want to donate," and the guy handed me $50. I said, "Well, what are you doing?" He's like, "Well, this is what we do. We help pay our conservative tab, and I'm here to pay. Here's $50." So we end up sending that into the corporate office. But it made me really understand how important Right Side has been to all of this MAGA movement and America First movement, and really standing up for our country and for God and faith and freedom and all the things that we really believe in. We hope we heartily believe in it. And that has been the difference between us and a lot of the people in this industry is we were first, and we will continue to put the policies first, and we will not miss a broadcast. So you go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate, and get involved in that if you're able to do so. We do have some great partners. We got the Birch Gold. We got the T-shirt. We also have the Wellness Company. I'm going to step aside and let you guys take a look at that. I want to talk a little bit about the Wellness Company as well, because I do think that it's important that we make sure you have this emergency kit. Now, this thing is pretty cool. This gives you the ability, no matter what the circumstance is, to be prepared if something was to happen. And this medical emergency kit is available to you. Now, Dr. Peter McAuliffe and Dr. Harvey Reich, they're two ones that did the spike protein support formula. Well, now they've got this. So natural disasters, supply chain shortages, medical emergencies, skin irritations, tick exposures, tonsillitis, anthrax, you name it. There is what you need is in here, and the instructions to take care of yourself is in there as well. Just do yourself a favor, put one in your office, put one in your car, put one in your home, and protect yourself with this emergency medical kit. It's offered at the website, makecaregreatagain.com. That's makecaregreatagain.com. Use that promo code RSBN at checkout, and you'll save up to 15%. Makecaregreatagain.com. And note, this is only available here in the U.S., with the exception of Alabama and Louisiana. Not available in those two states, but everywhere else there is. If you know somebody in those states, order it and send it to them. They need to have it. The emergency medical kit from the Wellness Company. Go check it out. Go to the website, makecaregreatagain.com. All right, so much going on here, so much going on Capitol Hill, as we have just under 2 weeks now, I guess, to get the country funded, get it a continuing resolution, get the country funded, come up with appropriations to make the changes needed to pass that. Right now, we heard Wesley Hunt say that was a hard no on that from him, and there's a hard no for many others as well. So lots going on there. You've got Zelensky in town tomorrow. He was just in the UN yesterday. He'll be in town tomorrow, meeting with President Biden. I am sure asking for more money, and we have continued to send billions over to Ukraine, which remains very, very, very unpopular among the Republican base, with the exception of a few elected leaders in the Senate and the House. This is a hugely unpopular thing right now, and we'll see how that plays out. And plus, it comes to a point where, what's the plan in all of this? What's the plan? How you doing? What is the plan with Ukraine? What is the strategy here? And I saw former Vice President Mike Pence say a couple days ago that if we weren't able to win the war in Ukraine for them, that we would simply take on the war with Russia directly. And I think that when he talks about putting sons and daughters on the ground to fight this war against Russia, that should wake each and every one of us up. Now, Zelensky did say late last year, the tail end of last year, that he would not be surprised if at one point our sons and daughters would be called upon to fight for the country of Ukraine against Russia. Now, when he first said that, I was like, that will never happen. That's not something that I never want to happen, to get dragged into another long war with zero accountability of the money that's been sent. And of course, there's been calls to audit that money to Ukraine to find out exactly what it's funding, exactly where it's going. You've got not only hard dollars being sent over there, you've also got materials and information. You got actual equipment being sent over there as well, with very loose accountability on that. So the war remains a very unpopular thing, and as Congressman Wesley Hunt said, we have no new wars. We got out of these long, never-ending wars. We actually we're bringing troops home until Biden basically dropped the bottom out of the Bagram Air Force Base there in Afghanistan with the withdrawal of our troops that ended in the lives of men and women serving our country through the mishaps of that. I mean, Biden has had a disastrous foreign policy, not just during his term as president, but just his foreign policy in general since he's been in elected office has been absolutely horrible. He does not have a strong foreign policy, and we are starting to we see the effects of that right now with the way he's involved with Ukraine. Let's go into a little bit of consumer spending for a second. Let me step aside, let you take a look at the crowd here. Before I know, got some people coming in behind us. I had somebody message me earlier, hey, what's the crowd look like? I said, well, let me step aside and I'll show you what exactly the crowd looks like. It is now up to all the seats, from what I can see, have been taken. Now we've got some standing room in here off to the sides of everything right now. How are you today? We're live on the air. How you doing? Brian Glenn from Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Right, I've met you before.
Oh, okay.
I think I saw you down in Davenport.
I've been in Davenport 2 or 3 times, sir. So what brings you here today?
My president.
Yeah. Iowa needs him back, right?
Oh, big time. America needs him back.
Yeah. What has been some of the hardest hitting things as for you that lives in Iowa that has come under the Biden policies or the lack of leadership?
Gas prices, for one thing. It's just, I haven't seen any leadership out of what we call the president, the fellow occupying the White House. I don't consider him I don't consider him president. He's usurping that position.
Your circle of influence, everyone feel pretty much like you do. I mean, look at the polls, and looks like President Trump has a sizable lead over everybody that's running in the Republican Party. But what's your thoughts on that?
I've got a few friends that are kind of wishy-washy right now, but I think eventually they're going to all come around Trump.
Yeah. The caucus, we've been talking about how different the caucus is than the primaries. Tell me about your experience with the caucus as far as getting out. It's very much a grassroots effort.
It is, and I've been real active in our caucuses. I've been to every caucus but one since 1964, and I'm site captain for our caucus site this year. I've got 2 precincts that are meeting together in one site, and then I'll be my caucus leader for my group. But I'm going to be in charge of the whole group to start with.
How different is this caucus with Trump in 2016, 2020, than all the other caucuses that you've had in this state with other Republicans? Energy level, focus, and intensity, any difference there?
I anticipate a big turnout this year. We had a big turnout in 2016. not so much, because there wasn't the competition this year with everybody running. Why it's going to be a bigger turnout. We're working. I'm on my county caucus committee and our planning committee, and we're anticipating a super big turnout this year.
I've been talking about the effects of the Biden economy on seniors, on people that are retired. What are you hearing and how the Biden policies are really? It's some rough time for a lot of people in our country right now, living paycheck to paycheck.
Well, it's at my age, I'm still working. I have to, because I just don't. My retirement wasn't there. Social Security doesn't cut it, and so I've got to work to make ends meet.
And that was obviously not the case under President Trump, and those policies were prosperous. You felt like you had retirement right there, and then with all the price of living, it seems like it's unobtainable right now, and not just for you, millions of Americans.
Well, my situation, a lot of it dealt not only with Biden presidency, but it goes back to Clinton and Obama. A lot of the policies that were put in place put me in a situation where I just don't have the retirement that I should have. So I'm having to work. Not any choice of mine, it's just a necessity.
God bless you. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by, saying hello to us, and you have a good seat for today?
I do, and I love RSBN.
Thank you so much.
I watch your every time there's a Trump rally, I go to RSBN and watch it from home when I can't get to the rally.
Just know that we love you for doing that, because this guy right here is our viewer. This is a guy who loves this country. He wants to make a difference, and that's why he is here today. Thank you so much for coming up and saying hello, and God bless you, and I'm hoping these policies turn around. We can all get in retirement. We can live out our retirement and be happy.
I'm hoping it is coming a day when I can quit work and just I'd like to do some different things for myself.
Yeah, enjoy life, not have to work.
But I don't know how many years. That's one thing we're not guaranteed, how many years we got.
I know. I'm with you on that. I've got a lot of loved ones that are in the same boat you are, and it makes me get emotional sometimes thinking about it, because Joe Biden has ruined a lot of retirements in this country. He has really set it back so much where it's simply unattainable. And that's one thing that President Trump can do. He can reverse that.
Well, everything in the cost of living is going up. Groceries are up, gas is up. I just had to purchase a new car because a deer totaled my other one, and it just everything. The cost of everything is way too high.
And insurance, medical insurance as well. Medicare, Medicaid.
Well, fortunately, I'm on Medicare, so that helps out a lot right there. And I'm a veteran, so I've got my VA benefits. So
appreciate it. Thank you so much. And what kind of vehicle did you buy?
An Equinox.
There you go, Chevy. Good, General Motors, right?
General Motors all the way.
I love it. All right, thank you so much. I'll be back away. It's looks like we're coming up the top of the hour here. Now, the program is scheduled to start at 12 noon here local time. Now, President Trump is scheduled to speak at 1 p.m. here local time. So we're probably about 5 minutes before the start of this program. And just programming reminder, Matthew Alvarez is at the second speech for today, and then I'm going to transition over with the president to that second location and join Matthew, and then we'll continue our broadcast from a special location after that. So a little bit of bonus coverage today right here on Right Side. We're so glad you're joining us on this Wednesday, and we're glad to have us. And, of course, we are the road to 2024, and it seems like we've been on the campaign trail for 2 years now. And, of course, after the election, we continue to cover all of the fallout from the 2020 election and bring all of that to you. Now that we've kind of transitioned into the campaign season, we will continue to do that as well. So the next time you will see us after today, will be on Monday, the 25th, live from South Carolina, where President Trump is scheduled to have a few remarks there at a boat manufacturing plant. So that's kind of cool. And then we're going to be in California on the 29th for a speech President Trump has scheduled there. It's I think a noon speech. It's an afternoon luncheon there at the GOP in California, in Anaheim there. Before that, we've got something tentatively scheduled in Detroit, Michigan, in relation to the United Auto Workers strike, and perhaps we'll be able to push that out as we get more information on that. But a lot of people have been coming up to us, not only during this broadcast, but in the last day, before we came on the air. They're concerned about this country. They're concerned about what's happening, and they see the incompetency of the Biden administration and how he's failed not only Iowa, but he's failed Americans fiscally and from the inflation that's been going up, and unemployment, I would say, is not out of control, but I think what you have is a huge number that's being unreported in terms of workers. Now, I had a little bit of a story early in our newscast how big department stores, retailers are scaling back their seasonal hires as they do not anticipate a strong shopping holiday season due to the economy right now and the consumer's pullback. We got the restaurant industry is reporting about 41% reduction in sales, and of course retail have shoppers about 61%. And what we're seeing is people are not buying anything other than the essentials for their household. They're not buying the extras. Home Depot and Lowe's both came out and said that you don't see a lot of the extra stuff that the consumer normally spends to enhance their home. They're just doing the bare essentials, and that has cut into their revenue as well. So you're not seeing these big retailers get ahead of the seasonal hires, which averages about 410,000 seasonal workers each year. So they're pumping the brakes on that. Now, Amazon has come out and said we still anticipate normal hires at their facilities for the holiday season. So they still remain fairly optimistic, but not the case is some of these big box stores, as we are seeing the full effects of the Bidenomics hitting for the shopping. And of course, it's going to be interesting how the travel industry is also affected by this. If you've tried to fly in the last year, you've probably noticed that the fares are considerably higher than they were just a couple years ago. Well, that's because of gas prices and jet fuel and the same effects that we pay at the pump, the airlines still see in terms of filling up their jets. And of course, you've got several airlines that have had some mishaps happen over the last couple of years. That has pushed their price of their tickets up. So the holiday travel season, what will that look like, and what will the shopping season look like for this holiday season? Is not optimistic at all from all of the indicators that I see right now. Now, in terms of the auto workers strike and what that would mean to inventory that we have, I would say that an average dealership probably has about 60 days of inventory on their lot at any given time. That would be American made. That'd be Ford, Chevy, all of the General Motors brands. That does not include the Ford brand, the BMW, the Hyundai, the Mercedes, the Land Rover. That is completely separate. But as far as General Motors, they've got about a 60-day supply. So every week that this strike happens, you are slowing the supply chain and the production of these vehicles, which is going to reduce the amount of units that these dealerships have on the lot, which is going to push up the price of a car. That's exactly what happened during COVID, if you remember. The auto manufacturers slowed down production, if not stopped altogether. They were not making cars. And of course, it was very hard to buy a car because the inventory was so low, and these dealers absolutely got full sticker on these vehicles, if not even more. Looks like let's step aside as the program started here in Iowa. Let's listen in.
McHugh, and I am a co-chair for the Jackson County Republican Central Committee. We would like to welcome you all to Maquoketa, Iowa. I would like to start out today with a Bible verse I believe is relevant. Proverbs 29:2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked rule, the people groan. If you'd please join me in standing while we pray and honor our God. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for this beautiful day. The people of Jackson County are honored to have President Trump in our presence and pray that you watch over him and his family. We pray for the safety and your guidance over all elected officials. We pray for our farmers. May they have a safe and bountiful harvest. We also pray for the protection and safety of our service members, EMS, law enforcement, and especially today, the Algona Police Department, as they lay to rest one of their own, Officer Kevin Cram. Wrap the full armor of God around those who serve us and put their own lives on the line for the people they serve. In your name, amen. Thank you.
Please all stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge an allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join us for our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am State Representative Bobby Kaufman. I chair the Ways and Means Committee in the Iowa Legislature, and I serve as an advisor to President Trump. To get started, I've actually got two questions for you in the crowd. Who's ready to see Donald J. Trump today? Second question, who is ready to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House? Look at what we had under President Trump. $2 gasoline. Now we're buying it from our enemies. We were respected abroad. Now we're a joke. President Trump was the most pro-life president in United States history. There's not even a close second place. He stood up for our Second Amendment rights like no one else has, and he fought back against the gender insanity. There are two genders, male and female, period. And by the way, what is this pronoun stuff. They, them, their. I don't even know what this means. We shouldn't even have to say this, but you will be called two things by me. You have two options, sir or ma'am, period. The main reason that we're here today is to get ready. Are we here in Iowa going to be the first state to send President Trump the nomination to go back to the White House? I'd like a show of hands. There's nothing wrong with this. Raise your hand if you've never caucused before and are planning on this being your first caucus. This is a movement. Keep your hands up, please. This is a movement. Look at all of the new folks that President Trump is bringing in here. This is wonderful. Give them a round of applause. We all in this room have a unique opportunity to help deliver Iowa to President Trump. You can text that number. You can go to iowa-donaldjtrump.com. You can find out how to be engaged. You can find out how to volunteer at events. There's a lot of perks that come along with that. So I would highly encourage that. And as far as the caucuses are concerned, the biggest thing I want to leave you today is it's not an intimidating process. For those that have not done it before, you show up on January 15th. The Republican Party of Iowa, as well as our website, will give you your specific precinct location. You show up, you vote for Donald Trump, you go home, and we win. So with that, it is my pleasure to introduce one of your own. I have had the pleasure of getting to know Steve Bradley after you sent him, which, by the way, thank you for sending him to the State House and kicking Andy McKean down the road. Steve has very quickly not only become a good friend, but has become one of the most valuable legislators in the entire legislature. So thank you for that. So with no further ado, Representative Steve Bradley.
Thank you, Representative Kaufman. Sir, is this heaven, or is this Iowa, or is this Jackson County? First of all, I want to give due to who needs us. I would like every veteran to stand. Thank you for your service. We are forever grateful. I want to tell you why I ran, and Bobby hit on it. When President Trump won, who was the best president we've had, we had a gentleman who was a Republican and switched to become a Democrat because he didn't like President Trump. Boo-hoo you. My wife and I ran our tails off. We campaigned and campaigned, and we beat a 40-year politician. I want to reiterate to everybody to go to our caucuses and put Trump's name down. That's what we need to do here. We need Trump to get in office again. We need a businessman. We need somebody to represent us. You know, some people say, well, I don't like what he says. You know, most of the time he's saying what I'm thinking. So I can't thank you enough for all being here and for electing me too. I appreciate that. Our next speaker is Representative Luana Stoltenberg. Now, I will tell you, Luana had a hard time getting elected. She ran her tail off just like we did the first time and the second time. She is the most pro-life representative we have in the State House. And without further ado, Luana.
I'm okay. I actually thought I was going to do that when I was walking up here, and I was making a mental note not to. Anyway, good afternoon, everyone, all of you fellow patriots. It's great to see you. Are you guys all excited to see President Trump? I cannot wait to see him. I cannot. Like Steve said, my name is Luana Stoltenberg, and I'm a representative in the Iowa House. I'm a freshman. This is my first time. I ran in a very, very blue district and won by only 11 votes. Amazing, isn't it? We worked hard. But I tell you that because that's how important every single vote is. Sometimes you guys might think, oh, I'm not going to go to caucus. It's just one vote. We need every single one of you guys' vote. So please show up on January 15th at 7 p.m. because every vote is so important. Our Iowa motto is, our liberties we prize and our rights we will maintain. Do you guys know anyone who is working as hard as President Trump to protect our rights and our freedoms? Even as he's being persecuted and being indicted for it, there's no one that's fighting as hard as he is. Donald Trump is the president who has kept us out of wars. Look at the lives that have been lost and the money that we have spent in Ukraine by this administration. And let's not forget the military withdrawal that we saw in Afghanistan. Look at the equipment and all of the innocent lives that were left behind. Not to even mention the piles of cash that we left for our enemies. This administration would not have done that. A few other legislators and myself went to the border in June, and what we saw was an absolute mess. The Border Patrol told us that we could not sustain the amount of illegals that are coming across our borders right now. They told us that Trump's border policies were discouraging illegal immigrants, were discouraging trafficking and illegal drugs, and that the wall was working. But this administration is paying people not to put up the wall, and in fact, they're taking it down in places. We cannot have this anymore. This commander-in-chief has got to go. Yes. You know, the Biden administration is the most pro-death regime we have ever seen. They are making abortion legal, even all the way up to birth in some states. President Trump has been a pro-life champion. He even nominated many of those in the Supreme Court that overturned Roe this last couple years. Do you know that this administration is giving Planned Parenthood well over $600 million of your tax dollars every year? That's $1.5 million a day. Wouldn't you like that for your business or maybe your household? Well, Donald Trump is pro-life, and he is not going to do that for Planned Parenthood. This president has fought for our Constitution. He's fought for our freedoms and our rights. And so we need, let's talk about the economy. How many of you guys are feeling it at the grocery store? How much is it costing you to fill up your gas tanks these days? Things were a little bit different a few years ago, weren't they? Yeah, we need it back. Look at the mess this administration has created in less than 3 years. Something's got to go. It's got to change. So we've got to vote President Trump back into office. So I'm asking you today, will you promise to be a part of this caucus plan on January 15th at 7 p.m.? Will you go? Yes. It's like Bobby said, it is so easy. All you have to do is go to this meeting. It maybe will take an hour. They'll talk about some business stuff, and then you just vote. It's just a little bit more intimate than going to the polls. In fact, you might get to meet your neighbors. So I'm just asking, let's do this. President Trump has worked so hard for us. Let's work hard for him, and that's not even hardly working hard, right? You know, President Trump always says, let's make America great again. I say let's all vote in this caucus and let's all make America great again. Okay? Thank you. Now I would like to introduce a congressman. His name is Wesley Hunt, to come up to the podium.
President Roosevelt famously said, "It is not the critic that counts, nor the man points out how the strong man stumbles, nor how the doer of deeds could have done them better. But the credit belongs to the man who was actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes up short again and again because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who actually strives to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms and the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who, at the best, knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who, at the worst, even if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls that neither know victory nor defeat." President Trump is our man in the arena, and I am surrounded by brave, thank you. And I am surrounded by brave, freedom-loving Americans who want to join this man in the arena to save the very soul of the greatest nation in the world. Now, this is Senator from Louisiana, Senator John Kennedy. He said it best when describing his current regime. He said, "The Biden administration sucks." And he wasn't lying either, isn't it? This is pretty bad. This is the quintessential definition of abject failure. This is the worst inflation I have seen in my entire lifetime. I'm from Texas. This is the worst border crisis I've seen in my entire lifetime. 7 million people have entered our country illegally that we know of. Enough fentanyl has poured into our country to kill every single American 6 times if they stand by and do nothing. We can't afford anything in this country anymore. It's pathetic, and we are sick and tired of it. And the reason why I'm down here, and the reason why I left the halls of Congress to be with you, brave Americans, today, is because I know the one person that can solve these issues, because he's already done it before, is Donald Trump. Now, we've seen witch hunt after witch hunt after witch hunt, indictment after indictment after indictment. This man, President Trump, is facing 700 years in prison because our current president is weaponizing the DOJ against his political opponent, the man that is leading in every single primary poll by at least 40 points, the man who is currently beating Joe Biden as we live and breathe in 14 months from now. So that's why they're doing this. And I can't blame them. I can't blame them because, Joe Biden has the worst approval rating of any president in modern history. And Kamala Harris has... Y'all are great. Y'all are great. Stop it. Kamala Harris has the worst approval rating of any vice president in the history of this country. And Dick Cheney shot somebody. Think about that. I'd go after President Trump, too. This man's home has been raided. We've seen what's happened. We've seen how this whole thing has played out. And you know what? It's not working. Because the American people know what real is. and they know what it takes to save our country. And if President Trump is willing to go through all of that and put this country first ahead of himself, his well-being, his family, the least we can do, the least you brave patriots can do is show up on January 15th. And I mean that. Come rain, sleet, or snow, we need every single person here. A few months ago, President Trump called me up and he said, you know what, Wesley, what's very interesting is this. They're not coming after me. They're coming after you. I'm just standing in their way. Aren't we so blessed to have a leader that's willing to put himself literally and figuratively in the line of fire when he doesn't have to do this? He doesn't have to do this. Oh, but that man has children, and he has grandchildren, and he knows that America is the greatest country in the world. This is the best thing going, and we must defend it tooth and nail with every generation, or else we are doomed to lose it. Please, on January 15th, 7 o'clock, we need every last person in here to show up. Iowa is ground zero for our democratic process, and we have got to show the world this is not just Trump country here in Iowa. America is Trump country. Now, I'm looking around here, I'm thinking, many of you are wondering, what's this guy doing here? He's not from Iowa. I am here because President Trump knows a lot of smart people. President Trump knows a lot of geniuses. And I'm here to tell you that I'm probably the smartest person he knows. And I'm also a genius. And do you know why? My wife was born and raised right here in Iowa. That makes me the smartest person in the world. I'm a genius because my wife was born and raised right here in Maquoketa, Iowa. Honey, will you please stand and be recognized? Shelly, Chet, my in-laws, please stand to be recognized. Yeah, stand up. And that's my little boy, Willie. That's what I'm doing here because we were able to meet and we were able to fall in love. And it had nothing to do with the color of our skin or what part of the country we were from. Small town girl from Maquoketa, Iowa. Big city guy from the city of Houston, fourth largest city in the entire country, but we shared common values that made us all Americans first. When I look at a crowd like this, I don't see black, white, Asian, Hispanic. I don't see any of that. I just see freedom-loving Americans. I come from a military family. My dad is a retired lieutenant colonel in the Army. My sister went to West Point in my family first. She served 23 years active duty. I went to West Point in my family second, served 8 years in Apache helicopter pilot, deployed to Iraq, flew 55 combat air missions in Baghdad, 2 tours of duty in Saudi Arabia. My brother is also a West Point graduate. There's 60 years worth of military service just in my immediate family. And if you are a Vietnam veteran, you are here right now, please stand and be recognized. Vietnam veterans. Any of you here? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. The reason why I'm calling on the Vietnam veterans is because when they returned home to this country, they weren't treated very well. They were being spat on by our fellow Americans. When I came home to a hero's welcome. That's why I always recognize the Vietnam guys. Thank you for your service and your sacrifice, for you paved the way for men like me. God bless you and thank you. My great-great-grandfather was a slave who was born on Rosedown Plantation about 33.5 miles north of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. It's still there today. Three of his great-great-grandchildren attended West Point. 3 of his great-great-grandchildren earned multiple master's degrees from Ivy League schools. 3 of their great-great-grandchildren served in active duty in the military. 1 of his great-great-grandchildren became a United States congressman in a white majority district in a suburb of Houston, Texas, and I won by 30 points. I tell you that story because that's the progress of this country. And we need to continue to make that same progress for the future. I am less interested in focusing on the ills of the past and far more interested in continuing to move forward. So a black man from Houston could marry a white young lady from Maquoketa, Iowa, and we are living in the land of the free and the home of the brave, and nobody cares. We're not there yet. God has blessed us. We have a ways to go. But keep in mind that the day is always darkest before the dawn. Let's keep in mind this country has been in worse shape before. Let's keep in mind that this is a country that ripped itself apart because of civil war, and yet here we stand. This is a country that became back-to-back World War champions and rid the world of fascism. You're welcome, world. In World War I and World War II, yet here we stand. This is a country that went through Vietnam. This is a country that survived 9/11 when 3,000 lives were evaporated instantly because of terror in this country. And if we can survive all of that, then with President Trump, we can survive Joe Biden. I'll end with this. Frederick Douglass famously said, if there is no struggle, there's no progress. Those who profess freedom yet depreciate agitation are men who want crops without plowing up the ground. They want rain without thunder and lightning. They want the ocean without the awful roar of its many waters. The struggle may be a moral one or a physical one, or it may be both moral and physical, but there must be a struggle. For power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. The last 4 years have been the struggle. And the brave patriots that I see before me that will show up for President Trump on January the 15th will be our progress. It truly is an honor to be in what I call my second home, the great state of Iowa. And it is truly an honor to stand here representing President Trump. But most importantly, it's an honor to know that the people that have shed blood for our country, it was not in vain. And the American spirit fire is still alive and well. And that's why President Trump was our 45th president, and he will be our 47th president of the greatest country in the world. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Wraps up the pre-program here at Stop 1 here in Iowa as Wesley Hunt, the congressman. Let's see if I can scoot through here real quick. We're live on the air. Just want to see if I can stand. You're all good. You're all good. as we kick off Stop 1 here in Iowa, Wesley Hunt just kind of wrapping up some of the reasons why he supports President Trump, and odd fact that his wife is from here right here in Jackson County, Iowa. So there's a little bit of a local connection there for the congressman from Texas. We're glad he's joining us. We're also glad you're joining us today as we spend yet another day here in Iowa on the campaign trail with President Trump. Now, today's broadcast, today's event is a little different than it's not just a speech. It's more of a caucus, if you will, training for people who are coming out here to get more information. The room is packed, and let me see if I can step aside. Maybe Corey can kind of rotate the camera a little bit to show you. I said this earlier, that it would be standing room only, that the chairs would definitely be occupied, and that did not fall short at all. It is standing room only here. And earlier they did by a show of hands type of deal, to please raise your hand if this is the first, Iowa caucus or first time you participated in something like this. And a good bit of hands went up, which indicates that President Trump, without a doubt, has pulled in kind of a new group of voters for this caucus, without a doubt, because definitely people are connecting to President Trump in a lot of ways. I want to bring in a couple of girls here that were waving to the camera, and I was just saying that by a show of hands earlier, they talked about first-timers to ever participate in a caucus, and I was saying how many hands actually went up, which makes me look like President Trump is really bringing out kind of a new group of voters.
Yeah, there is a lot. There's a lot. Honestly, I was surprised. I thought there'd be a little bit more, but there's a good amount.
It's a Wednesday, and it's at noon, so it's a work day, it's a school day. So tell me about you guys in school. Are you missing school, work? Tell me.
Yeah, I actually do classes online through the University of Iowa, but I am actually social media chair for the College Republicans Club out there. So I do that from home too, and I will say it's very rare to find someone like-minded out at school out there, but when we all band together, it's the best feeling, and I'm just so grateful for the group of us that are out there, and we're always pushing it, so.
Pushing it. So what is it like to be a young college student in this day and age where it seems like if you stand up for America, you defend President Trump, you're like, whoa, you're kind of pushed out. I mean, what is it? I talked to both of you guys. What has it been like for you?
I'm a senior in high school still.
Okay, so well, that's probably even worse. Yeah. What is it like for you?
It's kind of hard, especially in government. We're always going back and forth with each other. And
is there heated debates in the classroom?
Yeah, it does get very heated, and like some people are obviously more Democrat than a Republican, and it gets heated.
Some fun exchanges there. Yeah. How can they defend Biden, though? That's what I want to know. They may not like Trump for whatever personal reason, but they can't defend like what's going on in this country right now.
That is all they talk about. Yeah. They just focus on personal attacks, and it's like
they
as
do.
soon as you ask them any question with like substantial like meaning, they just kind of freeze up and say,
freeze up and stare at you like,
rude,
Yeah.
He's rude, but I don't mind paying $4 a gallon for gas, or I don't mind if the crime's out of control in so many cities. Okay, so what is it like for you on a college campus?
It's definitely crazy, especially for me because I'm studying political science. So a lot of my classes ask you to write about like essays about political matters and your preferences on things. And I'm actually in a class called The Presidency right now. And we have to write an essay at the end of the semester about like who do you think the best president is and why. And it's like I just feel torn because I feel like if I really say what I'm feeling, I'm going to get punished for it by the teacher, which I shouldn't ever, no student should ever have to feel that way. But it's just a crazy feeling. It's like there's one right side and wrong side, and it's like, why does it have to be that way? We're all speaking our minds, so it's definitely crazy for sure.
Yeah. Same thing, especially in a public school. A lot of people, if you don't have the same opinion as them, you're just wrong, and yeah, especially in Bellevue.
Okay, my daughter goes to Texas and goes to college in Texas, and they already have a lot of professors are wearing masks. What percentage are you seeing the same thing?
So luckily, thanks to Kim Reynolds, we love you, Kim, we don't really see as much of that because there's not like mandates or rules or anything going on because she sent me a personal video one time promising that would never happen. So it's not required, so I'm not seeing it too terribly bad, but there obviously are still a couple really nervous, freaked out ones that come in wearing a mask, and it's like...
Yeah. And then there's still a COVID mandate or something. There's at our school you have to stay out of stuff. It's like 4 practices. I don't even know.
That is ridiculous. I thought COVID was over. Matter of fact, the CDC said it was over.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's about time.
Okay, let's talk about pronoun use. I love this because I don't. Is it Do you see that a lot? Is it like the
Yes, all the time. There was a Dubuque not a Dubuque. There was a school in Dubuque wanting to get litter boxes for their bathrooms.
Because it identifies as a cat?
Yes.
It's crazy. At the beginning of every semester, when the classes do all the introductions and all the professors ask you to introduce yourself, I swear most of them ask for like pronouns and they make you say it. And it's like, can't you just look at me? I mean, like, just take your best guess, please.
This is so bizarre because I know as someone that's in his 50s, like, I would have never thought that you'd have to say, address me as he, him, or she, her, or they, or whatever. It just seems ridiculous.
Yeah. It really is. And it's not even grammatically correct, so you guys just look unintelligent.
Let's talk about history. How's that changed as far as what have you seen in the schools? Are they pushing like a lot of the BLM? Are they pushing some of that in the school system? What is it like here in Iowa?
Yeah, they're definitely pushing that, I would say. A lot of my classes that do go over historical topics, they spend a lot of time like talking about slavery and everything and really making sure that to connect it to today, because somehow today, I guess, is supposed to resemble that, even though I think we're far from that.
We just had Congressman Wesley Hunt on stage who married a white woman from Iowa. So, clearly that doesn't exist in this world. It's a free country. I mean, so what you're saying is they're trying to always link systemic racism to everything in our society.
Yes, I think we do see that a lot, which, I mean, I guess if you want to be culturally aware and be keeping up with what everyone's talking about, whatever, but for me to just be that pushy about things, it's like, can't we just come here to learn the basic facts about what happened and what's going on and then just keep it at that?
Okay, let's talk about economy. A lot of people have pulled back on their purchases. I just did a holiday shopping update that said a lot of retailers are not hiring the seasonal employees like they normally do because they don't anticipate the American consumer buying stuff. What is your thoughts at kind of going into holiday spending? Do you plan on buying as many gifts as you were in the past?
I honestly don't think so. I really am just hitting the age where like I'm buying people in my family gifts, but it's been so hard. I mean, like the basic necessities that I need, like, you know, my soap and like paper towels and things. It's like it's ridiculous. Every time I go to the grocery store, it's like $50 at least. It's crazy. So it's really impacting everyone on all different scopes, like especially young kids who are they're trying to make a living and go to school and just balance a lot of things at once, and it's really taking a toll, I feel like.
Same thing. My Chevy Malibu, my little car, is about $65 to fill up, and it goes so fast. And I'm working a teenage job, you know, and I don't know. It's hard to keep up on life.
Yeah. Just not to change the subject a little bit, but President Biden said he would not approve a plan to give people in the military that had an E1 to E6 ranking, which is a kind of a lower entry level, to give them a pay increase from making what essentially is like $11 an hour to maybe $15 an hour. He doesn't want to do that. And I look at that and say, my goodness, we can't even give our military a raise. But we're going to give millions to Ukraine, though. We're going to make sure we do that.
And we're going to, you know, let a bunch of college kids that maybe aren't paying for themselves or anything like that, and we're giving them free schooling and stuff. And that especially, like, hurts me because my grandpa was a Vietnam veteran, and I just love him so much. So shout out, Grandpa. But to think that other people like him, you know, he went through so much, and to think that other people like him are being denied that is just crazy. Why? Especially given the context, the fact that so many other people are getting freebies and money sent to them, but yet the people that like carried the nation on their back literally aren't. It just doesn't
I totally agree with that. Everything. Yeah.
Okay, last and final question. How many Ukraine flags are hanging in your school right now? In your high school or your college campus? I would imagine a lot.
Yeah, when I go out there, I definitely see a decent amount. I don't know so much about in the classrooms, but like there's a bunch of laptop stickers that people have that are just claiming that kind of stuff, and it's all over. It's in the littlest ways too. It's all over.
Our school, not really. We
that's
try
good.
to keep a no fighting area. Yeah.
I love it. All right, so final question. I lied. One more. First time to see President Trump, or you've seen him before?
Yes. He's been in the area a few times lately, and I've tried to go every single time, and it's never worked out. So I'm stoked today.
First time.
It's great to see him for the first time. I think this is a great venue to see him for the first time. It's smaller. Like a rally can go on for like a quarter mile down the road. You know, this is very intimate. It's about 75 feet between here and the podium, so I would imagine your seats are pretty good. I'm glad you guys are here. Thanks. Did you skip school today?
No, I had government today. I had elementary ag day, and then I left. And then I came here, and then I just missed government.
So this is your government class right here. The real government that should be running the country, right? So you missing a class too?
So I'm not, because luckily this year I'm pretty much virtual all this year, so not missing anything except just doing some homework. But this is more important for sure.
Okay, what do you want to do when you get out of school?
I'm thinking either something in marketing or campaigning, just because I love the persuasion side of things. So I think that's where I want to go with my political science degree.
Just continue with the Trump campaign, right?
Yep. Oh yes, for sure.
You might be watching right now. You would usually watch this. How about you? What do you want to do? What career do you want to go into?
Well, I want to dance out of college, and then I want to be an ultrasound technician. Yeah.
Theater arts right now?
No, I dance. I've been dancing since I was like 4 years old competitively. So I just want to keep it going, you know.
Oh, very nice. I like that. Thank you so much for coming on. I saw you guys waving, and I wanted to bring you on. I would say follow them on social media, but I don't know if that's a good idea to throw your social media out there. But if you want to have people follow you, you're more than welcome.
Look up Iowa CRs on socials, because I manage those.
Okay, there you go. Anything? No?
Yeah,
you might not want to do that. No. The trolls out there might want to get you. But thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it. We schedule to speak here in about probably 30 minutes or so. We'll see if it happens. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. I love it as we're live here in Iowa, and you got to love the fact that you've got these young people so engaged in the caucus process. And they said by a show of hands earlier that there are a lot of people in here. This is the first time they've ever been to a caucus, and so hence the new insurgence of a new generation of voters. And we saw when President Trump went out to Iowa State at the fraternity, we saw a huge gathering of very energetic people for that. Let me step aside, show the scene here, as it seems like we're probably 15, 17 minutes from the beginning of this. I want to remind everybody, the economy, hey, you got to protect your investments, protect your savings. That's why our friends over at the Birch Gold Group want to send you a free information kit to investing in gold, silver, and precious metals. And it's very easy to do. Simply text the words Trump to 989898 for that free information kit. Now, the BRICS, which is an effort to eliminate the dollar and go to a digital currency. That is something that should scare you, as far as really the dollar losing all of its value and go to the digital currency. Well, you know what can protect that savings is to switch over to a tax-sheltered, gold-backed IRA. Our friends over the Birch Gold Group want to send you a free information kit, zero obligation, absolutely zero. Go over to it, check it out. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. That is Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. So we heard a lot of people talk about the cost of living, the cost of gas. And also, this is a farming state. I mean, the corn farmers in this state is a huge economic impact. And President Trump has said numerous times, matter of fact, every time he's with us here in Iowa, he has talked about the backing and the support of the farmers and making sure that China doesn't go and buy up farmland, not only in Iowa, but really across this country, protect our sovereignty through protecting our food. And that is one way you do it. A big supporter of the farmers, obviously, America First agenda. We've talked about the border. Several people I talked to today, I said, hey, what should President Trump do his first day in office? Or if you were in office, what would you do on the first day? And a lot of people say, you know what, I would protect our border. Our border is wide open. They're feeling the effects of this. Now, obviously, like Congressman Wesley Hunt, who came on with us earlier, talked about the impacts the border has in his state of Texas. But the fentanyl, the amount of fentanyl that's pouring into this country, roughly 300 people die every day from some type of overdose of fentanyl poisoning. And that is something that the drug cartels are moving in to our country across the border each and every day, plus the human trafficking, the smuggling ring that's going on right now is a huge issue. And if you look at just recently what's happening in New York on the streets of you've got people that are coming out now and really demanding that Mayor Eric Adams of New York and also the governor to say, hey, we can no longer take these immigrants here. They're living on the streets. They're in horrible conditions. And you know what? We don't have the resources right now to house them and to educate them. I know there's a lot of small towns on the Texas border that simply do not have the ability to take in a lot of these immigrant families and get them into the school system and begin to educate them. And a lot of them don't speak any English, so there's a language barrier there as well. So there's a lot of stuff that's happening on the border that will impact your local community. And a lot of people say, look, you know, I've never really paid attention to the border until now, because now they're in my hometown, and it's something that the Biden administration is simply not addressing. And of course, you know, President Biden put Vice President Kamala Harris as almost the border czar, but have seen very little. I think she went to El Paso once, but have seen very little movement on trying to close the border. All right, I'm so excited to see if we can talk to some people over here. Let me walk around. How are you guys? We're live on the air if you want to talk to us real quick. While you're here, nope. Go Cubs, all right? Yeah.
I'll talk. What the hell?
It's got to. So what brings you here today?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Where do you live in Iowa?
I live here in Maquoketa.
Oh, nice. So what have you seen this area affected the most under Biden? I mean, the economy.
All of it. It's all of it going straight down.
Yeah. Now, your circle of influence, they all feel pretty much the same. Is everybody concerned? And I know that earlier they talked about a lot of newcomers to the caucus. Are you seeing that as well?
I am seeing some of that, but yeah, everybody's concerned. Yeah. Prices are ridiculous. I don't know what a Democrat out there is thinking. What world do they live in?
It's interesting because I just kind of like to know, what world are they defending? How can you defend the inflation? They actually named the inflation Bidenomics.
Yeah, stupid. They keep playing stupid.
Yeah. So what's your thoughts on this upcoming election? Do you think that we have enough supporters here in Iowa to keep Iowa Team Trump, or do you think overall and as a country, do we have enough backing right now?
I think we do in Iowa for sure. Yeah. God only knows what the rest of them are thinking.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on the elections. I know that we all thought 2020 was 100% going to go, and we saw the discrepancies in that election.
I'd say discrepancies, yeah.
Discrepancies is a good word to put it, right?
The way I insert bad words.
Yeah, usually I can insert one as well, but we're live. All right, so, hey, this is great. So is this your first time to see Trump? Have you seen him before?
My first time for me. My wife's seen him a couple times.
Did she come here today?
No, she's stuck at work.
She's at work. I was asking earlier how many people skipped school and didn't go to work today.
A few, it looks like.
Yeah, that's all right, right? It's President Trump.
The guy right there. Hey, Kevin. Yeah, he's ignoring me now.
You can go get him. That's fine. That's funny. I always like to talk about. I want to talk to you in a second when he comes back here. He doesn't want to do it. Kevin doesn't want to talk on the air. That's okay. Kevin doesn't want to talk. I'll talk to you. That's fine. Thank you, sir. Come on in here. Got your nice little Make America Great Again hat on, yeah?
Yes, I'm from Canada.
Oh, you're from Canada. Oh, have I met you before? Have you been to a rally?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. I think I remember your story, to be honest with you. But recap, why are you here?
I'm here because what Trump represents is God. And that means a lot to every country in the world. We're uniting. And when I was in Pennsylvania, I really saw the unity. I loved it. There's no separation. The love, you can feel the love. So a lot of the world that criticizes and that's kind of, sort of mind controlled away from Trump, it's really God. They got to take it up with God.
It's God, freedom, because when you have freedom, you can accomplish a lot of stuff. And when you have the type of restrictions and the Constitution that's been taken away from us, our rights to assemble, our rights to freedom of speech, our freedom of religion, when that's taken away, that is the opposite of what God grants you. That's imprisonment is what that is.
That's great. You said it perfectly. Yeah.
Okay, so you drove down from Canada, right?
I did.
Okay. Yeah. So what is it like there right now? When you see the videos of Trudeau and him getting heckled in and out of events, is that reality right now with Trudeau? Are Canadians just over him?
I've got a rare lens. I had a near-death experience. That might be the story that you remember. So I've got a multi-dimensional lens. So everything that we're seeing is all to get us to the point of uniting and anchoring the light with God. So it's like the contrast has to be there before the people can stand up for themselves.
I've heard a lot of people say this, and I think you're onto something here, that we have to suffer through all of this to open our eyes to all of the evil in the world, all of the fraud, all of the corruption. So we're going to have to suffer even more before that reverses. And
I believe that. Like what I saw in my near-death experience is literally just the contrast. You know the statement, where we go one, we go all? Well, that has more meaning than what people think. Like, we as a collective ascend and anchor God and unite. So we have to do that all together. We can't leave our brothers and sisters behind. So what we represent here is the God connection, family, integrity, honor. And us just coming here and being here, even from Canada, like what I represent is God. That's what Trump is trying to show.
I love it, and you're right on that. In Canada, is there a lot of Trump supporters in Canada? Do they follow American politics, obviously, like we do here?
Yes. We have about half and half. So I get bullied, and I just have a lot of strength because you can feel the light in the dark. And it's okay. Like, I understand too, like the multidimensional lens shows that there's a lot of like mind control. That's very real. And it's not their fault. I don't fight.
How does the media treat Trudeau there? How do they treat him? Do they coddle him like the media coddles Biden?
I would say the media, I feel like they have a narrative that they must follow. And they're playing a beautiful role. I'm not saying anything bad about that. I'm saying that it has to appear that we have been in a situation before we can rise up and unite. And that's probably a high vibrational way to see it.
It's kind of nice because when you come to a Trump rally, and I think Wesley Hunt said it earlier, it's everyone from every culture, every economic culture, social background, skin color, doesn't matter.
Loved about Pennsylvania. When I got there late because I drove from Ontario and we got a bit of traffic. But when I got there, and this was my first experience, I wanted to come and see what does this feel like? I saw the bikers uniting with the these ladies with the hats, the Christians, and they're hugging and they're like, I'll see you at the next one. They're representing unifying energies and love, so much love there. And everybody was so nice walking around and, oh, you're Canadian? Like, thank you for coming. Like, thank you for showing up in our country, you know? And
any plans to move here? Do they ask you that? Any plans to come?
Yeah.
But you got your business.
I come here all the time, and I'm on my way to Mexico, actually.
You're all over the place.
Yeah, I do travel around. Since my near-death experience, I'm free. So that feeling of freedom, I feel it really deeply. I can't live away from that. And I think that that's what all the people want, is that feeling of peace, no more war consciousness, unifying, dropping all the hate and the separation. And we're doing it. You hear so many bad things about the media. You're beautiful. I can hear you. Like, you get it. You got it.
We understand it here. We understand the role that we have in all of this is to show the truth. Yes. And to encourage people, because I think people need hope and they need faith, and maybe that's what a lot of people don't have in this country is faith to begin with, for a sinner from God. But we try to play a big role. Let's see if we got we might be starting a little bit early on this time. Let's see the music.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. The music is down. Okay, we're good. All right, so real quickly, what are you hoping to take away from today? I mean, is it just another speech from President Trump? Are you looking at what would you like for him to say to address the crowd here?
I feel like I'm here to help anchor the light and unify all the people, and I've met so many beautiful people in the line, and I've made friends that have my phone number, that want to stay in touch. And I also just love, my heart's with the veterans, the homeless, the orphans. This is my work, actually. And I just really love that he's here, small town. The farmers are here, the foods that we eat, and it's humble, and it's beautiful, and he tells it like it is. There's no BS. And I love that about him, and I want to really just come here and say thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for coming. I think you always been a supporter of Right Side. I've seen you several times. And safe travels in your journey, because you're going down to Mexico, and be careful on that. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was always good. I do recognize her from a previous rally and her sharing her story of her near-death experience and why she feels like these rallies kind of pulls everyone together. And I have heard that a lot, that rallies like this and a Trump rally, when you bring people who have a one center focus and one center of love, which is love of country, love of God, love of country, love of self, love of friend, family. It is a unique experience here, and I have often said I would love to go cover a Biden campaign trail stop or one of these kind of Democratic strategists. I want to cover some of that. I want to see what their messaging is, because the messaging from an event like this is to honor our Constitution, freedom, individual rights, states' rights. Our all of our constitutional amendments are defended here. And I just like to know what their rallies look like, because we often see their efforts to take away some of those rights. And, obviously the imagery here with the American flags and a lot of the Pledge of Allegiance, the prayer, the national anthem, those are things that I don't think you necessarily see at a Democratic campaign stop. Maybe I'm wrong, and if you have any staffers out there that want to invite me, I'm more than welcome to come check it out for myself. Let me step aside and let you check out what's going on behind me. It looks like the anticipation is fairly high, as we are sitting at 12:58 right now. It seems like we're probably really, any minute that he could come out. We're glad you're joining us. Don't forget to go to our website, rspnetwork.com, and sign up. Well, sign up for the newsletter. Newsletter is a great way to stay in touch of what's going on, not only within the Trump campaign, but, with the presidential campaign at that, but really what's going on in our country and the issues that are in various states. You've got Carrie Lake that is still out there really fighting for election integrity and to secure our elections, not only in Arizona, but across the country. And then, of course, she's eyeing a potential Senate spot, which I think is wonderful. So go to our website, sign up for our newsletter. Grace Saldana, our editor-in-chief, Summer Lane, Alex Caldwell, and we've got a lot of them. We got a lot of great writers. Go sign up for our newsletter. It's absolutely free. There's no charge, no obligation, and we're not going to bomb you with spam. We're just going to put in your name, your email address, a little bit of information. You'll get that delivered to your inbox. Really, any moment, the president is expected to walk out and deliver a speech here, about, from what I've been told, about 45-minute speech, and then he will make his way back in his motorcade, and that's where we're going to join him, in his motorcade, and go to the stop number 2, where our own Matthew Alvarez is standing by for that, and will help deliver the pre-show and the post-show there. And then after the second speech, we're going to, we're going to jump back in that motorcade. We're going to go to a special location to bring you continuing coverage of all of this from Iowa, as he continues to really President Trump take a commanding lead in the polls, not just here in Iowa, but really across the country. We have seen it time and time again, and it's almost, after the first indictment in New York City, which we were there, that's kind of when we start to see those poll numbers really skyrocket, as the American people see exactly what has happened, the weaponization of our federal government against a political opponent. And that's a lot of people on a Wednesday will turn up at a place like this in the middle of the week, in the middle of the day, to listen to President Trump speak words of hope and encouragement of how to get this country back together. Earlier I talked about spending, the economy, and how, basically the restaurant industry, the hotel industry, retail people, business have seen a substantial decrease in sales, and that I think was it Home Depot even said that discretionary spending on items that were not a necessity were down, and these are things that people are not, maybe doing those backyard projects that expand their home patio projects, pool projects, things like that, because of the economy, because they don't have the money for that extra stuff. And I think that's something that you really have to kind of look into, that is a leading indicator that consumer spending is slowing down. And I spoke with a couple guys this past week in Washington, D.C., and they say, hey, look, Brian, I don't want to say it, but we are looking at a hard recession. This thing's going to land, and it's going to land hard. And we're going to see not only oil prices continue to rise, we're going to see inflation continue to rise. And if you did notice that inflation, or the oil, whenever Biden started pulling from the petroleum oil reserves that were set aside specifically for an act of war, or if there was any type of natural disasters, that they would pull from these reserves to supply our country with the needed oil for production. So what Biden did, instead of drilling and keeping Trump's energy policies in place, he chose to reverse all of those policies and shipping off all of our production to overseas. So we end up buying more oil from people who, quite honestly, don't agree with this ideologically, at all in our country as far as the way we do things. So we have drained the petroleum oil reserves down to levels that it will make it almost impossible to fill up. Music has stopped. We're moments away. Let's listen in. Wesley Hunt taking the stage.
By William Ernst Henley. It's called Invictus. It goes, out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloodied but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horrors of the shade, but yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, nor how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of our soul. President Trump is the master of his fate. He is the captain of his soul, and he will save the soul of this nation. This is the first time a president has been to Jackson County, and without further ado, I want to welcome the 45th and the 47th president of this great nation, Donald J. Trump.
The men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota, let's listen to that song. Across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, to
Well, I want to thank you very much. You know, this was supposed to be a very small little gathering. They said they'd never seen anything like it here. It's they actually talk like this is a small part, and a lot of people don't show up, but boy, they showed up today. We broke every record. And this is really friends. We're doing a big speech later, but this is an intimate gathering. This was supposed to be a very intimate. This is a little bit intimate, but it is intimate. But this is a gathering of people that have been so supportive, and we're going to get out there and we're going to get out that vote, that caucus vote, which is very important. And, you know, last time I was leading, I was beating everybody, but they didn't do the caucus thing too well. And I learned a lot. We went to New Hampshire and we knocked them dead. We did very well here. We came in second. It was my only second. I don't like second, though. Then we won the race against the Democrats. That's a big one, right? We won the race, but we won it against beautiful Hillary. See, I call her beautiful now because we used the word crooked for somebody else. You know who that is, right? That's a very accurate description. But we ended up winning, but I learned so much during the process. This is the first race, and I'll never forget my first race ever in politics because I wasn't a politician. I like to think of myself not as a politician now. But I came into Iowa, and I came in second out of 18, right? So we had 18. I came in second. They said, Trump suffers a major defeat. That was the beginning with the fake news. Trump suffered. I came in second, and you know, normally people would be thrilled to come in at that position. And honestly, they didn't have a good group. And now we have a group like we've never had before. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. So I remember my daughter Ivanka. She was in Des Moines, a big area, and she was in Des Moines with by herself. She was waiting, and she was waiting for these people to come in because, you know, you have to have a big staff, and they come in, and you talk about how wonderful Trump is and all this. But Ivanka calls me, Daddy, they don't have anybody here, the company that did the job. They weren't so hot. They don't have anybody here, Daddy, but I'll take it. But we did, you know, pretty well. Then we went on to win the state against Hillary, and we won the state the second time, and we won it big. In fact, the second time in the overall election, we got millions and millions of more votes than we did in the first election. We were told, all of us were told, that if you got the same number of votes, 63 million, as we got in 16, that the election would be over. But we got like 12 million. A lot. We don't even know because nobody knows, because nobody understands what the hell happened with that election. But we're not letting it happen again, that I can tell you. We're not going to let that happen again. Millions more votes. It was very interesting. I had a meeting with one of the big papers, New York Times, actually. They said, what happened the second time? Well, we did much better. Well, what do you mean you did better? We got millions more votes, millions and millions more votes. And they said, yeah, that's sort of right when you think about it, I guess, right? But we're going to do something. We're going to do something that's historic now, and we're going to bring our country back from the dead. Our country is dying. It's dying. When you look at what's happening at the border, when you look at all the things that are going on, our country is in such serious shape. So I just want to thank you all for joining us today. Special day. It's a special place. We're going to be back 5 or 6 times in the next period of, you know, think of it, we're talking about 4 months. Can you believe it? When it was 4 years, I said, that's a long time. Now we start in 4 months. You're the first. I kept you first, by the way. I hope you know that, because people like to take credit. People like to take credit. There's only one person that can take credit. I kept you first. And as you know, the Democrats didn't do that. But we'll worry about that later. We want to get through the caucus. We want to get through it right away, and we want to win it by numbers bigger than we won it even the last time, if that's possible. So thank you all. In less than 4 months from now, we're going to win the Iowa caucuses in a historic landslide. I think it's going to be a landslide. You see what's going on with the polling. We've been like a rocket ship. We've been going like this, and the polls have been incredible, both against the Republicans and against the Republicans, we're up 60 points, 60. Think of it. Who the hell ever thought that was going to happen so quickly? They crashed and burned. They crashed and burned, but we're up 60. Thank you. I love you too, even though it's not generally my thing. It's not generally my thing when a guy screams out, I love you. But that's okay. We love you all. But and the polls were up massive numbers. We'll talk about them in a couple of minutes. And we may take a few questions from people, too, if you want. I always say that. You know, if I don't want to really take questions, I say at the very end, and now we'll take questions. Everybody's like, oh, I don't have time. When you say it at the beginning, people are thinking the whole damn speech, and they're thinking. But we're going to take a few questions. I think you can handle it. They have some mics around here, so we'll handle it. And you think Joe Biden does that? Well, from a group of people. We'll take some questions. I did Meet the Press this weekend. They got fantastic ratings. I call it Meet the Fake Press. And they had fantastic rating. And it was one question after another, and went through his whole hour. And Kristen Welker, and she was, you know, nice, although kept interrupting me because she wasn't loving some of the answers I was giving, you know. But you loved the answers I was giving. But the beautiful thing, they said, I sat down for an hour, and then I did a Megyn Kelly one, and she had, you know, just, boy, she became nastier all of a sudden. She was pretty nasty, didn't you think? Anybody that watched it. But they both asked many questions, many questions, and I could have gone on for hours, but, you know, there's a period of time, and you say, that's it. So they had like an hour. They had an hour and a half. And it would be, I think, 32 questions on 32 different subjects. And Biden can't do that. Biden can't. Maybe one question where he goes, okay, I'll take a question from, wait. I want ABC Ruth. And then she gives him a question, and then he reads the answer. Here's the answer. No, we're this country. We have to get this country straightened out. That's not going to do it. It's not going to do it. I want to thank my friend Congressman Wesley Hunt. He really is. He's a star. Where is he? And his incredible wife, who happens to come from the area, as you know. But Wesley, thank you both very much, and thank all three of you. Thank all three, because they have their beautiful new son, and thank you very much for coming up. This is a great honor. You're a very respected guy. And Jackson County Republican Chairwoman Darla Schulpel. Where's Darla? Where is Darla? She's here. Hi, Darla. Oh, very, very beautiful. You look great. Thank you, Darla. I heard you're doing a fantastic job, everybody tells me. Jackson County Attorney John Keyes. John, you around? Hi, John. Great. Central casting for an attorney. That's a good thing. My senior advisor, Representative Bobby Kaufman. Where's Bobby? Bobby is doing... Hi, Bobby. Oh, you gave yourself the worst seat in the House. Look, he's over by the wall. He knows how to take care of the customer, right, Bobby? Say hello to your father. His father's fantastic, too. State Representative Steve Bradley is here. Steve, thank you very much, Steve. Thank you very much, Steve. And a very special thanks to Luna Stoltenberg. You know, where is she, by the way? You know, there's a man that's in charge of NATO named Stoltenberg. You know that, right? And he's the Secretary General, and he loves Trump because I was able, you know, we were supporting NATO, and we were giving so much money disproportionately. And they're representing, you know, they're over there, we're over here. It's much more important for them. And I got them hundreds of billions of dollars in pay-up money because they were not paid. They were NATO countries. They were not paid. We were protecting all of these European countries. And for years and years, they weren't paying, or they were paying not a good amount of money. But the name was Stoltenberg, same name as yours. You are so fantastic. She said, I pray for you every day. I write a letter to you every single day. Have you gotten them? I'm saying, yeah, sure. No. But she said, I pray and I do this. And I said, you are incredible. And she just gave me her endorsement, and she's highly respected here. So I want to thank you very much. And that Stoltenberg is very good, too, I have to tell you. He's the Secretary General, and he's been great. He said, you know, President Trump came in here, and he left, and he got hundreds of, I mean, we just got hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in back. I call it delinquent, like in the real estate business, right? We call it delinquent. They were delinquent almost every country. 7 weren't. It's a total of 28. but most of them some were totally delinquent. They didn't pay for a long time. And he said, he left and he got the money pouring in by the billions. And we ended up getting hundreds of billions of dollars from these countries, so we didn't have to pay. And we didn't have to pay disproportionately. And the money they have now is the money that I raised them. He said, Bush would come in and Obama would come in. They'd all come in. They'd make a speech. They'd leave, and that would be the end of it. They wouldn't say, I came in the first time, saw that this was wrong, came in the second time about 6 months later. I said, you got to pay up. He said, nobody ever said that. So it was good. So I appreciate very much, and thank you, darling. We appreciate it very much. There are those that say this is the greatest political movement of all time. I think it is, MAGA. When Biden criticizes MAGA, I say, no, it means make America great again. What's to criticize? How do you criticize MAGA? They go, oh, those MAGA people, those MAGA people. Anybody that says that doesn't love our country. It's called Make America Great Again. But this is the greatest movement of all time. Yeah. Over the years, and I was not in politics, although I was on the other side, like writing checks for everybody that I liked that was running. But I wasn't in per se. But I'd watch very carefully because I found it fascinating. And over the years, you'd watch these people that sometimes they'd win like an election, come in second, come in third, fourth, and they'd be famous if they came in second, third, fourth in a primary. And they would go along a lifetime, literally a lifetime, and they'd become, successful people, and they'd be very respected politically. And we came in first last time in virtually in every state. We came in first within the Republican Party, and then we did phenomenally in the election. But 2016, we won almost all of them also against professionals. We had 18 people. There were senators, for the most part, senators and governors. They weren't stupid people. And we came in, and this was a movement that nobody's ever seen before. When that happens, if you almost win a state, you become Pat Buchanan's an example in New Hampshire. He came in, he did well. He did very well, and he's a terrific guy in many ways, right? We all sort of know him. And he did really well. I think he came in second, and, he had a wonderful political career. We came in first in almost every state. Think of it, as a group. First, and we won. And then we won the election against beautiful Hillary. Beautiful Hillary, beautiful woman. So it's pretty amazing. So it's the greatest movement of all time, and in this country, and I think probably largely beyond this country. But if we win this time, this will be bigger than anything we've ever done. This will be at a level that's never been done, much bigger than had we done it the traditional way, which we did do, but we just didn't get credit for it. But we did do it. We'll win it 3 times. That's the way I look at it. We'll win it 3 times. But this psychologically and in many other ways, and you understand the different ways, but because one of the things of taking this pause is it shows how bad they are. It shows how bad their policies are. You look at the border, you look at all of the things that are so horrible that are happening, and it shows how bad they are. And we'll be able to do things and get things fixed in this country that probably you couldn't have really done politically or otherwise if you did it the traditional way. So it'll be something really spectacular. It's going to be, I think it's going to be amazing. And I will tell you, so we've run twice. I've never seen the spirit that we have this time. And a lot of that spirit because you're longing for the good old days with the greatest economy ever and all those things. But how about gasoline at $1.87? How about that? No, we had the great. Remember I told you I made great deals. I don't even talk about China because of COVID, but I made one of the greatest deals ever with USMCA, but maybe the best was China. $50 billion, and remember, and you had to stay with me, the farmers I'm talking about, mostly in this case, less the manufacturers. They were there anyway, but they were the most loyal people. The farmers were the most loyal people, and they said, sir, we're with you. I said, I'm going to get you all sorts of subsidies from China. They said, sir, we don't want subsidies. We just want a level playing field. That was the only ones that told me that in 4 years in the White House. If I said, I'm going to get you subsidies because everybody would say, oh, give me the subsidy. I'll never forget, I had 36 farmers. They represented farmers from all over the country, a lot from Iowa. we're in the Oval Office in this gorgeous room, this conference room that's so beautiful and represented so many great things. Less so lately. There's not too many great things happening for our country lately. But they represented, and I said that to them. I said, I will work it so that you guys are going to be taking. And one of the gentlemen raised his hand and said, so we don't want subsidy. We don't want a handout. We want a level playing field, and nobody can beat us. And I said, what an unbelievable thing to say. It's the only time anybody said that, and that was the whole farm group. They all agreed with it. They didn't want anything. They just wanted fairness, because they were not treated fairly. It was horrible what was happening to them, including with NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. And it was really horrible. And I then made USMCA, that's Mexico and Canada, and you know how good that is. They want to renegotiate the deal now. That's always a good sign. But we took it from the worst deal to the best deal. And NAFTA was probably the worst trade deal ever made. And USMCA is one of the best trade deals ever made in this country. And one of the other deals I made was with China. You're doing a lot of business with China. Now, they're not adhering to the contract anymore. I used to call every day, are they adhering? Are they buying? Are they buying? Because it was $50 billion I had to buy. And, you know, I misunderstood it. They said $15 billion. I said to Sonny Perdue, the Secretary of Agriculture, good guy, I said, how much have we been hurt, the farmers been hurt in this country by China trade practices? And he said, sir, $27 billion over a period of 4 years. I said, that's a lot. All right, I'm going to get it back. And I got you $28 billion, actually, from China. That came from China. And many of the people in this room opened up very big checks, but I got it. Everybody thought that you can't even think about getting that. I got you $28 billion. I got hundreds of billions for the country, but I got $28 billion from the farmer because of the unfair trade practices with China. The fake news doesn't want to write about that, but it's a big deal. In fact, I always say, there's no way I lose Iowa, Nebraska, any of the farm states, because who the hell else would get $28 billion from China? People would say, don't even think about it. And I'm honored to have done it, too. I'm honored to have done it. But we did fantastically well, and we made this USMCA deal. And most people said you'd never be able to get rid of NAFTA because, you know, these other countries have a lot of power. They have people representing them with a lot of power. It's tough to change a bad trade deal. We have the worst trade deal. We have a lot of bad trade deals. We got you open in Japan. We got you open in South Korea. We got you open in a lot of different places. But I got that done. They terminated NAFTA, which people said would be impossible, and we got the USMCA. So now when they want to renegotiate, which they're trying to right now, don't let them do it. But we have a very short time left now when you think about it. You know, we're talking about a very, very short time. November of next year, we're like, wow, just a little bit more than a year. But a lot of bad things can happen in a year. Tremendously bad things can happen in a year. And a lot of stupid decisions can be made. Yesterday, I watched at the United Nations, and I still haven't gotten over the $6 billion for 5 people. $6 billion. They freed up $6 billion for 5 people. They got 5, we got 5. It was a hostage swap. They got 5, we got 5. That was the good news. The bad news is they also got $6 billion, right? And you say, how the hell, who would do a deal like that? But they're all bad deals. They're all. So yesterday, Biden was speaking, and I won't even comment on the speech. But he said one thing, that we got rid of our gas weapons. You know, we have gas weapons, and they're terrible, they're horrible, they're unbelievably lethal and powerful, but they're terrible. And he said that they basically ended all of it. They've gotten rid of them all. And then he sort of indicated that, sadly, other countries haven't followed suit. Of course they haven't followed suit. They haven't followed suit because you don't get rid of them first. You get rid of them last or simultaneously. So we got rid of this tremendous, horrible, lethal power that we need if other people have it, but other people didn't get rid. And I said, how stupid is this? How stupid is this? So it's gone from us, but other people have it. And it's just step by step, day by day. So with having these people in there, I mean, the only thing they're good at is cheating in elections. It's really true. In my opinion, they're professionals at cheating, and you got to watch those elections very carefully. Less so in your case because, you know, you run a good ship, but in some of these states, it's just horrible. It's just horrible when you look at what's happened. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So, if you want to save America from the, I have a script here. So far, I haven't looked down at it. I'm saying, when am I going to look at this script? I have these brilliant speechwriters, and I tend not to use them too much, but it's better that way, isn't it? Isn't it nice when you have a president who doesn't have to read a script? Isn't that nice? So if you want to save America from Crooked Joe and the radical left, then get out and be patriots, and you're all patriots. Make sure that they're registered Republicans. Get out. You have to register. Register Republicans. Get them out. Get all of your friends out. And 7 p.m. on Monday, January 15th. That's when it all begins, January 15th. On a Monday. It's a good, beautiful day. And you got to get them out 7 o'clock in the evening. That's when it starts. And it's a beautiful scene, actually. In fact, I think I'll come up for it. Should I come up? Yeah, I'll come up. I'll get them out with you. I think I'll come up. I think I will. So I'll tell my geniuses over there we'll come up. But we're asking for a commitment, everybody, to, whatever you can, get 3 people at a minimum and come out, bring them out with you. Because caucuses, you can do that. With the regular elections, it's a little bit stranger. But with a caucus, you can do that and get 3 people at a minimum and get out. And let's really start it off with a bang. They're losing in Iowa by like 35, 40 points. Second, Ron DeSanctimonious, who, remember, was against ethanol, totally against it, wanted to end it totally. And that would be devastating, frankly, for your farmers. It would be devastating for the farmers. But they wanted to end it. And I was the champion of it. I was the one that kept it going. And there was a lot of competition to not do it. And, yeah. I got it for, remember, 12 months. I did the whole thing on ethanol. I became the king of ethanol, but he wanted to end it. One thing I'll say about a politician, like a guy like him, he comes in, when somebody wants to end Medicare or when somebody wants to end Social Security and go up to 70, minimum age 70, which is a big jump, when they want to do that early, they may change their attitude for an election, like come and say, oh, well, I love, Social Security, but he voted 3 times against it. He wanted to cut that. He's a disciple of Paul Rhino. Do you know who Paul Rhino is? Paul Ryan. But he's a disciple of that whole group. And when they want to do it early, they may change for an election. They may get away with it. But when they change, they always go back to what they originally had. And I've been very consistent. You can read those books from years ago. I've been very consistent how we've been ripped off on trade and everything else. And I changed so much of that. And then this administration gives it right back. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. But when you want to look at how somebody is, they go back to what their original thought is what their thought is. And they wanted to do big damage to Social Security. They wanted to raise that age to 70, and they wanted to do big damage to Medicare. You can't have that. You don't deserve that. There are other things we can do that are far better, where we can do a real job, but you deserve it. You get to a certain age, you deserve it. We delivered record increase in real family income. It never, in history, there's never been anything like it. Went up $6,000 a year. Think of that. With no inflation. We didn't have inflation. We knew how to take care of inflation. Look, inflation was caused because they stopped drilling, they stopped the energy, and that caused the inflation. Energy is so big. If you make donuts, if you make cake, if you're a lawyer, if you're an accountant, you're heating and you're trucking, and no matter what you do, energy is so big. And energy is now out of control. They did it fake. We did a big thing with the strategic reserves and got them full. And then right now they're the lowest they've ever been. They've emptied millions and millions of barrels in order to have an election, past election, where they could keep the numbers down. They were still very high, but at least they weren't at $5 and $6. So just today, gasoline hit $5 again. And it's going to probably go up. It looks like it's going to go up. There's no reason. Yeah, it is true. Drill, baby, drill. I gave that answer in CNN. What would you do? Well, start off with drill, baby, drill, and the place went crazy. And it was the CNN audience, too. You figure that one out. No, but they don't want to pay either, so it's crazy. But we had it down to numbers. Actually, we had to raise it up a little bit because the oil companies, they were all going to go out of business. They never produced so much. They did a great job. And, they did a great job for themselves, to be honest. But it was We had it down below $2. And for a little while, we had it down to $1.50. But that's where we had to say, got to go up a little bit. But now it's hitting $5 again, and we're not going to let it happen, because that is what caused inflation, and inflation is called a country buster. When you have inflation, you can go back 200 years. Look at Germany, look at countries, what they went through with inflation. They were destroyed. I mean, literally, they were destroyed. They had to start all over again. And we've had the biggest inflation we've had in 52 years, so that's a lot of years, and it's been a lot of suffering. I see bacon is up 6 times, bacon. Who would think, right? So people aren't ordering bacon. Then they say, oh, it came down a little bit. Yeah, they're not ordering it, which is not good for you either, by the way. But they're not ordering it. But so many food products now are going up and through the roof. So we're going to stop it. And I just want to tell you that it's an honor to have been able to control inflation. And it wasn't that hard, because so much of it has to do with the energy sector. And we were going to be we were actually energy independent. Nobody thought that was possible. We're energy independent. Just think of that. We didn't need, for the first time ever, we didn't need anybody's energy. We didn't have to guard the Gulf. We didn't have to do anything. We had all, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation by far. Think of it. And just think of how incredible that is, So under our leadership, we built almost 500 miles of wall. They like to say, oh, it was really 58 miles. No. You know what they do? They take, this is how vicious they are. And you see the wall. You see miles as far as the eye can see. We built almost, and I had to do it because we have Mitch McConnell working with the Democrats all the time, which is a horror show. Horror show. So I took it out of the military. I said, this is an invasion of our country, and I'll take it out of the military. And we did that. And it was a tiny fraction for the military, and the military agreed with it. But what they did is, in order to demean, because they always try, they're misinformation, disinformation, almost the same thing, by the way, close. Anybody want to give me a definition of the difference? Because it's close enough we won't waste our time. But what happens is, if there was a 2x4, 50 years old, laying there rotted, where there used to be a little wall, a little barricade or something, they'd say, oh, well, he didn't build a wall there. That was a renovation. Even though we'd throw that junk out, we'd take down like a 1-foot wall of wood that was rotted and gone, and just literally gone, and take it away. And then we'd put up 30-foot and 40-foot walls right all over, all steel. Everything those walls, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to have concrete plank. But the people on Border Patrol are fantastic people, and ICE. These are fantastic people. They don't get enough credit. And they say, sir, you have to be able to see through it. You have to see who's on the other side. So that went my idea of plank, like from a parking garage. You can do 60 feet, 50 feet plank. But you just try and keep the graffiti off as much as possible, right? Because the graffiti begins in, which I hate. I hate to see it. But that's what I wanted to do. But we had meetings with them, and we actually had mountain climbers coming in and climbing different things, and they were able to get a plank easy, and they had a much harder time doing this. But they also they wanted steel on the outside. They wanted concrete, heavy-grade concrete on the inside. They wanted rebars inside the concrete. So you have 3 different substances for cutting. It's very hard to cut, very, very hard. So I did what they wanted. And then they wanted, the plate. Do you ever notice the plate on top? I wanted to leave it off. I don't like it visually. But that's called an anti-climb plate. It makes it much harder to climb the wall. And some of these people, gotta say, they are athletes. They climb a wall like there's nothing to it, and they have 200 pounds of drugs on their back. They're going up like, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. We had people show us things that I would say are pretty impressive. But that's an anti-climb bar, they call it. It's a very important element to stop people from climbing over the wall. So we did almost 500 miles of it, and then we were all getting prepared. We had it all bought, and we could have done another 200 miles because we needed more. We did what we said we were going to do, but then we could have done more, and we had it all bought, and we had the election was ended and rigged, by the way, and we didn't take over. And what they did, and this is the first time I realized they were serious because I thought they were playing games. I realized they didn't want to build security. They wanted to have an open border so that people can come in from other prisons, from prisons all over the world, from mental institutions and insane asylums all over the world. We have people coming in from all over the world, not just the 4 or 5 countries that we think of our neighbors as neighbors. We have people coming now from all over the world. We had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border, I believe, in the history of the world. I don't believe there's any third world country that has a border like we have. And I think the real number is going to be, when you really add it up, and I think if the numbers ever come out, I think they're going to have 15 million people by the end of this year would have come into this country under this lunatic regime of fascists and communists and everything else. So I think it's a terrible, terrible thing. But when we get in, we'll be able to stop it. We have Tom Homan. We have all of the greatest people. We have such great people. You know, if Biden went to the beach, you know, he goes to the beach all the time, right? You ever notice? Somebody's working him. He's got these consultants, and I think they think he looks good in a bathing suit. And he doesn't look good in a bathing suit. And somebody's giving him very, very bad advice. And when you look at it, and all he had to do is, if he went to the beach and didn't do anything, you would have the strongest border you've ever had right now. But they decided to get rid of, stay in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. Remain in Mexico. How good is that? And we had to do that with Mexico. You think that was easy? I went to the Mexican government. I said, we need a lot of people coming over in these caravans. I came up with that name, I think. Thousands and thousands of people heading up. But they knew, yeah, sit down, everybody. You have a couple of minutes, right? Sit down. Sit down. Whoever has a seat, whoever's lucky enough, otherwise I'm sorry. That's a little bigger crowd than we anticipated by about triple. But we had all of these people coming up, and I said to the Mexican government, remember, you know, the enemy, they say, he didn't get Mexico to pay for the wall. Like hell I didn't. I got Mexico to pay for 28,000 soldiers free of charge while we're building the wall. That was more money than paying for the wall. They were there for a long time, and they're not politically correct soldiers either. These are soldiers that, you know, and they stopped it. And anyway, so that was sort of interesting. The State Department, a woman that works at the State Department, a good woman. She's worked really covering Mexico, I think, for 20, 25 years. And I told her, I said, we're going to have to get Mexico to give us soldiers. Well, they won't do it. I said, yeah, they'll do it, and they're going to be free, too. Sir, they won't do that. And then I said, so remain in Mexico. I want the soldiers. We want catch and release ended. It's catch and release, but we release them in Mexico, not here. You know, catch and release is called, we catch them, we find out they're criminals, and then we release them into our country. We say, come back in about 5 years for the trial, okay? Nobody ever comes back. No smart one comes back. A couple of them came back, but not too smart. But nobody ever comes back. So we had to get rid of that. But we had to go to Mexico. And I said to the top representative right under the president, and the president, I like him a lot. He's a socialist, but I like him a lot. I can't have everything, right? And I said, we want 28,000 soldiers along our border because you're sending a lot of people over, and we want your soldiers to protect us, and we're not going to pay anything. And he laughed at me. No, we're not going to do that, sir. Oh, sir. I mean, what a stupid request. How you would not? And I said, you're going to do it. I mean, 100%. Well, what do you mean 100%? I said, no, 100% you're going to do it. No, we will not do that, sir. What's next? I said, next is remain in Mexico. People can't come into our country. They have to remain in Tijuana. They have to remain in. You have to see hundreds of thousands of people were backed up. Not in our country. They were remaining in Mexico. All of a sudden, Mexico got stronger on their borders, okay, because they didn't want this, because it was remain in Mexico. And he said, no, we can't do that. We couldn't do anything. And I said, here's the story. On Monday morning at 7 o'clock, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff on any car. You know, they took 32% of our car industry over the years, not during my years, by the way, but they took 32% of our car industry. So we're going to have any car, any product that's made in Mexico, when it comes across the border, we're charging you a 25% tariff. And I have the legislation right here. I'm going to sign it. I have the right to do that. And he said, you won't do that. I said, no, 100% I will, 100%. And I'm going to sign it right now. He said, sir, may I have 5 minutes? I'd like to call my country. He calls the country, he comes back. Sir, it would be a great honor to supply you with 28,000 soldiers free of charge. So I got 28,000. 28,000 soldiers. You know, 28, it's pretty good, right? Another little quick story. Should I tell you one other quick story? Yes? I mean, we're all having a good time. What the hell? I'm late for, as they say, the big venue. This is a big venue to me. This is a beautiful venue. This is our people. But we had another case where France was going to charge American companies a tremendous tax for the privilege of doing business in France. And I said, I can't take that. You're not going to do that. And I called in some of my great geniuses, and I said, you'd call them up and you tell them we're not doing it and negotiate it where they don't have to do it. They come back a week later. No, they've already pretty much done it. They passed legislation. They're going to charge American companies a very significant, very big tax. And that's bad for American companies. So I'm supposed to be guarding American companies and American jobs and everything else. So I say, go back. You have another day. Go back and get it ended. And they came back and they failed. They were unable to do Treasury. They just were not able to do it. And I said, I'll do it. And I called up Macron, who's a very nice guy. And I said, Mr. Macron, you remember me? Yes, I do. I do remember. His name is Emmanuel. I called up, I said, Emmanuel, listen, you're going to be charging our company significant money to do business in France. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. It has taken a long time for us to work. Oh, that's fine. I think it's wonderful. So here's a story. If you go into this, and if this thing takes effect on Monday, we're going to have something that's of equal effect. Every bottle of wine and champagne that you send into this country, we're going to put a tariff on for 100%. And he said to me, you cannot do that. That would be terrible. I said, no, what you're doing is terrible. So you can call me back within 5 minutes, but I've already signed it. On Monday morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, every bottle of wine and every bottle of champagne gets taxed at 100%. And we're going to make a hell of a lot more money than you're going to make with your tax. He calls me back 5 minutes later. He says, we have decided to drop the tax on American companies. And there's so much. I mean, I could tell you these stories all day long. I could tell you all day long. So we fully rebuilt the military. We have now peace through strength. You would have never had Ukraine and Russia. Russia would never, even the Democrats admit that. And I used to talk to Putin about it. I'd say, you can't do it. You know, it was the apple of his eye, I will tell you. That I knew. But I made it the unapple of his eye because I said, bad things are going to happen if you do that. And he didn't do it. He only started doing this after I was gone. All of a sudden, you see troops building up. Would have never done it, but we stood very proudly with our friend and ally, the state of Israel, kept to my promise, recognized Israel's eternal capital, and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. And not only did we have it designated as the capital, we got it built. I got it built. I took over a building. You all heard that story. I took over a building. They were going to spend $2 billion building a ridiculous building. They didn't even have the location. They had a plan without a location, which never works very well for architecture and architects. But I said, do we have a site? And they came back sir, we do. We have many sites in Jerusalem. I said, any of them with a building on it that we could convert? Yeah, we have one that's fantastic. The best site had a building on it. It was a closed building, but it was structurally very strong, very sound. And they got back to me and they said, my people, they said, we can do it for $400,000, sir. I said, first time I've ever done this in my life. I said, you know, honestly, that sounds too cheap. Sounds too cheap. I said, let's make it a little more, because that's crazy. So it was $2 billion. We got it down to $400,000. We ended up building it. I said, make it $5 million, and we made it $5 million. We built it for $500,000. A friend of mine is in an office building in New York, very rich guy, very successful guy. And every time I walk into his office, he talks about Jerusalem stone. He goes, look at the stone. It's so beautiful. I say, if I hear it again, now all of a sudden I'm in Jerusalem, right? So I say to my people, there's a very expensive stone. It's called Jerusalem stone. People are very impressed by it. It's a beautiful beige stone like sand. Can we use it? Is it expensive? Sir, you're in Jerusalem. We can get it for nothing. I said, let's use it. So we did the whole building in Jerusalem stone, and it's beautiful. We got it built. So not only did we get it designated, but we got it built, and I recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. That was a big thing. They've been trying to get it done for years. And best of all, I got the Iran nuclear deal terminated, but unfortunately this administration did not take advantage of it. They didn't take advantage of it, and bad things are happening. They're building away a nuclear weapon. This would have never happened. We would have had a deal within 2 weeks after the election. We would have had a deal with Iran, and everybody would have been happy. So with your vote in January, I'll fight like no one else, and it's very important. It's so important, and so important that you are first, because I believe in this state very much, and I believe in the people. I have so many friends here. We'll totally obliterate the deep state. We have a deep state. It was really deep. We got rid of Comey. We got rid of a lot of people, but it was deeper than anyone thought. And then we had the COVID, the dust from China. China virus came in. We did a great job with that. The stock market, when we turned it over, the stock market was actually higher than it was just prior to COVID or China virus coming in. So we did an amazing job in so many ways. We haven't been getting the kind of love on that one. We get a lot of love on the economy and a lot of things, but they never gave us one of the big things. And it was incredible. Don't forget, when that came in at a level that was nobody knew what the hell was happening. Thousands of people were dying in China. That's all they knew. And they knew something bad was going on, but nobody knew exactly what it was. We did a great job on that with the ventilators and all of the therapeutics and Regeneron and all of the things we did, the robes, everything. We did things that nobody thought could be done in a very short, and we supplied the states with all that stuff because the states were all empty. I said their cupboards were bare, but we did that, and we did, so many other things. We rebuilt our military. We did so much, so fast that nobody's seen it. And some people say it was the most successful 4 years and one of the most successful presidencies by far ever. So, yeah. And one other thing for you, I'll tell you, I will ban the critical race theory and far left gender ideology from our school. And you've been hearing me say this. I will keep men out of women's sports, if that's okay. Because how ridiculous is that, right? Who would even think, I mean, you go back 10 or 15 years, if you ever said a thing, people would say, why were you saying that? How crazy is it? And they actually tried, 2 weeks ago they had a weightlifting contest, and the weights were set for, I think it was 18 years. Women are trying to break it, and they put like a quarter of an ounce on each end of Wesley's a strong guy, he could do this, but they put like a quarter of an ounce on. The women are trying to, this guy comes along and breaks the record, I think by 46% or something like that. He walks up, and he was a weightlifter, not a successful one. As a man, he wasn't as successful, but he was a weightlifter. And he came in and he shattered the record. It's ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculous. The swimmers, you got to see these new times that are being established. And I tell the story. The woman looks left. She looks right. She recognizes, and then she looks at this person that's like a giant. And she's saying, oh, with a wingspan bigger than Wilt the Still Chamberlain. Does anybody know Wilt the Still? And I always say, and we say it jokingly, of course, but she suffered grave injuries, windburn, because he went by her so fast that she's still suffering massive windburn. No, the whole thing is ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. But I would be the greatest coach. If I were a coach, if I had that ambition to be a basketball coach, let's say, I'd go, I'm not a fan of LeBron James, frankly, but I'd go out, I'd get him. I'd say, LeBron, would you like to be a woman? And I'd get a few other guys. I'd say, would you like to be a woman, anybody? I'm going to establish a team. We would go undefeated for many, many years. Can you imagine that? But the great silent majority is rising like never before. And under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. I used to say that in 2016, and then I didn't have to say it. Another thing I didn't have to say, I used to talk about the border. We had a very bad border in 2016 when I was running. Border was a big part of the election. And in 2020, I couldn't talk about it because it was a solved problem. I used to say, we solved the border. And, people have short memories. I'd say, we solved the border problem, and people didn't even remember they had a problem. So I couldn't even talk about it. But in 2016, it was probably the biggest thing. I used to talk about it all the time, build the wall, all the things that I did, that I ended up doing. And we solved the border problem. So in 2020, I didn't have that. Who would think that now it's possibly the number one problem we have? I mean, when you look at our cities being overrun and everything else. So we'll get it solved very quickly, and we'll get a lot of people, we'll get these people out. Because this is not sustainable by any country. No country could do it. No country is that rich. It's just not sustainable. With your help, your love, and your vote, we will make America first. It's about America first. I mean, these people want China first. They want other countries first, Ukraine first. They want all this stuff. We give every time somebody comes over from Ukraine, they walk out with $25 billion. And we want to help Ukraine. But, you know, Europe right now is up to $25 billion, and we're up to $200 billion. Now, one thing we all know is that it affects Europe a hell of a lot more than it affects us. So why are they not going with equalization? So they have to equalize. Let them put up. You know, Europe's about the same size as us if you add it all up. You add all the countries up, it's got about the same economy as we have. So they have a lot of money, Europe, but they don't pay the money because we have stupid people running our country. Very stupid people. You know, so... But remember, none of this can happen, none of what we're talking about. We're going to make our country so good. We're going to make it better than it was before. And we've learned, and I've learned. I also know everybody now in Washington. When I got there, the rhinos are recommending people, all this. We know so many people that I know the good ones. I know the dumb ones, the smart. I know more people. I know the tough ones, the great ones. I know the people, I know the rhinos. I got to know the rhinos. They're, I think, a dying breed, but I got to know a lot of rhinos. You know what that is, right? Republican in name only. That's true. But we got plenty of them, but there are fewer than there were. But you got to show up on Monday, January 15th. Defeating crooked Joe Biden is imperative because this country can't, I don't know if it can take another year. You want to know the truth? Okay, you know, we still have a year. I don't know that it takes another year, but we have no choice in that. So go to ia.donaldjtrump, and sign up to help us organize what I will call the Victory for the Ages. This is going to be a victory for the ages. This is going to be bigger. You know, I used to talk about 2016, that 2016 is the biggest election of our lifetime, and I meant it 100%. Didn't say it in 2020 because we had a great thing going. We had a problem with COVID, but we had a great thing going. We had strong borders, nobody coming into it, very few people. Drugs were down to an all-time low. People coming in were down to an all-time low, and only getting better. If they left it alone, it would have been a beautiful thing, but they didn't do that. But we are going to make this country stronger and better and more beautiful than ever before. Not just get it back, we're going to make it better than ever before, but we have to win this election. So I just really appreciate everybody in this room. You've been my friends right from the beginning, most of you from, and I recognize so many like you. I recognize so many. But we have to go out and we still have to win something. You know, we have a lot of great people watching. It's going to be very hard for them to cheat. They always cheat. That's what they do, is they cheat. That's the only thing they're good at. They're no good at policy. They're no good at borders. Think of it. Who wants an open border? Who wants high taxes? Who wants high interest rates? Who wants not to be able to buy a home? Who wants education that's a disaster? We're going to close the Department of Education, move it back to the states, by the way. All right? So I really appreciate you being here, and you are such a special group of people. We just wanted to make this stop, but you're the people that are going to really make it work. And we have phenomenal leadership with Alex and everybody else here. I just hope I hope we have a victory, because if we don't have a victory, I really think this country I think it's finished. It's finished. I really think it's finished. That's how bad it is. That's how bad it is. You know, these leaders of other nations, China is very powerful. They're all very powerful, especially now with the weaponry. If you don't have the right leader, if you don't have smart leaders, your country's doomed. What they're allowing, like the speech he made yesterday, where he takes a vast sum of power in terms of a weapon and says he's terminated all of it. And then he's sad to say that the other countries haven't followed. Of course they haven't followed. Why? Because they're smart. Why would they follow? They want something for it. They want to do something. They want to get you to do it. You do it together, or you do it where they do it first. When you look at Afghanistan and that horrible withdrawal, the most embarrassing day in the life and the history of our country, the most stupid thing I've ever seen, where the soldiers are taken out first and everybody's stuck there and we lost soldiers, and we have, to this day, many Americans probably living in hell right now. And we left back 85, I rebuilt the entire military. We left back $85 billion worth of equipment. I believe it was the most embarrassing day. Do you know that Afghanistan's one of the biggest arms dealers in the world right now? They're selling the stuff that we left for them. 70,000 trucks, 700,000 guns and rifles, 700,000. How we ever had so many in the first place is so crazy. But we're going to make our country greater than ever before. Thank you very much. We'll take a couple of quick questions, and then I'll shake a few hands. Question, ma'am, go ahead. Hello.
Hi, welcome, President Trump.
Thank you.
Okay, so you kind of already answered my question a little bit, but my question was, when you become president again, what would the first thing you'll do to fix our current school system and even our current military that's only focusing on teaching woke gender ideology over learning the basics of life and history and protecting us?
So a good question, though. Some of it partially answered, but not all. With the military, we're ending woke immediately. I ended woke totally. And then in their first week, they reestablished it. It's crazy. They pay instructors hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. It literally, they want our military to be woke. And it's just not going to happen. You read in Hawaii where they had the horrible fire where they have people going there. And before they bring them on board, they have to study woke for a week. Can you believe this? In other words, everyone's wanting to get back to their home, finding the bodies. It was such a tragedy. You don't read about it too much anymore, but hell is going on over there. And they want to give them classes in essentially wokeness. Can you believe? So, you've seen it. Well, we'll end that very quickly. We will, with the school, I think the schools are very important. We're going to bring our education department back. Now, if you look at our education, we pay more per pupil than any country in the world by 3 times. And yet we're at the bottom of the list. We have a very bad. If a place like Iowa, as an example, if you could run your own and we give you just a percentage of the money, because you wouldn't need nearly the money that they waste in Washington. Number one, you love your students. You want your students. You know your students. The parents will be involved. That's the other thing. We're going to let the parents, because some of these school boards have become tyrannical. They've been horrible. But we're going to bring that back, and that's going to answer your question, because I think that we can have one of the best school systems in the world. Right now we have one of the worst. They basically rate 40 countries, and we're always at close to the bottom of the list, sometimes the bottom of the list, and spending more money than anybody else. So we're going to take care of all of your needs very quickly, and I think it's going to happen very quickly. And one of the things we're doing, closing the border day one and starting drilling for oil. Okay? We're going to drill, baby, drill. Right? Okay, do you have one over here? Yes, please.
Welcome to Iowa, President Trump.
Thank you very much.
Here's my question. I felt that the 2020 election was fraudulent. So what measures are being taken by the RNC to make sure that that doesn't happen again?
Okay, well, you're not the only one, because if you look at polls, many, many people, big percentage of the country felt it was, they used COVID to cheat, but they would have cheated anyway. Many precautions, many law firms have been hired, a lot of work has been done, and beyond RNC, I wasn't very thrilled with them, obviously. I was always told, you go out, you campaign. I left here early in the morning, and you go home, and you think you've done great. I actually made 7 rallies on the last day or two. 7. I don't know anybody's going to do 7 rallies, and they're big rallies, and they were full-scale rallies. And I left, and I said, we're going to win. And at 10 o'clock in the evening, I looked at the numbers, and it was over. We were doing so well. Pennsylvania, all these states were doing so well. Then all of a sudden, they made adjustments and all this crap, and it was a horrible thing. So they were able to do things with COVID. Oh, we can't go vote. We can't this. We can't that. Mail-in voting. We have a lot of great people involved. That's more than anything else. I say, I don't want help in getting the vote. I only want help. It used to be called election day. Now it's called election period, because some of these things last for like 2 months, right? I said, that's all I want. I want people to work, because we went back and we did great. And then the vote comes in, and then it was looking great, and then all of a sudden this horrible thing happened. And by the way, it's all down. People know it. We had judges that didn't want to get involved. They were afraid. Everybody was afraid. They were afraid of the subject. It's a disgrace. What happened to our country is a total disgrace, okay? Disgrace. So And look at the result. I mean, look at the result. I mean, practically every problem that we talked about today wouldn't have happened. Ukraine wouldn't have happened. Inflation wouldn't have happened. I mean, so many of these things that we talk about today, we wouldn't even be thinking about. Look at the supply chain. Who ever heard of a supply chain where people can't deliver? You couldn't get baby food. You couldn't get anything. The only thing you could get is all the drugs you wanted. You could get drugs. You could get cocaine. I wonder whose cocaine that was, by the way, in the White House. What about that deal? Packages of cocaine. And they said, well, we don't know. No, we don't know. And then when they went for the fingerprint thing, you know, everybody's there, fingerprints all, it was wiped clean. Not one fingerprint. Not one fingerprint, which is impossible. You can go to any place in this room, there's fingerprints all over the place, especially those cubicles. So we're going to be working very hard. That's my number one thing, much more so than campaigning, actually, is that they don't cheat on the election, because they will try, and they'll be successful to an extent, but we're not going to let them steal this election, because this country is going to fail. I tell you, I don't think the people of this country will allow it to happen either, because this country is on a very thin edge right now. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I want to thank you, President, for all that you've done. And a question I want to ask you is, I'm telling you, no man can endure what you have endured. Do you realize that God is behind you and strengthening you? Do you realize that?
Well, I appreciate what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, too. It's been a terrible thing in so many ways. The only thing, the great gratitude I get, I'm looking at polls now where we're 50 points, 60 points up, you know, among all these people. And we're beating Biden in all these polls, and we're beating everybody. And we have had to endure. We endured a fake Russia thing for years. We endured all of this stuff, all fake. And think of how bad these people were. A guy like Adam Shifty Shifter, he's a real bad guy. I call him pencil neck. He's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. He's not going to be playing for your local teams, Iowa State. They're not going to be recruiting him to play football. But Adam Schiff, he makes up with Hillary and with the Democrats. They make up the Russia scam. He knows it's a scam. Think about how bad. I have sons and daughters. And, you know, we love our sons and daughters, right? And I watch him on television one day. So he knows it's a hoax. Russia. Turned out to be a total hoax. No collusion. There was no anything. So he knows it's a hoax right in the middle. And he goes out to the microphones after leaving a meeting, which is supposed to be very, quiet. Nobody's supposed to know what goes on in there. He goes out to the microphone. He goes, the president's son, Donald Trump Jr., will go to prison for what he's done. Now, he knows it's a hoax. Think of it. It's not like I'm reading and seeing, and I watch this guy telling me. I'm watching him saying that my son is going to prison. My son is going to prison. And I know that he had nothing to do. There was nothing. There was a whole thing was made up. It was a made-up story. You know why it was made up? It was an excuse why Hillary lost. They said, let's blame Russia. And it was supposed to be a one-day deal, but the fake news wouldn't let it be one day. And the fake news carried it and on and on and on. We have the same thing right now. It's going on still. Do you know that if I got indicted, but because the people know me so well, they know it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. They know that. And think of it. They say he questioned the election. Well, everybody in this room questioned the election. The Democrats questioned 2016. They were all standing up. They were forming cards. They were forming all sorts of things. And those are the same guys that say it's so corrupt. Washington's a corrupt place. But think of it. You're watching some guy on television, a high-ranking congressman, say that your son is going to prison, and he knows that it was a hoax. I mean, how bad do you have to be to do that? And then it gets, no collusion after 2.5 years. And then 2 weeks go by, and I had a little piece. I focused on China and other things. It's almost the easy subject, right? I focused on the easy things like China, Russia. And then they start with Ukraine. He made a phone call to Ukraine. It was a perfect phone call. That phone call turned out to be absolutely, nobody's ever seen anything. everything I said was right. About please study, if there's any corruption, please report it to the Attorney General of the United States. It turned out to be exactly right. A lot of people are saying right now they've got to undo even the theory of those indictments because those indictments were fake, just like everything else. So we have to get back to making our country great again. But you're right. Many people ask me that question. They say, how do you do it? And I do it because I feel real love and I feel real appreciation. And I do it because it's more important than anything else I could do. I could be living a very nice life in the most beautiful places all over the world. And here I am with you in Iowa, and I'd rather be here. I'd rather be here. So thank you very much. Very nice. Appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. President. My question for you is, what are you going to do to make future generations more successful than what we are right now?
Well, we have to save our country first. I really do. I mean, it's a great question in a way, but I think our country, we have almost 36 trillion in debt. We are probably, if this group keeps running, think of what's happened. We used to be allies with Saudi Arabia, a lot of money, a lot of everything, a lot of energy. We didn't need their energy. That was the beauty. But we were allies with all these different countries. Everyone's left us. Brazil is up with China now. Saudi Arabia is with China. Many of the Middle Eastern countries, a lot of oil, a lot of money, they're with China. We've lost the whole of South America is with China. This all happened over the last 2.5 years. It's unbelievable. We have no relation with all the money we waste on trying to bribe friendship. You know, we try and bribe our friendships. We're not with anybody. We don't have anybody. And Europe honestly takes advantage of us on trade and on NATO. They take total advantage of us. And, you know, you see that with Ukraine. We're trying to help them. And the problem is Biden got so far ahead of this thing that now, you know, they're saying, well, why should we have to put up money? The stupid Americans are putting it all up. You know, that's what happened. Europe is, we're 200 billion and they're 25 billion. And it's right at their doorstep. And we have an ocean in between us. It's much different. So the first thing, just to answer your question, we have to save our country. Okay? It's a sad answer, but it happens to be true. Okay, how about we do one more? We always have to end on a good one, okay? We have to end on a very good one.
Hi, President Trump.
Hi.
First of all, I just want to say that I love and respect you so much, and I want to thank you for being America's biggest fighter. So there's that. But I also, less of a policy-related question, I just want to know if you have any words of advice or encouragement for a lot of us young conservatives who are afraid to speak out, as you may know. I definitely know from being a student at Iowa, Hawkeye State, by the way.
Well, good.
And I just want to
Good
know,
school.
you know, especially with the caucus coming up, we need to get a lot more young people out there. So I'd just like to know if you have any thoughts on how we could be better patriots to get you
So,
back
okay,
in there.
it's so great that you asked that, and with such enthusiasm and everything. It's so great. So, remember this. There are far more of you than you think. You don't see them. You don't see them. I know people in Beverly Hills. I see them on television. We will stop Trump, but they go in and vote for me, you know? It's true. It's like you think it's woke. It's not. You look at the percentage of votes and everything else, if you can count on it, which you basically can't. But look, you just keep your thoughts and because you happen to be doing the right thing. There are many, many more of you than you understand. There are many more of you than there are of them, and a lot of them are you, because it's common sense. You know, they say, are you a conservative? Are you? Whether you're conservative, yeah, I'm conservative, but I'm really a person of common sense. We need a wall. We want low taxes. We want good education. We want to be able to build and buy houses. You know, nobody can buy houses anymore because the interest rates are so high. Remember when they were high? I was jawboning that guy. Get him down. You better get him down. They said you can't fire the head of the Federal Reserve, but he thought he was going to be fired. And, you know, you take a look at interest rates, what's happening right now. You just stay just the way you are. You shouldn't change at all. And just go out there. And people respect you, and they respect you more than you would ever think. And there's so many of you, okay? And you're going to a great school. Thank you all very much. So remember that. Get out and caucus and have a good time. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Don't you ever be sad.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success. And now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
I'm Matthew Alvarez here in Dubuque, Iowa. We're about 45 minutes north of where President Trump just took some time with the folks in southeast Iowa. He'll be here on the way. Brian Glenn, of course, riding along in that motorcade. You know, this 24/7 news cycle has cranked it up to a new level. Obviously, a lot going on right now, but the people here in Iowa and around the country, we're not losing hope. We are staying focused on the prize. The prize is, of course, to maintain faith, freedom, President Trump in office, and also the truth to be spread throughout this land and throughout the world. Of course, there are many lies out there, but there's only one truth, and that's what we're all about here at Right Side Broadcasting. Freedom of speech, the Constitution, the Holy Bible, and also standing for this great land. So let's take a live look right here in Dubuque, Iowa at this Grand River Center. Several thousand people filling this place right now, as you can see, all around the area. As we want to thank one of our sponsors, one of our great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting. Of course, that's Birch Gold. Vladimir Putin called the U.S. dollar's drop in dominance objective and irreversible. This is during the recent BRICS summit that happened in South Africa, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and of course, as well, South Africa. Now, formally, they agreed to use local currencies instead of the U.S. dollar. So it's the first shoe to fall as demand for the dollar weakens and the buying power of the dollar weakens as well. So that is why Birch Gold Group is busier than ever. Investors and savers are looking to harness the power of physical gold held in a tax-sheltered IRA. So all you got to do is text Trump to 989898 for your free info kit on gold. Now, with thousands of happy customers, an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and countless 5-star reviews, you can count on Birch Gold to help you navigate transitioning an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Now, as the U.S. dollar continues to receive pressure from foreign countries, digital currency and central banks, all you got to do is arm yourself with information on how to protect your savings. Text Trump to 989898 to claim that free info kit now. Once again, President Trump on the way to Dubuque, Iowa. These people were here since 10 this morning, maybe even earlier, waiting, chanting, "Let's go, Brandon," chanting USA and all that kind of thing. A number of fans here right now. I like you guys. Come on, you want to stand up real quick? I can ask you a couple questions on live TV. You want to stand up? You going to give it a shot? Let's see if these guys are going to do it. All right, there you go. Come on here. Stand right here, sir. Well, first of all, this shirt, "Let's go, Brandon," very cool shirt. Is this your first time seeing President Trump?
Second time.
All right. When was the first time?
Here in Dubuque at the airport.
So I can guarantee you talk about President Trump and the country to your friends and family. What are the things that you guys talk about?
He's the man, plain and simple. So he's put America first, and he's made my paycheck bigger. So,
any concerns you have moving forward right now with the way our country is and what some of the globalists are trying to do out there in the world?
We just need God. At this point, we need God. That's what it is. So I hope they find it and we get to 2024. So,
amen. All right, thanks, man.
Thank you.
All right, let's send it over to the stage for Matt Whitaker right now here in Dubuque, Iowa. President Trump on his way for yet his second speech of the day. Thanks for joining us. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Hello, Dubuque. I just asked for that. Music. Little AC/DC, Back in Black. So I'm back up here. Donald Trump's on his way. He's excited. He's heard that this crowd is huge and ready to see him. So we have 117 days until the Iowa caucuses on January 15th. Do you know how I know that? Because I went to the microsite ia.donaldjtrump.com. So ia.donaldjtrump.com. And on that microsite, there's a great caucus countdown. We have Iowa-specific Trump administration achievements. I haven't checked it to see if the acting attorney general is listed as one of those achievements, but that is a Iowa achievement, no doubt. There's a special video message from our beloved President Donald Trump. And also, every dollar you donate through ia.donaldjtrump.com stays in Iowa for the caucus efforts. Now, we're going to have over 200 caucus trainings throughout the state of Iowa in the next 117 days. Do the math there. But that being said, I want you to go to that website, and I'll say it one more time, say it with me, ia.donaldjtrump.com, and I want you to sign up to be one of our caucus captains. And with it being a caucus captain, that means you're going to help us organize your precinct caucus. So with a show of hands, how many people have caucused in Iowa before? You know, thank you for doing that. I went to my first caucus in 1988 when I was a senior in high school at Ankeny. I got extra credit in government class, and I got elected to be a county delegate to my county convention. And I'm just telling you, those of you that have caucused, it is an amazing exercise of our right to free assembly under the Constitution and our involvement in politics. And it's with this two-tiered system of justice that's being threatened. And so I want you to show up and caucus proudly for Donald J. Trump. So in the next few minutes before the president gets here, pull out your phones one more time, including your flip phones if you can, and go to that microsite, ia.donaldjtrump.com. Sign up to be one of our caucus captains and help us set the record for the most caucus votes in Iowa history for Donald J. Trump. God bless you.
Caucus that will be in January 15th of next year. So once again, for those of you residing in the Hawkeye State, Here's how you can help President Trump win Iowa. The most important thing Trump supporters can do now here in Iowa to help him win the Iowa caucus is to volunteer once again as a Trump caucus captain. Trump caucus captains volunteer on behalf of President Trump and encourage other Trump supporters to go out and caucus for the president. Now, caucus captains receive training from Team Trump Iowa staff. Caucus trainings are being held across the state of this state, Iowa, from now until January 15th. Caucus captains also speak on behalf of President Trump at their caucus location to help sway undecided caucus goers. Once again, that website that you heard from Matt Whitaker right there is ia.donaldjtrump.com. That's ia.donaldjtrump.com. There were a number of articles that I've been looking at over the past week. And one of the great articles that President Trump put on his Truth Social was from our colleague Summer Lane at RSBN. That headline reads, "The Great Washington of Our Time. Trump is leading America to the biggest victory for freedom in 240 years." Isn't that the truth? Speaking of a couple hundred years, part of President Trump's Agenda 47 is a great celebration of our country's existence. 3 years from now, right here in Iowa, the president will hold a 250th birthday for our country's founding, of course, 1776 to 2026. If and when, and we believe, and we're hoping for the president, of course, to be in the White House. What a day that will be, our nation's 250th birthday. Now, some Iowa agriculture facts for you. Iowa has more than 86,000 farms with an average size of 355 acres. Iowa is also the birthplace of the John Deere tractor, of course, and also more than 22 million acres of farmland in this great state, the Hawkeye State. If you remember, President Trump in Iowa just recently at the Iowa State Iowa game, and you saw the way he walked in and saw the crowd saw him, and there's so many people that were in support of the president, chanting, cheering, and then interestingly enough, the mainstream media, they use one photo of a gesture towards the president, and then you see that on the Drudge Report, showing that that's the reception that the president received at the Iowa State Cyclones game, which, as we all know, was not true. That's not what happened. I mean, maybe one person that is a bit brainwashed and needs to get on the right side of things, but thousands of people there at Iowa State, of course, on fire for President Trump. And he'll be here in Dubuque in about an hour from now. It's about 45 minutes south of our location where the president was speaking. So let's take a live look right here at this event center. If we can, to our left and our right of the camera, it's actually a standing room only crowd. Right here in front of me here at the Media Riser, you can't see people standing here because they're just not allowed. The security wants them to have this area clear. We also want to talk to you about one of our great sponsors, and one of them are our good friends at Salute Styles. They're giving away Wanted for President t-shirts as a welcome bonus to join their Trump t-shirt club. It's a great t-shirt that you can wear proudly, and also a great gift that you can give to anyone to gift to a Trump supporter. Last time these shirts sold out in 3 hours after announcing it, so we don't know how long this deal will be over, so visit patriotshirtclub.com and claim yours today. These t-shirts are printed and shipped from New York, so you'll be supporting a patriotic business by claiming your shirt at patriotshirtclub.com. Select your size and get that t-shirt today. Once again, Birch Gold, a great sponsor with us. We've been talking as well about the Wellness Company and Salute Styles. Now, that Iowa caucus information is great because, the 2024 Iowa Republican caucus is scheduled for Monday, January 15th at 7 o'clock. And since the 1970s, Iowa has been the first state in the nation to cast a vote for the nominee for President of the United States. The Presidential Caucus, it's a series of meetings that occur at the same time in every voting precinct in the state of Iowa. During these meetings, Republicans cast a vote for their preferred candidate for president and conduct other party business. So, once again, that website that you can go to if you want to help, if you live in the state of Iowa, is ia.donaldjtrump.com, ia.donaldjtrump.com. tvOS.com. As I mentioned at the top of the broadcast here in Dubuque, there's a lot going on nationally and internationally. The 24/7 news cycle, it's kicked into a high gear. Again, we're not losing focus of what is really at stake. As we know that the truth sets us free, there's only one truth, of course, but there are many lies. So this is all about an information war, the narrative, swaying public opinion that the left likes to try and do. But people have woken up and are waking up, not in the woke ideology, but in the sense of being aware of what's going on and not falling for the same old talking points on the left. And when you watch, if you watch any kind of cable news or look at any of the articles online, obviously a large percentage of them are spewing lies and deceit and are not true. This is something that, for 20 years, I was working in local news media, and not all of it was being spoken in the sense of false and lies. But when it comes to politics and when it comes to pushing agendas that are anti-God, anti-Constitution, anti-freedom, you can definitely tell after a while that this whole media, legacy media, has been just anti the truth. And so it's great to see conservative media stepping up in a way that we've never seen before. And that's thanks largely in part to President Donald J. Trump for pulling back the veil there and showing everyone, hey, this is what's going on here. Who knew the swamp was that deep? Now, once again, here in Iowa, part of President Trump's Agenda 47 will be that great celebration of our country's existence. 3 years from now, right here in Iowa, the president will hold a 250th birthday for our country's founding, 1776 to 2026. That's going to be great, a 250th birthday party for this nation. It will be wonderful to see our country go to that level. As I was mentioning earlier, you can't go wrong with God, family, and freedom. I believe now is the time to pray, to encourage one another. I mean, as Mike Lindell says, courage is contagious. We know this is good versus evil. It's not business as usual. You're not getting the wool pulled over your eyes any longer. And the more aware and informed you are, the better off you'll be as we navigate to our goals, which again are faith and freedom across this land. And I'm going to go back down into the crowd here in a second. We're going to switch mics, and I'm going to walk down. And as we get that set up, I want to hear from some patriots here in Dubuque, Iowa. I mean, it's all about, of course, we the people. So that's what I believe Right Side Broadcasting is about, right? We are the people as well. We're citizens just like you. We thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting. Why don't you share the link to a number of people while we wait to see the president speak once again today. He spoke earlier about 45 minutes south of this location to a very crowded area. And once again, that'll happen here in Dubuque, Iowa. We're just 2 minutes away, literally, from the Mississippi River. My camera guy and I, Miles, we actually checked it out just a couple hours ago. Never saw the Mississippi. Kind of cool to see that. It's a nice town here in Dubuque. And we're going to switch over mics, and we're going to head down into the crowd. And we are back live here. We're going to walk down off the media riser and talk to a few of the folks here. It's wonderful to hear some of the stories from people. I mean, they show up here at 9 in the morning, just for the president. And I'm going to walk around this media area right now and chat with a few people. They were chanting, let's go Brandon, USA before. But, it's interesting when you really sit down with some of these people and talk with them. They share these stories that are concerning. They're concerned about the country right now, and they want to, see the president get back into office and get our freedom restored. Heading through the crowd right now, just working my way through to the front here so I can interview some people live on Right Side Broadcasting. Live TV is interesting. Sometimes you just got to move and go and walk, and it's a little bit more fun than kind of, being stationary. A lot of times, excuse me, guys. Being a correspondent on national TV, it's very put together, right? It's always, everything's so fine and and perfect, and it looks great. But you know what? It's interestingly enough, they look good, they sound good, whatever, but the words that are coming out of their mouths are not the truth, right? I was watching Morning Joe on MSNBC, MSDNC, of course, the other day, and these guys, they're like, oh my gosh, President Trump did this with a document. Well, he's got the Presidential Records Act. He's allowed to have documents just like any other president has in the past. You know, they just try and milk this false narrative for all of the people to be like, oh my gosh, President Trump's such a bad guy. Like, we know he's not a bad guy. Look what he's been doing for the country. He's still the leader of the free world. And that's what we're seeing with his Agenda 47 coming out and talking about a number of policies. Immigration, one of them, of course, with the southern border right now. As many of you have been seeing, how about that video of all of the illegal migrants on the trains and on the boats and through the Darien Gap in Panama and Colombia crossing? You've seen some great reporting in conservative media because we're just showing the truth of what's going on. And we want the American people to know and the world to know that, hey, you know, we see it now. You know, CNN and Fox, I didn't mean to say Fox. I usually try and not say their name because there are a number of people at Fox that I believe are patriots. There are a few, but not many anymore because Rupert Murdoch, as we know, a globalist doing terrible things with the New York Post, the Wall Street Journal, and Fox News Channel, which we thought used to be a conservative thing, a good thing. Well, as we know now, he's against the truth, against America First, and for the globalist agenda. So I actually worked for News Corporation at a Fox affiliate, and it was a Fox O&O, so a Fox-owned and operated station, and that was Rupert Murdoch-owned News Corp. Well, thank God in heaven that I'm out of that junk, and I'm over here on the conservative media side, reporting and talking with you, and also talking with the people here in Dubuque, Iowa. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow, it's on Truth Social. Also, follow RSBN at RSBN. And why don't we take a live look again here at the stage and a number of people as I mosey into the crowd. We'll see if we can talk to a few people and hear what they have to say about President Trump and also the way our country is trying to navigate these storms right now. And hello. Hi. My name's Matt. What's your name?
Haley.
Haley, nice to meet you. Where are you from?
Anamosa, Iowa.
Awesome. Have you seen President Trump speak before?
No, this would be the first.
All right. And ma'am, you want to stand up too? Come on. Come on. It's funny. It's like that one, a little bit of hesitation, and then here we are. But I like that shirt. He'll be back, Trump 2024. Do you believe that? I mean, how in the world is that going to happen?
I don't. I just think that he's the best person to be president again.
And your thoughts too. I mean, you think that President Trump did a great job in 2016 to 2020?
Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah.
Can you tell us why you're voting for him in 2024?
This is just... I think he just does a really good job, and we're excited to see him be the next president.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Very cool shirts there. All right, let's keep walking together. Let's see what we can get. Hi, guys. You want to stand up real quick? I mean, obviously, you know, when you do interviews, sometimes you do the pre-screening and pre-planning, but that's all right. This is live, and that's what is awesome about Right Side, right? You can see the crowds, see the live momentum, see the live moments, and we're joined right now by, what's your name, sir?
David Simpson.
David, and
Dawn Simpson.
Are you guys, if you want to shift over a little bit, you guys from Iowa?
Yeah.
From Dubuque.
Right
Dubuque,
here.
awesome. Tell us about Dubuque. I mean, how many Patriots are in Dubuque?
Quite a few.
He's like everyone, pretty much. Yeah. It's a big difference than from a big city.
Awesome. And first time seeing the president?
Yes.
What are some of the issues you want him to work on if he gets back in the White House, which we hope he does?
The only issue I have with him was the vaccine being warp speed. I feel they should have worked on it for years before they give the country a vaccine.
Right, and I was listening to President Trump's interview the other day, and he spoke about that, and he was saying, you know, nobody knew at that time really what was going on. He was hearing things from other people and that. Right. But I know moving forward, what we're looking for in this country is freedom and the Constitution and that kind of thing. Yep. So what are your final thoughts about that?
It's a big deal that the border will be secure again.
Okay, thank you guys so much. Why don't we take a live listen to the crowd here chanting USA? All right, so we're going to have to get a little closer with the microphone. I'm hearing that the audio isn't the greatest. Once again, my name is Matthew Alvarez. We've got a number of people over here. Let me see if I can get somebody to walk over here. I got to see if security will allow it. All right, so security doesn't usually allow people in this area, but he said it's okay. All right, here we go. Hello.
RSBN. Hello, everybody on RSBN. I'm definitely on my True Social app right now and looking at you guys and enjoying all that we're being able to experience today. This is my first Trump rally. I've been watching Trump for many years, ever since his Russia days and Ukraine and the taxes. And I said, we've been through hell in America and we've been watching it and it's all nothing. And here we are in another war with these stinking demons in power, and we're waiting for Trump to come back again. And I mean, he's our only hope for America right now with this open border. It's completely destroying our country. And I'm going to fight to the very end on this. I'm sick to think that, you know, the powers that be right now that have cheated their way in, and I've seen too much to know. True the Vote with Catherine Engelbrecht and all them. They have been standing up. Greg Phillips, too, you know, giving it to us through Mike Lindell. What a stinking hero. Risked his whole country for America. Who would do that besides Donald Trump, of course? He's the man.
And a shout out for Steve Stern and PrecinctStrategy.com as well. Mike Lindell was actually on one of their Zooms just the other day. I was on there, about 300 people, talking about exactly these points. Greg Phillips, Catherine Engelbrecht, these are great people doing great things. Now, you're a patriot that is on Truth Social. Tell us your thoughts about having Truth Social, just having that as social media, and also Right Side Broadcasting, following us on there. Just how does that inform your day?
I feel like there's so much going on right now in the world that, you know, with the media, I feel like I'm finally getting the truth, because I know now mainstream media has been lying to us for decades. So I feel, you know, with all of the election fraud, that was one of the biggest wake-ups for us. These people that we've got now, you can see they're not for America at all. So I feel like with True Social and, you know, RSBN, I'm getting the news, and I look forward to it every day on that.
That's awesome. What would you say to people that are watching right now that are discouraged, watching what's going on in the country and hoping for the best but preparing for the worst?
Well, you know, I think about building the wall. You know, Trump did such a great deal with that. And with Biden shutting that down, I mean, you're bringing in all these people from all over the world, which we don't know who they are. And I said that really frightens Americans right now. That's probably almost our biggest fear, because we know a lot of people that are coming in are not for America and they don't assimilate to our ways. And so we've got people in Congress and all that are not for America, and that frightens me, probably just in the judicial.
What are you going to do to help President Trump get back in office? As you, as a citizen of this great country, what are the things you're going to do?
I'm definitely going to be doing some caucusing and some stuff with some people that I know that are with the Republican Party and in Dubuque here. And, of course, we're definitely going to be out there. I'm going to tell them all the great things that President Trump did. So I've got a nice little list on my phone that all the great things he did while he was president, all the while fighting the deep state.
Right.
I mean, he just nailed it out there. Nobody else could have done that. Nobody.
Well, it's great strength that this guy has, huh?
Yeah, day after day. And he still isn't giving up. He could have went back to his little cushy lifestyle and played golf till his sunset years, but no. He knows who the deep state is. And we never really understood that, you know, and he didn't either, as well as he got a real big taste for that.
Right, and so that's my next question is, when did you first learn about this whole thing with this deep state and this swamp? I mean, we heard about it from President Trump saying the swamp, right? But did you know deep state globalists and that there's this group of people, and this is not conspiracy theory, this is facts. They're trying, I believe, to take down the country, bring communism to this nation, a technocratic government, et cetera, et cetera.
Absolutely. I mean, 100% on that fact, because we see it now every day in politics. It's not for America. and now shutting down all the pipelines and all the oil refineries burning down. And now they shut the pipelines down in Alaska. Now New Mexico, give me a break. I said, they want this Green Deal, and Trump's not having any of that. I'm all for electric vehicle if you're going to putz around town. But we want to travel, and we want to see the country that we live in. And it's our country. It's not these people that think they can just run everything.
Right. And peace through strength.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No new wars. These endless wars that all these past presidents have been lobbing, missiles and everything all over the place for decades. And yet to stir things up, and it's all about that military-industrial complex. I mean, I never knew anything about that until I read Alex Jones's great book that he put out, and he's taken the hits for us too. He's another patriot, and there's so many. Steve Bannon, of course, is a champion too, and he's out there every day hammering it, giving us the news, and I trust that. I turned off TV a long time ago. I could see their agenda they were pushing, and even this great city of Dubuque, I said, there's a lot of issues here. I mean, they're trying to turn this place blue. They brought everybody in from all over the place that, doesn't respect the values of Dubuque, and they're trying to turn it blue here.
And that's exactly right. I mean, that's a big thing I was going to talk about as well. Trusting, relying on, counting on authentic, true journalism in a new age of conservative media. That's what's happening. You're right in the forefront of it, aren't you?
Absolutely. I haven't turned on television in a long time. Like I say, I could see the agenda they were pushing out, and I didn't want any part of that. I'm a good Christian girl, and I mean, that's important to me. I don't want to see all that other stuff that you're trying to push down our children's throat on top of it. We can't have Mr. Potato Head, but we can have all this transgender stuff pushed out to our children. Give me a break.
Yeah, trying to tear up the moral fabric of the nation.
Absolutely, absolutely. I've been married 30 years, and that's really important to me. And I said they've been destroying our families for decades with this filth that they've been pushing out through not only music, movies, and it's all stuff that we never realized, actually, that the government's actually got a hand in all that stuff, trying to erode the moral fabric.
Big tech, all that.
Big tech, they own it. They've, Zuckerberg and Bill Gates and all these guys, they've been tearing up America for a long time. They're not for America, not at all. And send them somewhere else, or I got a better place, Gitmo.
30 years married. I was married 3 months ago, so got a nice journey ahead of me. And is this your man here? No. Who's he?
We just became friends.
Yes.
And I want to say this. I want to thank you, Right Side Broadcasting, for broadcasting the truth. And we are grateful for that. My wife's watching this right now, so hi, honey.
Right up there if you want to take a look.
Hey, honey. All right, thank you very much.
You so much.
What's
sir.
your name?
My name's Matthew Alvarez. What's yours?
Bob Cook.
Bob, nice to meet you. And what's your name?
Matthew. Share a name scam.
Awesome. If you want to follow us through socials, Matthew Alvarez. All right. Great interview right there, talking with a person that is a patriot that's like really in tune. It's always interesting when you talk to someone that's super awake and aware of what's going on in the country. Let's take another live look real quick here in Dubuque, Iowa, as we await President Donald J. Trump to show up here. A 45-minute drive from the southeast part of the state to Dubuque, and a packed house. I mean, it is literally standing room only. Why don't we, Miles, hold on one second. All right, let's take a live look, though, at the crowd a little bit. It's all right if we have camera people in the way or whatever. We'll do a little pan of the crowd as I walk back up to the media riser. And what I wanted to share with you is the letters to Trump. You remember that book? I was actually looking at it at Barnes & Noble the other day, and he actually wrote a letter to the American people. Actually, I'm with the American people right now. Let's get some USA chants. Well, there you go. That was fun. All right, so getting back to my point here. So President Trump, at the end of his book there, wrote an actual letter to the American people as well. I'm going to read it here in a second as I make my way back up to the media riser. He said, freedom and our country itself are under attack. Do not fear, however. We will together make our beautiful USA bigger, better, stronger, and more prosperous than it ever has been before. Do not lose faith. Do not lose hope. America will be back, and it will be a beautiful thing to behold. Love, Donald J. Trump. What an awesome letter. It was so cool looking at that book, Letters to Trump. If you haven't got it, it's a great read, great find, because at the end of the day, you see all these letters from these heads of state, these celebrities, these people that are, famous, that all of us, you hear from Oprah or you hear from whoever, these letters to the president about how great he is, and, they want to, hang out again or play golf and all that. They all loved President Trump because he's a fun guy. That's why, the country loves him, not only because he's a cool and fun person, he's kicking some serious you-know-what when it comes to revealing the truth in this great land. So that letter at the end of it there was quite awesome to read. After you read all these letters from heads of state and others to President Trump, for him to write that note, I took a screenshot of it. I hope he's not, or the book people aren't too mad at this, but that's the letter that he has in the back of that book. Quite awesome to see him write one right back to us. I was looking at the USA Today at the hotel earlier, and it showed Biden at the UN talking about, we need to still give money to Ukraine and that kind of thing. And it was really interesting to see Biden speaking there in front of all of these nation representatives, and to know that Mr. Biden, I don't even want to call him President Biden, Mr. Biden, is speaking there like he has any kind of authority. I mean, it's been the weakest stuff that he's been doing around our country. I'm sure he is enjoying the fact that a dollar could be devalued, that the borders can be open. He doesn't even go and see Eric Adams in New York City, who's, I know a Democrat, but still speaking up about the migrant crisis there, saying that the city, will continue to go down if there's nothing that's going to be done about the migrant crisis, just in New York City alone, let alone all of you that are watching in Texas. Hello to Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, San Diego, California, all of you guys right there on the border, New Mexico, of course. You guys obviously want to see a wall be built and strengthened in the sense of securing our nation, so we don't have an influx of what's happening right now. Do it the legal way, right? Not the illegal way. So we're believing for that to also take form and shape in a 47th presidency for Donald J. Trump. Now, I know we talk a lot about President Trump here at Right Side Broadcasting. At the end of the day, truth is what I believe Right Side and what I'm about and what all of us are about, that want great things for our country. It happens to be that a man named Donald J. Trump decided to go for the truth when it comes to all of these issues that we're talking about. It's kind of simple. He just wants the Constitution to continue to be the law of the land, instead of it being a lawless land that we reside in, which we're seeing that happen in various local, state, and federal government, including with crime. I mean, it's time, right, for law and order. These are things that, I wasn't programmed in my mind to, law and order, or this, or the Constitution, or whatever, because I just heard it from President Trump. We know that the truth is that. He's just reflecting and speaking what the truth is. And so mad respect to the 45th president of the United States, and hopefully the 47th. We know he was the 46th. Let's take a live look right now at the crowd as we also thank one of our sponsors, some great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting. So you've heard us talk about the Wellness Company and their incredible Spike Sport formula many times before. But we need to talk about their newest offering. These are medical emergency kits. It's an emergency kit that you're going to want to have on hand. Every home would have one. All you got to do is just order one. The doctors that advised President Trump on HCQ way back in 2020, including Dr. Harvey Risch and Dr. Peter McCullough, came together to create this kit. So natural disasters, supply chain shortages, medical emergencies, skin infections, tick exposure, tonsillitis, anthrax, you name it. This convenient little kit has everything you might need, along with a guidebook on how to use each medication. You can rest easy knowing that you have antibiotics, antivirals, antiparasitics, including ivermectin on hand to help keep you and your family safe. The Wellness Company wants to help you to take your health into your own hands, and their medical emergency kit gets you one step closer. So all you got to do is look at the information on your screen right there and take control of your family's health and be prepared for anything with the Wellness Company's medical emergency kit. All you got to do is go to makecaregreatagain.com and use code RSBN to save 15%. Once again, that's makecaregreatagain.com, code RSBN at checkout. Speeding up to what's going on here, it's 3:04 Central Time. President Trump on his way to Dubuque, Iowa, to share his second speech of the day. When I was watching on Rumble on RSBN right here from this media riser when Brian Glenn was live there and President Trump spoke, it made me think of when I watched Right Side Broadcasting when I worked in the lamestream media. That's lamestream media back in the day. I watched the amount of rallies that President Trump went on when he was campaigning. Couldn't believe the amount that he did. 4, 5, 6, I guess, in one day. I mean, talk about continuing to go and continuing to believe and work for this country and do great things. And so it was, this will be his second speech of the day, continuing to put his head down to move forward and rally the American people, to encourage the American people, and to simply make America great again. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez here at Right Side Broadcasting, and the chant right now to our right is "We want Trump," with a few people chanting that here, waiting for the president to arrive. You can go to our website as well, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. There's some great finds on there. Not only the great reporting done by a number of colleagues at Right Side Broadcasting, but also you'll get some exclusive content, exclusive offers. That's at the newsletter for Right Side Broadcasting. So not only can you follow us on Rumble and on Truth Social and on Locals, you can follow us also on the newsletter. And, do the best you can right now. I know there's thousands of people watching this live broadcast stream and feed from Dubuque, Iowa. Why don't you go ahead and share the link on Rumble or wherever you're watching it, and just share it to your friends and your family around the country. 9 times out of 10, I hear from people when we're at these rallies, and they say, "We love Right Side Broadcasting," but it's not 10 out of 10. There's at least one person, which I did run into earlier today, that said, who are you with? Like, what's RSBN? And I shared with them that, and they said, "Oh, really?" So pretty cool stuff. And an interesting rendition going on right now. So let's take a live look and see what's going on here. I'll be right back. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Okay. I always look at an email I received as we look at some people dancing just a little bit to the left, enjoying the moment here, from a April 6th, 2023 email from DonaldJTrump.com to my account. It said, "Never lose hope." I've brought this up before, but it's very true. Sometimes you might be discouraged, you might feel like losing hope, but you know what? We're not going to. We're going to keep on going. President Trump said, "With a dark cloud over our beloved country, I have no doubt, nevertheless, that we will make America great again." This was the day of his arrest on April 4th, 2023. And we know, as the president says, Biden indictments. That's not an opinion. That is a fact, I believe. And I believe a number of you that are watching right now also agree with that fact. It's nice not to have corporate media, speaking and telling us, say this, say that. It's nice to be able to have pro-free speech, but also within the fact of reporting what's happening at these events, Agenda 47, and The Truth, including that statement there from President Donald Trump. Once again, with a dark cloud over our beloved country, I have no doubt, nevertheless, that we will make America great again. Always, of course, the fact here, if you'd like to contribute to his campaign as well, you can do that on his website, donaldjtrump.com. If you'd like to contribute or donate to Right Side Broadcasting, obviously there are bills to pay. We thank God for great sponsors, but this kind of content is only provided to you by those sponsors and also your donations to this network for it to continue to grow. Because I believe Right Side Broadcasting will be here for the long haul, through many years to come. A brand new network in 2015 covering President Trump rallies and showing the crowd as we are right now here in Dubuque, Iowa. They are going to be here for years to come. MAGA, free speech, and a network that has conservative values. Thank God for President Trump, but in 2028, continuing on from there, this network is not going anywhere. Now, in case you missed it, Oil and Gas Workers Association, with 47,000 members, has endorsed President Trump in 2024. This is an article that's actually on the Daily Mail. It's so interesting, to see even other articles out there that are not conservative media, but they're starting to be like, you know what, we got to report some truth here because we're going to lose our readers, we're going to lose our viewers, and that kind of thing. So, of course, we'll need to have that continue to happen. We're going to move on now to our friends at Birch Gold. Vladimir Putin called the U.S. dollar's drop in dominance. As we take a live look right now, the dad had his kids holding him up there with the Trump 2024 sign. But back to Birch Gold here. BRICS, that summit in South Africa. This is as Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa formally agreed to use local currencies instead of the U.S. dollar. That's the first shoe to fall, because as demand for the dollar weakens, the buying power of the dollar weakens as well. That's why Birch Gold Group is busier than ever. All you have to do is text Trump to 989898 to learn more and get an info kit with Birch Gold Group. Of course, this is Right Side Broadcasting Network. President Trump arriving here in Dubuque just after a speech about 45 minutes south of this area. And we will continue to await the president to speak here as thousands of people have packed this smaller venue, but it is standing room only on the right and left side, and also to the back of the media riser. There are people standing up. I think the thing that's interesting as well is to keep the momentum going. The momentum is not going anywhere, in my opinion, as well, that the president will continue to speak at these rallies and these events to encourage people to be an Iowa caucus captain. We were talking about that earlier. That caucus is 117 days out. Once again, that's on January 15th at 7 o'clock. So helping President Trump win in Iowa, the most important thing that you can do here in Iowa is to volunteer as a Trump caucus captain. The Trump caucus captains volunteer on behalf of President Trump and encourage other Trump supporters to go out and caucus for the president. Now, they receive training from Team Trump Iowa staff, and caucus trainings are being held across the state of Iowa from now until January 15th. You can sign up at ia.donaldjtrump.com. And joining us now is one of the greats at Right Side Broadcasting, of course, the man that was just about 45 minutes south of us here in Dubuque, Iowa, Brian Glenn. Brian, how was the motorcade up?
It was beautiful, actually. You don't realize how beautiful this state is, Matthew. When you drive through and you see all the cornfields, you see the farms, you see the heartbeat of America right there. And President Trump earlier talked a lot about the farmers and what he's doing to help them. He talked about getting money back from China to the farmers. And I know why. Because this state is full of corn It is full of farmers and a lot of Trump supporters. A lot of signs coming in. I was trying to stream as much as I could from the motorcade. A lot of it is just you can't see. We're in the middle of nowhere, right? But there's a lot of signs, a lot of supporters on the side of the road waving to the president, holding up their signs and cheering him on. A lot of supporters outside right now walking in. There's still a lot of people out there holding up Trump signs. They knew he was coming here. Right. From the previous location there in Jackson County, but I'm glad to be here. What a packed house you have here as well.
It's a packed house, and we were talking about the agriculture industry. I mean, Brian, 22 million acres of farmland in this state alone. Wow. I mean, that's 86,000 I was seeing farms across the state. You know, this is a hub not only for this country, but for around the world. I mean, that's what's awesome about President Trump and Agenda 47 and a number of things he's doing to save this country, but also save the economy and save our food and the food surplus.
Well, it's putting America first, and Io recognizes that it is America first agenda. But, you know, it's interesting. You know, there were signs that said back-to-back. He won in 2016, he won 2020, and they want him to win, obviously, Iowa in 2024. The caucus is so important, and I know you've been pounding this all day, and I'm going to remind everybody, January 15th of next year, 7 p.m., that is when the caucus happens around various locations around this state, and you got to go to the websites, find out where your caucus location is at, sign up to be a Team Trump caucus leader. They need leaders in here to organize all of these people. It's very different than a primary, as you know. In Texas, we have primaries. In most states, you have primaries. But here in Iowa, it is a caucus. They do things a little different. It's more grassroots. But by the look of who turned out here today, the support is overwhelming. They did a show by hands today of how many people it's the first time they've ever participated in a caucus or even was interested in doing it. A huge amount of hands went up, which means Trump is pulling a new group of people in this election that perhaps he didn't in 2020.
Right, and then, I mean, you just look at Iowa State and the Iowa game that you were at, Brian, and, you know, I was saying before, interesting how the mainstream media will spin that and put one photo coming against the president up on, like, the Drudge Report, but instead, you saw, I mean, what was it like being there?
It's incredible. I mean, the crowds that were outside the stadium, the crowds that were in the stadium, the crowds that were around the entrance to the suite area. Huge. Now, you're going to hear, was there a few boos? Of course. I call them booger eaters. There's a few booger eaters everywhere, right?
What is that? Booger what?
A booger eater.
Oh, booger eater, okay.
I'm sure that'll trend here in a little bit. But
Hashtag booger eater, I get it.
But the fact of the matter is, that stadium was 100% behind President Donald J. Trump. Despite the little viral videos you might see or the pictures of a few people holding up these unfriendly gestures, the people support the president in this state. It's overwhelming. You see it in the polls. He is up big time in this state, and I think you're going to continue to see that.
Isn't it interesting that you think about college football right now? You can go anywhere from Auburn to Florida to Alabama to anywhere. I think even UCLA will even cheer for the president. It just seems like everywhere he goes, there's this overwhelming sense of, hey, we want you back.
Yeah, no,
please.
No, it's the economy, stupid. It's exactly what it is. People are understanding that the policies that Trump had affects all Americans, whether or not you're a Republican or a Democrat. You benefit from the Trump policies, and people are starting to wake up, Matthew. And as you and I both know, we talk to a lot of people. There's people who've never been politically active at all. There's people that have been independents. There are people that have been Democrats. They are now waking up to say, wait a minute, all these bad things that the media told us about President Trump, none of them are true. All these conspiracy theories and things that we were kicked off social media for, all of those were true. And he's not a bad guy after all, and his policies benefit us. They're waking up, and that's who you're going to see come out and vote in 2024. That's my personal opinion from following this for several years. America is over the lies from the media, and they're looking at the reality of the situation, looking at the policies, looking at the problems we have, and they know who can fix it.
Shifting gears to the music industry, we were talking about Oliver Anthony the other day.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about what he's been doing? He had a chance to do something, and then what?
I love the fact that, you know, someone organically emerged in the country music folk industry that talked about the problems that we're all facing. in D.C. in the swamp and really the problems of this country. And he sang about it. He wrote about it. It's a great song. It was very hooky. A lot of people instantly gravitated to it. But my problem with him is this. He had an opportunity to stand up and say, look, there's only one political party that can solve these problems that we're all facing right now. Low wages, high inflation, poverty coming back and hitting sections of our society that we fixed with President Trump's policies. So my problem with him is instead of walking the fence like he walked the fence, instead of doing that, he should have said, wait a minute, yes, I do think there's a political party that can fix all these problems, and it's the Republican Party. It's the America First agenda. He failed to do that. He wanted to walk the fence and not take a political position on it. I think that's wrong.
Yeah, it is wrong. I think he was just trying to stand out and be like, look what I'm doing. But at the end of the day, as everyone chants Trump, Trump here in Dubuque, Iowa, the president will be here momentarily, and then, of course, he will be speaking to a packed house here at the Grand River Center, just literally less than a mile from the Mississippi River. And, Brian, we were just talking about Oliver Anthony. I mean, you get that moment to really go to the stratosphere, not only in money and success and fame, but whatever. On the side of that, you could have done something that was really encouraging for the American people.
I agree. But I don't know. And I'm like I said, I've never met the guy, but he just had a chance to basically, we got a video playing behind us. I don't know if that's going to be open into what we're going to see, but he had a chance to say, look, America, let's fix these problems and let's vote Republican. Let's change the Senate. Let's get a Republican in the White House. But instead of doing that, he's like, I don't want to get all political. I'm not all political, but I'll write about the problems that we're having in this country, but I won't get political. Yeah. I think it's a cop-out.
At the end of the day, it's the truth versus a lie, or true. You can take a test. True, you circle true, you circle false. Which one are you? You can't, the middle ground anymore. The line's been drawn, and I'm not talking about anything other than peaceful line has been drawn, but pick a side.
Yeah, and like I said, look, please, I would love to sit down with him. I have all respect for his musical talent. I think he's very talented in that regard. I just wish he would have used this quick popularity that all of a sudden he went from no one knew who he was, and a week later he's got like a deal to do shows and things. Just take this time to help this country and to maybe change people's minds with your music. He can do that. He still can do that. He just needs to come forward and say, look, you know what? I'm pro-America. I want to help Americans. There's one policy that does that. That's the Republican America First agenda that so happens is Make America Great Again agenda.
Amen to that right there. I mean, the truth. Yeah. Truth bomb. I mean, let's shift gears to Eric Adams, the mayor in New York City. So do you think that he's actually speaking truth and saying, hey, like, we're having this immigration problem here? Like, that's not usually Democrats stay in line with each other and they don't speak out against. You follow what I'm saying?
Well, the reason why they're doing that is if you saw the video with AOC being interviewed, they got bombed with protesters. They absolutely got heckled to why are you allowing these immigrants to sleep on the streets? They were invading the city services that were dedicated for New Yorkers. So you've got a lot of illegals that are now in the city, on the streets. So they're getting pressure from their citizens to do something. And of course, that should go all the way up to the top. Should go to Joe Biden. It's not going to work. It's just not going to work. He's not going to fix the border. They're not going to do a damn thing to fix the illegal immigration. They're not going to let it happen. They're not going to do any of that. It's going to leave it open. That's their plan, right? One person had a great immigration policy to fix that. President Trump did it on day one, for the most part. Built the wall, put the stay in place, do not come, stay in Mexico policy. It worked. Did we have illegal crossings? We're always going to have illegal crossing. It's almost impossible not to do that. But man, we had it close under that Trump administration.
What's on your radar now? This is great. I'm interviewing Brian. This is wonderful.
Yeah, this is great. I love it. I mean, it's a great venue in here. Look, it's exciting. You and I both love this country. We want to save this country. So if you hear excitement in my voice, it's because we're with you. We've always said this. Right Side was launched by the viewers, as long as by these people in here watching us right now, you fueled us to where we are today. We're just excited to save this country as you do. So that's why we're here. That's why we travel the majority of the year from speech to speech, all in an effort to save this country.
Amen. Amen. What's on your radar right now with Congress? I know there's a lot going on, but what's on your radar? A couple top priorities.
Well, let me tell you, so that continuing resolution that is a hard no for about 18, 19 House Democrats, House Republicans. I think at the end of the day, the government will shut down, and it could be for a long time because there's a lot of hardline items in that need to be taken out or done in appropriations. A lot of Republicans feel like we should not have one penny going to Ukraine. That's in there. We need to do a border policy. We need to shut down the border. That needs to be done. The American people want a relief package. Maui, all the money that was sending to Ukraine. Where's the relief package for East Palestine? Where's the relief package for Maui, those folks that lost everything? We need to focus more on America and less on the rest of the world. And until that happens, I don't see those 18, 19 Republicans voting yes for it.
I got used to a president when there is a natural disaster or something that happened to show up, be there for the people, encourage them. That makes people. I know I don't want to get into the emotion side of it, but really, you feel good when someone shows up that's of authority that will help do something for the bottom line of the situation.
They don't do it. I mean, look, it's clear that Joe Biden's focus is not on the American people. Here we go. Let's step aside.
Please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Hello, Dubuque, and hello, Iowa. I'm thrilled to be back in the proud home of the first in the nation caucuses. You know why? Because I put you there, and I'm going to keep you there. You're going to always be there. You're going to always be there. The Democrats did it a little bit differently. They left, remember? I have a feeling you're going to remember that. Less than 4 months from now, each of you is going to cast the most important vote of your lives. It's going to be the most important election of all of our lives because our country is going to hell. With your support, on Monday, January 15th, we're going to win the Iowa caucuses in a historic landslide. We're going to crush crooked Joe Biden. We're going to crush crooked Joe. Next November, we're going to make America great again in the most important election in the history of our country. I want to thank state representatives. Shannon Lundgren, she's been so great. Where's Shannon? Stand up, Shannon. Thank you, Shannon. Great job. Steve Bradley. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. And Bobby Kaufman. Thank you, Bobby. Thanks, Bobby. And thank you all for being here. This is a big crowd. You got a lot of people outside trying to get in. Thanks as well to Representative Luana Stoltenberg for her endorsement today. She gave us a big, beautiful endorsement. Is she here? I think she is. Yes, she is. She saw me outside. She said, I write you a note a day. A note a day, think of that. And I pray for you every day. She said, you get the notes? I said, yeah. But thank you very much, darling. I really appreciate it. We're also pleased to be joined by a star in the party, a man who's respected by everybody in Washington, and he's got to get back because he's got votes not to make. I think votes not to make. Do you understand that? Yeah. But he's a great person. He's a great man. He's got an incredible future. His wife comes from the area, Congressman Wesley Hunt. And Mrs. Hunt, thank you. Come from this area or the other area? Huh? From both. She's smart. She says from both. And also somebody who's a terrific person was with us right from the beginning, Congressman Rod Blum. Thank you, Rod. And my former acting attorney general, great person, great football player, actually, Matt Whitaker. Oh, you're very popular, Matt. And a man I just met, great law enforcement, Howard County Sheriff Tim Beckman. Tim, thank you, Tim. Thank you very much, Tim. One of the most important issues in this campaign is ending the nation-wrecking catastrophe on our southern border. There's never been anything like this. Under my leadership, we had the most secure border in U.S. history, acknowledged by everybody. Now we have the worst border probably in the history of the world. There's no place in the world with a border like we have. Millions and millions of people coming in. Under Crooked Joe, lawless mobs of unscreened, unvetted illegal alien migrants are stampeding across our border by the millions and millions, including hordes of criminals, terrorists, human traffickers, child smugglers, gang members, and inmates emptied out of their prisons, insane asylums, and mental institutions. And that sounds bad, but it's actually worse than that. This is an invasion, and I'm the one candidate who, from day one, knows exactly how to stop it. We're going to stop it very quickly. We stop it very quickly. What's happening to us is not sustainable. It's not sustainable by any country. I believe the number is going to be, by the end of the year, 15 million. The real number is 15 million people. That's the size of New York State. A vote for President Trump means Joe Biden's horror show at the southern border ends at noon on Inauguration Day 2025. In 2016, you remember this, I ran on the border wall. That was a big deal. I ran on the border in the unsecure and very unsafe border. And we did so well that by 2020, the election of 2020, nobody even talked about the border. I couldn't bring it up. It was a subject because we had it down so good that it ceased to become a campaign issue. And now the entire world is saying, once again, that Trump was right. We were so right. And by the way, we did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016, but we didn't talk about the border. because we did such a good job with the border. Nothing to talk about. If Crooked Joe had simply kept my policies in place, illegal immigration would right now be at just historic lows. We were at a level that nobody had ever seen. That includes drugs, human traffickers, everything else. Now we have the highest amount of drugs ever in history. Again, I think pouring into any country. They're totally unchecked. All we had to do was, and this is all he had to do. Who's advising this guy? All he had to do is go to the beach. He's going to the beach all the time now, right? Every time I turn on, they show him at the beach. He can barely lift the chair. The chair lifts like, it's about a half a pound. Can't lift it. Can't get his feet through the sand. One of his consultants, one of his many consultants says, this is a good look for you. Go to the beach. I think he's probably a Republican, the consultant. But all he had to do is go to the beach, do nothing, and leave the border alone. He'd have historic lows right now. We did a great job. Just think of what we achieved under the Trump administration. I ended the human, economic, and national security calamity known as catch and release, where you catch somebody and release them in the United States, oftentimes criminals. I gave a free hand to our great ICE agents and let them do their jobs. These are brave people. I have friends in the audience. A couple of them are tough people, very tough people, but they're not tough like the ICE people. They go into those nests of MS-13. They go in there swinging. This is not like a normal situation. This is a rough job for my three friends here. They think they're tough guys. You're not going to do it. But they go in there swinging and grab them and put them into the paddy wagons, and we take them out of the country. In the older days with a man named Barack Hussein Obama. Did anybody ever hear of him? Barack Hussein Obama. They wouldn't take them back in these countries where they came from. Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador. They wouldn't take them back. They put airplanes on the runways, big airplanes, commercial jets on the runways, so when they'd fly in, they couldn't land. They stopped the buses from bringing them back. And they said to me, sir, we can't get them out. It's impossible. They won't take them back. I said, how much money do we give them as a country? $750 million for the three primary countries where you have the MS-13, $750 million, which is peanuts compared to what we give away to a lot of others, which we're stopping. And we were stopping it fast. But I said, stop payment immediately. So we stopped payment. The following morning, I got a call, all three separately. Sir, I understand there's a misunderstanding with regard to our wonderful gang members from MS-13. We love them very much. What is the problem, sir? I said, well, you know, we give you a lot of money, but you won't take them back for about 7 years, almost 10 years. You're not taking them back. Sir, we would be honored to take them back. Please send them our way. We will take them back. We love MS-13 very much. So we started sending them back, and they took them so fast you have no idea. We still didn't pay them. We held it for a while. Held it as long as possible. We deported a record number of illegal aliens all the way back then, and they had a horrible, horrible situation going, and they announced fraudulent removal numbers, totally fraudulent numbers. We sent home nearly 1 million illegals during my first term, and we will far surpass that number because we have no choice. No country can sustain what's happened to us in the last 3 years. No country can sustain it. Just as I promised, I built nearly 500 miles of border wall. You know, they like to say, oh, it was only 50. No. If there was a little board laying on the ground because there was a wall that was built 60 years ago and it was rotted, just laying on the ground, they'd remove it. They'd say, that was a renovation. That wasn't a new wall. No, no. We built, and it's actually in their stats, and even the Democrat stats, almost 500 miles of wall. And we took it out of the military because Congress was terrible on this issue, terrible. Even certain Republicans like Mitch McConnell. Is he a Republican? No. Isn't he a Democrat? I thought he was a Democrat. He gives them everything they want. I thought he was a Democrat. But, you know, we took that, and because I called it an invasion. I said, this is an invasion of our country. But nobody ever thought they'd see numbers like what you're seeing today. We completely finished our original plan and then built even more wall. Almost 200 miles of additional wall was there, ready to be installed. Could have been done in 3 weeks. And they said, no, we don't want it. We want to have open borders. And a lot of people, including me, thought they were kidding. They weren't kidding. They're sick. There's something wrong with them. Either they are not smart, and I think they have to be smart because anybody that cheats on elections like that can't be stupid, or they want to destroy our country, which is, I think, what they want to do. Where the wall went up, illegal border crossings went way down by an incredible almost 100%. And when I said Mexico will pay for the wall, they largely did. You know, they like to say, I said Mexico. Well, I called up Mexico. I said, you know, you're letting a lot of people in as we're building the wall, because once the wall goes up, but then they seek, you know, it's like water. They seek an area where there's an opening. But where the wall went up, but I said to Mexico, you have to give us 28,000 soldiers, armed soldiers, because you're letting in people at a level that nobody's ever seen before. No, 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 we won't do that. I said, yes, you will, because if you don't do it, I'm going to put a tariff on everything you sell to us, including the car industry that they stole 32%. And I happen to like the president of Mexico a lot. He's a socialist, but you can't have everything. But I like him. But his representative came and said, we would never do that. The State Department said, sir, they'll never do that. We've been trying for 20 years, sir. I said, that's okay. You'll do it 100%. They said, no, no, they won't do it. I said, I guarantee you they'll do it. I didn't want to make him a bet because a long time ago during a debate, Romney made a bet. Do you remember that? That didn't work out well. Do you remember? He said, I'll bet you $10,000. And then immediately he became known as an elitist. 2 bets, 10,000, right? I would have made him a bet, but I didn't want that to happen to me. But I said to the person, a woman who was very good, but she was dealing with Mexico for 20 years, never got anything. And he came in, the top representative of Mexico. I said, listen, you're going to give us 28,000 soldiers because you're letting a lot of people go through your country. No, no, we cannot do that. I said, yes, you can. And if you don't, we're going to put a 25% tariff on everything, including the millions of cars that you sell into our country every year. He said, sir, I'd like to go and make a phone call. Do you mind? I said, not at all. Call the president, because that's who he was calling. He comes back 5 minutes. Sir, it would be our great honor to supply you with 28,000 soldiers free of charge. And we had great numbers. We had great numbers, and best numbers we've ever had. And, you know, it's just so sad when I see there's so many stories like that with French, with the wine. I said, I'm going to tax your wines. If you do this to us, I'm going to tax your wines and champagne. And they said, oh, you can't do it. And then they said, well, if you're going to tax our wine, are you sure you're going to do that? I said, I'm 100% sure. Here's the legislation. They said, sir, we are not going to do anything to your companies. They're going to tax all of our companies, a massive number. And then I said, I'm going to tax your wine and champagne. As soon as I said that, they said, we would be delighted not to tax your companies. We don't want our companies taxed in France. So I negotiated remain in Mexico, forcing fraudulent asylum seekers to stay in Mexico until we could tell them that their phony asylum claim was denied. Denied. Now, by contrast, in his first 100 days in office, crooked Joe Biden and the radical left Marxists took 94 open border actions. Think of it, 94. He canceled the border wall, ordered a virtual shutdown of ICE, implemented nationwide catch and release. Nobody's ever seen the kind of things he did. They got to hate our country. Ended remain in Mexico. Remember, it used to be remain in the United States and come back in 5 years for your court case. Me, I get a court case in 30 days. Takes them 5 years. Takes them 5 years, come back, and they never show up and nobody cares. They ripped up my asylum bans, terminated my expedited removals under Title 42, which was a big deal. Even the judge said, are you sure you want to do that? And began resettling millions and millions of illegal migrants into our communities at taxpayer expense. Numbers like nobody's ever seen, not just New York, it's all of our cities, but countrysides too. You're being affected. Even here, you're being affected. Biden puts China first, Mexico first, Ukraine first, Canada first, Europe first, Asia first, illegal aliens first, everyone first. But he puts America last, he puts our military last, he puts veterans last, he puts everything that's good and proper to be last. That's what it is. It's called America Last. That's what his program is. And I don't think he understands his program anyway. It's people that surround him that are doing it, because he doesn't have a clue. The guy can't put together 2 sentences. I put America first every single time. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Biden border disaster is now so egregious that the far-left mayors of New York, Chicago, and even the liberal governors of New York, Massachusetts are slamming Crooked Joe, the most corrupt president in our history, the most incompetent president in our history, for swamping their cities and towns with thousands of unwanted migrants, bringing crime, disease, and colossal burdens on our schools, hospitals, and public resources. You see in New York where kids who don't speak, it's not their fault. Kids who don't speak a word of English are being put into classrooms. They're sitting there, they're saying, what am I doing? What am I doing here? They don't do anything about it. There's nothing they can do about it. The mayor of New York said the migrant crisis will destroy New York City, and he was excoriated for saying that. But even worse, Biden's deadly border betrayals are destroying innocent lives. Just days ago, an illegal alien criminal who was previously caught and released into the interior by Crooked Joe was arrested for brutally murdering a 28-year-old young man. Fabulous future ahead of this young man, stabbing him many, many times. In Erie County, New York, another illegal alien who was among hundreds and hundreds of migrants who were flowing in, bused from New York City to upstate rural communities by the mayor. Communities like this were charged with raping a woman in a hotel room in front of her 3-year-old toddler and beating her up very badly. Another illegal alien bust to the same area attacked an aid worker tasked with helping the migrants. This was a person who was helping the migrants out of whatever feelings she may have had, and then he violently raped her again and again. Many people have been badly hurt and even killed by the illegal migrants invading our country. If you want, does anyone ever hear the snake? Do you know the snake? Should I do it or not? You tell me. We have time, right? I brought it. Should I do it? All right. It's a metaphor. It's so accurate, but it's not a snake. It's people that we're allowing into our country. Many criminals, people from jails, from mental institutions, terrorists. This is what, and this is where I think it's quite accurate. On our way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty-colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. "Poor thing," she cried, "I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. "Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. "You're so beautiful," she cried. "But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died." She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying, "Thank you, ma'am," the snake gave her a vicious bite. "Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the vicious snake. "I saved you," cried the woman, "and you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die." "Shut up, silly woman," said the reptile with a grin. "You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in." That's what's happening. That's what's happening to our country. That's what's happening to our country. We're taking people in from prisons, We're taking people in from insane asylums. Please don't use that word, sir. That's Silence of the Lambs stuff, right? We're taking mental institutions. We're bringing in terrorists. That's what's happening. That's so accurate. It's so accurate. And it's happening now, but it's going to happen more so and more so. But we'll stop it for the most part. Look, there are 15 million people. That's a lot. But we'll stop it one way or the other. We're going to stop it. What they're doing to our country is they're destroying it. It's the blood of our country. What they're doing is destroying our country. Not one more innocent life should be wrecked by Joe Biden's open border agenda. It's what it is. It's a horrible open border, a sick agenda. It's a sick person's agenda. In my first term, I did more to secure our border than any president by far in history. Here is what I'll do in our second term, because it's us together. It's the greatest movement. It's the greatest movement. Thank you. This is the greatest movement in the history of our country and probably any country. And if we do this, it'll be written about for hundreds of years. We have to do it much bigger if we do it this way than if they did what they should have done with the election. Much, much bigger. It'll be much bigger. Plus, it shows how bad they were at operating this country, at running this country. So we'll be able to do things that you might not have really been politically able to do if it went in a more normal path. It's a lot more work, a lot more grief. You know, if I were in last place or third or fourth or fifth or something, I wouldn't get indicted. If I didn't run, I'd be right now in a beautiful beach somewhere, but a real beach, and I'd be able to lift my own chair, believe me. I'd be able to get my feet. I'd get my feet through that sand. But nothing would have happened. This is election interference. That's all it is. This is election. These are Biden indictments. These aren't indictments. People say, sir, you've been indicted like it's legit. The fake news back there. Oh, that's a lot of them. Look at them. Got a lot of cameras going. Whoa. Got a lot of cameras going. But no, it's fake stuff. Think of it. This man, first time it's happened in this country, it happens in banana republics, it happens in third world countries a lot. But this man indicted his political opponent who's leading the Republican Party by 50 to 60 points and who's leading him. One came out today by 9 points. That's a lot, actually. He's got an expression. If you can't beat him, indict him. Find something. Find something. Upon my inauguration, I will immediately terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration. We'll get it back. And follow the Dwight D. Eisenhower model. So Eisenhower was very tough on the border. People don't see him as that, but he was. We'll carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. And I'll also invoke immediately the Alien Enemies Act to remove all known or suspected gang members. We have tremendous numbers of gang members. MS-13, the worst gangs in the world, they say. The drug dealers, the cartel members from the United States, ending the scourge of illegal alien gang violence once and for all. We took them out by the thousands and thousands of people we took out. And then the election got rigged and we didn't participate and they came in and so many other bad things happened, including Russia would have never gone into Ukraine. China wouldn't be talking about Taiwan. I will shift massive portions of federal law enforcement to immigration enforcement, including parts of the DEA, ATF, FBI, and DHS, all of them you know. And I'll make clear that we must use any and all resources needed to stop the invasion, including moving thousands of troops currently stationed overseas, guarding other people's borders. We guard other people's borders, but we don't guard our own. Think of it. They say to us, what are you doing? You're guarding our... They don't even want it. They don't even want it. Remember, I moved the troops from... We had 5,000 troops between Syria and Turkey, and I moved them. I took them out. I took them out, and everyone said, oh, that's terrible. I said, they've been guarding their borders for 2,000 years. They don't need our... And it was very dangerous because these 5,000 troops, it sounds like a lot, but they were between two armies of hundreds of thousands of people. 5,000 people is nothing. They were going to be decimated. Everyone said, oh, taking them out is terrible. I took them out, nothing happened. They fought for a little while, the two countries, and then they said, let's work out a peace deal. They worked out a peace deal. We got all our people out. The fake news never likes to talk about all of those things. We did things that nobody has ever seen before. Before we defend the borders of foreign countries, we must secure the border of our country. It's very simple. I will deploy the U.S. Navy to impose a fentanyl blockade, and we did that previously, and we were knocking that out. You wouldn't believe it. They were having a lot of problems. But it's going to be a blockade on the waters of our region, boarding and inspecting ships to look for fentanyl and fentanyl. The people that sell the fentanyl, who are very rich people, very, very rich people. But you know, I believe the real number is 300,000 people a year are being killed. In a war, you don't lose that many people. We're being invaded by foreign interests, including business interests, because these are the biggest companies. These are bigger than the companies you read about in the Wall Street Journal. These are big, big, powerful companies. What they do to our country is incredible. And they met great force with us, and they were going to meet a bigger force. And then we had the dust blow in from China. And we had another problem that we had to work, and we did a great job with it. Didn't get the credit we deserved, but we did a great job. We left the stock market higher than it was if you look at pre-COVID coming in, or the China virus, to be more accurate, coming in. We left the stock market higher. I'll also use Title 42. You know what that is? To end the child trafficking crisis by returning all trafficked children to their families in their home countries immediately. These children have been kidnapped. You saw the great movie, Freedom. You saw the movie, but these children have been kidnapped. But we cannot wait until 2025 to begin stopping Biden's nightmare as a president and on the border. That's why I'm calling on congressional Republicans to ban Joe Biden from using a single taxpayer dollar to release or resettle illegal aliens into the United States effective September 30th. And you know, the Republicans are very good people, but honestly, they have to get tougher. They got to get tougher because they're fighting a fight that these other people, they're dirty fighters. These are dirty people. The time for talk is over. Now is the time for action. We need action. I will bring back the travel ban and expand it even further to keep radical Islamic terrorists out of our country. Look how it worked for 4 years. Look how it worked. It worked so incredibly. All the things that happened, but for 4 years, look how it worked. We didn't have problems. We didn't have problems. I hate to say it. I really hate to say it in many ways because you cause yourself your own problem. But we didn't have problems. We were very tough. I will also use existing federal law to deny entry to all communists and Marxists to the United States. We have people coming in, known communists, known Marxists, known fascists, and they're coming into the United States, and we don't want them. We got enough of them. We have enough of them in Congress, you want to know the truth. We have enough of them in our own Congress. The worst enemy is the enemy from within. Nancy Pelosi and little Adam Schiff with his pencil neck. I call him pencil neck. He's got the smallest neck. I don't know how his neck holds up his head. He's got the smallest neck. He is not going to be playing on Iowa or Iowa State football team, that I can tell you. No, he's such a horrible human being. I mean, they make this stuff up. Disinformation, misinformation, it's the same thing, essentially. Disinformation, misinformation. They make up Russia, Russia, Russia. Then they get caught on that, and they go to the next one. Let's go next. Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. That's all they're good at. Policy, no good. Open borders, high taxes, no voter ID. We want to have elections, by the way, all paper elections. We want voter ID, and we want no mail-in ballots, no mail-in ballots. Thank you, Al. You know, it's one of the biggest things when you look at polls. The polls say that it's one of the biggest things, election fraud. People in this country, you got to have borders, and you have to have free and fair elections. Otherwise, you don't have a country. Those who join our country must love our country, and we're going to keep foreign, Christian-hating communists, Marxists, socialists. We're going to keep them the hell out of America. We don't want them. It's no wonder the far-left lunatics are getting desperate to stop our movement by any means necessary. When you look at the polls are through the roof. We have great polls, best polls we've ever had. You know, it's amazing. I'm the only person ever indicted who went way up in the polls. Everyone else, true. I get indicted for saying the election was rigged. I get indicted for saying that Joe Biden is a crook. That's a terrible thing to say. They didn't know how crooked he was until the last few months. And I have to say, Jim Jordan and Jamie Comer, they're doing a good job. They really are. As you know, Crooked Joe and his radical left thugs have weaponized law enforcement to arrest their leading opponent on fake and phony charges. This is high-level election interference. It's what they do. And it's happening for a single reason, because I'm the only candidate they do not want to run against. I'm the only one that shows that I'm winning in the polls, too. You know, the only one that's beating them in the polls. They start off at a level, a Democrat. It's much easier to be a Democrat. You know, they start off at a certain level that they get, no matter how bad you are. Because I kept saying, how come he's at 37? Well, you know, he's got, I don't want to insult any groups, because we get a lot of them, too, like unions. They come in, they're coming in for us big. The auto workers, they want to destroy the auto workers in this country. They want to have cars made all electric. They're all going to be made within 3 years. They're all going to be made in China. The auto workers, it doesn't matter what they get. It doesn't matter what they get, because they're not going to have a job in 3 years. The new Fox poll has me up by almost 50 points over Ron DeSanctimonious and beating Biden by a lot. You know, I call him DeSanctimonious because he would have never been in politics. He was finished. He was out. The election was virtually over. He came in. He begged me for an endorsement. I said, I don't know. I did say this one of the few times I made a statement. Wasn't totally. I said, if George Washington and Abraham Lincoln came back from the dead, Ron, and they endorse you, you'd still lose. You'll lose it by so much. He said, no, you're very popular in Florida. I love Florida. He said, if you endorse me, I think I'll win. And I gave him an endorsement. I didn't know the other person. He was Secretary of Agriculture, Adam Putnam. I hear he's a good man, but I didn't know him. So I gave him an endorsement, and he was like a rocket ship. Just from the endorsement, he went up. He won a few days later. I mean, literally a short time later, he won the primary. Then he ran against somebody who turned out to be a crackhead, but he was the hottest politician in the Democrat Party. Remember? Good-looking guy. He was going to be, you know, automatic. He was going to be a president someday. Lots of luck. I hope he has an easier path than I had. But he was going to be a president someday, and Ron said, I won't be able to beat him. I said, Ron, I'm going to give you a couple of big Trump rallies, and you're going to beat him. And we gave him rallies, and he won. And then 4 years later, they scream at him, these lunatics in the back, the press. Will you run against the president, they said to him. And he looked at him, I have no comment. I said, no comment? This guy has no comment. That means he's running. And I started hitting him from the following day, you know, and I got a lot of heat. A lot of people would call, sir, you shouldn't attack him. He's a Republican. I said, I don't care. Difference does that make? And you see how he's done. He's been like a bird, sadly wounded, very badly wounded, actually, in flight. So he's been crashing. And we just got a poll in, I think, New Hampshire. He's in 5th place. So I wish him a lot of luck. You know, when you're loyal, and my consultants, they all get paid all this money. They don't know much. Okay? I want to use the word crap, but then I get myself in trouble. The First Lady says, darling, you shouldn't use that word. Sometimes I'll say hell. She said, darling, you shouldn't use that word. I don't know. But so I won't use the word crap. I won't use it. But they don't know too much. It doesn't sound as good when you say that, right? They don't know too much. They don't know crap. Right, Wesley? Wesley knows what I'm talking about, right? But anyway, but they said the people don't care about loyalty. Look, they don't care if he was loyal to you or not. Don't even mention it. I said, let me do my own thing, if you don't mind. They said, you'll never run for president because nobody ever became president unless you were a general. Did you know that? 92% of the people were politicians and 8% were generals. So I wasn't a politician. I wasn't a general. And I ran. They said, you won't win. So these are the same people that are telling me this. But with Ron, they said, nobody cares about his loyalty to you. Take it off the table. I said, I'm not going to take it off the table. I'm going to. And you know what? I think it's one of the big reasons that he's failed so badly. Second of all, he is not a talented politician, obviously, because he hasn't done very well. But, you know, when you get somebody, Wesley, here's a guy who's loyal to me. I gave him an indictment. By the way, I think Wesley would say I helped him a hell of a lot, right? But he's somebody that appreciates it. I think people should appreciate it. I appreciate it when people do things for me. But this guy didn't appreciate it, so I hit him exceedingly hard. Some people say, why do you hit him so hard? Because I gave him the position, I made him, and then he announced he was going to run against me. That's a bad seed. That's a bad seed. In the CBS poll, I'm beating Biden and leading by, in some cases, 15 points with independents. Remember, they used to say, well, Trump has a problem with independents. I don't think so. Then they said, Trump has a problem with women. No, I don't have a problem with women. You know, the women... I don't have a problem with them. You know what the women want? The women want more than it. They don't want crime. They want to have strong borders. They don't want people pouring into their neighborhoods and sleeping on their lawn. They were talking about the suburban woman. I think I did great with suburban women, okay? They want to see a well-run country. That's what women want, and we're doing great with everybody now. We're doing great with everybody. In yesterday's morning console poll, I'm 46 points, not 46 points, but 46 points up. Not just at 46. Most people would be very happy to have 46. No, I'm 46 up in the primary and beating Biden in the general election while DeSantis is losing. Ron DeSantis is losing. You see the NBC the other day? They said, ladies and gentlemen, we're here to interview Governor Ron DeSantis. He said, no, my name is DeSantis. Well, he actually changed it. DeSantis, right? Did you see? He changed his name. I said, never change your name in the middle of a campaign. Bad. But here in Iowa, I'm up over 37 points on DeSantis, 51-14. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, Kaufman. That's a pretty good number, Kaufman. That's not bad. You must be doing a better job than even your father does, right? His father's a great guy, by the way. We did great in 2016 and won. We did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016, getting millions and millions more votes. And we're going to do the best of all in 2024. We're going to do numbers like they've never seen before. They rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024 because our country can't stand it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, fascists, every time they indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. There must be something a little strange up here because most people crawl into a corner and they die. I'm being indicted for you. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. I am. I'm being indicted for you, actually. He questioned the election. He questioned the election. He must be indicted immediately. How many Democrats questioned my election against, I don't call her crooked Hillary because I'm using that now for Biden. I don't like to have to. You know, there are enough words. So I call her beautiful. She's a beautiful woman. I call her beautiful, beautiful Hillary. But how many Democrats, think of it, went after my election? I mean, they still, now they're keeping a little bit quiet, you know. It doesn't look good. Never forget, our enemies want to stop us because we are the only ones who are capable of stopping them, and they know that. We are going to stop them, and we've really stopped them. And the only crime that I committed in the true sense of the word was beating Hillary Clinton, and I screwed them up. I screwed them up so badly. I screwed them up. That was not supposed to happen, but I thought it would. We'd have rallies like this. I will tell you, though, I said before, there's more spirit. Look at this group. This was supposed to be just a little gathering, and then boom. Can't get into the hall. We just did another one, and you can't get into the hall. It's amazing. There's more spirit now than there ever was for either of these two races, and a lot of that, I don't think I've changed too much. A lot of it is because they're so bad. It's so bad. People see it, and they see the contrast, and we did do a great job. We get credit for being one of the greatest administrations. We rebuilt our military, biggest tax cuts ever, biggest regulation cuts ever, strongest border. Would have been no Ukraine. You would have had no inflation because energy caused inflation. You would have had no inflation. We had no inflation. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. It's very simple. And they want to silence me, Wesley, because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way. That's right. As your president, I fought for the people of Iowa like no one has ever fought before, fought hard for you. I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury when no other president had gotten even 10 cents from China, not 10 cents. They let China just kill the world economically. I then gave the farmers $28 billion straight out of the tariffs I took from China, a large part of which came from, Iowa was very badly abused by China. You know that. A lot of the money that I got came to Iowa. That's why I went around a little bit. I got to be a little careful with that because people, my father would say to me, you got to be a little bit lower key on that stuff. He'd say, take the lumps out. I said, there's no way that Iowa would vote against me. There's no way that Nebraska, there's no way that any of the farm states, Wisconsin would never vote. I said, there's no way. It's a horrible statement because I got them $28 billion from China. Who the hell else would do that? Who would know how to do that, right? Right, Al? I got them $28 billion. So I got a little bit sassy. I say, I had a little too much confidence, although actually the numbers have actually turned out even better than I thought so far. We'll keep it that way. But I said there's no way that I would ever go against because I got them $28 billion for the farmers. And by the way, hundreds of billions of dollars for our country. It went right into the Treasury of the United States. I ended the NAFTA disaster, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with the brand new USMCA, the best trade deal ever made for our country. And we know that. You know why? Because they're trying to change it. Mexico and Canada are trying like you wouldn't believe to get it changed. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Biden group change it because, Canada first too, by the way. I've been an unwavering defender of Iowa ethanol, which is very important for your state, issuing a rule declaring that E15 would be made available all year round. Nobody thought, remember, it used to be 8 months. I got it all year round. I did all of this. I also dramatically increased the number of fueling pumps where E15 could be sold across the country. And I also got the pumps that they could keep the original pumps because they were actually better than the new ones. But they wanted everybody to change their pumps. I said, what's the difference? Well, the old ones are actually better, but we just want them changed. I said, no, you're not going to do that. So we were able to use the pumps, little things like that. I don't want to bring it up, but little things like that. And I'll remain your ethanol champion with 4 more years in the White House. Now, DeSanctimonious is a sworn enemy of ethanol. Ron DeSantis, he repeatedly sponsored legislation to demolish the entire industry and called ethanol, quote, a noxious example of money-seeking and crony capitalism. That's not nice. And then he comes out, I think I'll be in favor of ethanol. Now, you know, one thing about a politician, when they come out for something early, that's where they end up going. They may change during an election, but that's where they end up going. If DeSantis gets his way, Iowa's economy would be wrecked, ravaged, destroyed. He also voted to gut Medicare and Social Security. You don't know that. And voted 3 times to raise the retirement age to 70. Well, you people have worked a long time. You don't have to have the age raised to 70. There are other ways we can save a lot of money. A lot of money. We can start, by the way, not only save a lot of money, make a lot of money, we can start by drilling for our liquid gold right under our feet. Right? I will always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great seniors. Others running right now, even as Republicans, they're going to destroy Medicare and they're going to destroy Social Security. Under my leadership, we became energy independent for the first time in history and would soon have become energy dominant for the first time ever. Ever. We were drilling at a level that nobody had ever seen before. We were going to very soon be energy dominant. We didn't need anybody already. We were independent. But we were going to have so much oil. We were third after Russia and Saudi Arabia. We were going to have I wish I had a chart. I'm going to make a chart for the next one, but I'll bring it up to my next rally and you people can come in Iowa. But you know what? We had a chart and we were third. We were substantially third, low. And then Trump gets in, and it goes like this. It goes just right through the roof. It went right through them. And we were going to make so much money. And what we were going to do is start paying off our $35 trillion in debt, and we were going to start lowering taxes even more. I got you the biggest tax cut in history. But we were going to lower taxes even more. That was going to create jobs and a whole thing. But we had so much happening. And as soon as he got in, he stopped it. He stopped Anwar. Anwar, the biggest site probably in the world, probably larger than Saudi Arabia in Alaska. Ronald Reagan tried to do it. He couldn't do it. They all tried to do it. Bush, he tried to do it. They couldn't do it. And I got it done. And in the first week that the person came in, energy, they ended it. They ended Anwar, but I'll get that started very quickly. Alaska was devastated by it. This would have been this is the biggest find anywhere in the world. They think it's actually bigger than Saudi Arabia. It's our land. It's our land. And the people wanted it, the jobs, the economic impact in Alaska. But much beyond that, we would have been 2 and 3 times bigger than anybody else. So we would have had so much money. We would have paid off the debt. And that's where it was going. We were going to pay off the debt. And then this fool, this absolute fool of a president said, we're going to stop drilling. And the prices went through the roof. And inflation followed the energy because that's what caused it. We passed the largest tax cuts and regulation cuts in American history. We appointed over 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. And last year, I was able to do something that nobody thought was possible. And you have to really think about this and study this because it's very important. We ended Roe v. Wade. You just think about this. You just think about it. Because people have to get elected. We have to get elected. But I did something that for 52 years people talked. They spent vast amounts of money in fighting it, but they couldn't get the job done. 52 years they fought. And they fought hard. And they spent large. They'd have fundraisers every night. They couldn't get the job done. I got the job done. I got it done. And it's thanks to the 3 great Supreme Court justices and others on the court that I appointed. This issue has been returned to the states where all legal scholars on both sides felt it should be. A few points. Now the pro-life community has tremendous negotiating power. You had none. When you had Roe v. Wade, they could do whatever they want. They could destroy the baby in the 8th month, the 9th month, or even after birth. You know that. They were destroying babies after birth. Like Ronald Reagan before me, I believe in the 3 exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I believe in that. I think it's very important. Without the exceptions, it is very difficult to win elections. We would probably lose the majorities in 2024 without the exceptions and perhaps the presidency itself. But you have to follow your heart regardless. You have to follow your heart. You can't do it for just the election, but you have to follow your heart. At the same time, we have to win elections. Otherwise, we'll be back where we were. In order to win in 2024, Republicans must learn how to properly talk about abortion. I was watching some of these people. I won't say where, but states. Okay, Pennsylvania, Michigan. Good candidates, very good candidates. I was watching them get clobbered because they didn't understand the issue. They didn't talk about it properly. This issue costs us unnecessarily, but dearly in the midterms. It costs us dearly, really, and unnecessarily. We have to expose the Democrats like crooked Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, that's another great one, as being the true radicals. They're the radicals. Pro-lifers aren't the radicals. They're the radicals on the abortion issue. And you have to say that, in that they allow the killing of babies in the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th month, and they even allow the killing of the baby after birth. You remember the governor of Virginia, former governor, he sat there and he said, yes, we will allow abortions, and including when the baby is born, we will wrap the baby and we will talk to the mother and they will execute the baby if that's what they want. No, we can't allow that. But it was okay to rip the baby out of the womb. Remember with Hillary Clinton during the debate, I said, rip the baby out of the womb. Under Roe v. Wade, you could rip the baby out of the womb in the 8th month, in the 9th month, and nobody wants that, including Democrats. You know, they did a poll, I think 94% of the people, after a certain period of time, they don't want that. They don't want to destroy a living soul. Now with Roe v. Wade, no longer, now that it's gone, it's no longer, the power to negotiate is with the pro-life movement, not the radical left Democrats who are so willing to destroy life. So you have to remember, for decades, other Republican candidates raised money and gave speeches. They did everything, but they always failed for year after year. Nobody believed this happened. When this happened, nobody believed it. But while others talked, one president in 52 years actually delivered. When the radical left Marxists and communists came to destroy an innocent man, Brett Kavanaugh, he was an innocent man, very highly respected. You remember, I've never seen anybody, he got treated worse than I did. I've never seen anybody treated like that, the way they treated him, and they knew it was made up. But Brett Kavanaugh was slanders and smears. Everyone wanted me to stop his nomination, let it die. They said, cut him loose. Senators, big senators, said, cut him loose, sir, cut him loose now. He's killing us, cut him loose, meaning let's go to somebody else. And I refused to do so. Republican senators, many Republicans were calling me, cut him loose, sir, he's killing us, cut him loose. I said, no, it's unfair. It would have destroyed that man, would have destroyed him. He couldn't have even got back to the court from where he came if that happened. I said, I won't do that to him. I also put two other great justices in, Neil Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett, and we're getting all of these great rulings for so many different things. The same people attacking us now are those who have been failing you for decades, but unlike them, I don't just talk, I get the job done. I got this job done. And you have to take that issue and you have to say they're the radicals. They're willing to kill a baby in the 7th month, 9th month, 8th month, after birth. After birth. There are some states that have legislation where you can do it after birth, okay? They're the radicals. You're not the radicals. You love babies. They're the radicals. Just recently also, the Supreme Court ruled to something that nobody thought would be possible, ruled to move our country forward with a merit-based system of education. In other words, if you have great marks, great boards, great whatever the criteria is, somebody with half the credits, half the numbers, half people that weren't even good students aren't going to take your place in college. We had people straight A's. They had the highest marks, the highest boards. They did unbelievable, and they were getting rejected for people that were not nearly as qualified. They ruled in favor of merit-based. You know, our country was based on merit-based. Merit. You do well, you work hard, it's merit, and you get ahead. You don't work hard, do well, and somebody else that doesn't do nearly as well, maybe because they didn't work hard, maybe for whatever reason, but they get in and you don't. So we got a ruling that nobody thought would happen, and people are thrilled by it because we have to bring our country back, and we only are going to do it through merit. We have to get our top, our smartest, our best, and it's tough stuff. It's tough stuff. I fully rebuilt the U.S. military, created Space Force, defeated ISIS. I defeated ISIS, remember? They said you'll never defeat ISIS. I defeated ISIS in a period of 4 weeks. I was told by all our Washington generals, you know, we have the greatest generals in the world, but not in Washington. They're the television generals. He liked that one. They're the television generals. But we have great generals. We have generals that wiped out ISIS in a period. Once I told them, go ahead. And they said, we'll do it very quickly, sir. It was unbelievable what they did. I was the first president in decades who didn't start a war. Remember, Hillary Clinton would say, he's going to start a war, his personality. No, my personality kept us out of wars because people weren't going to play around with us. Instead, I brought our troops back home. And I was the one that got the move in Afghanistan. We were all set to just bring them, but we were going to leave with dignity and strength. We'd taken the soldiers out last, not first. If you ask a child, just a child, hello. If you ask a child, would you take the soldiers out first, 5 years old? Or would you leave the soldiers until the equipment's out, the American citizens are out, whoever else you want to take? A child would say, well, leave the soldiers at last. They took the soldiers out first. These are incompetent people. We have incompetent people running our country, and our country has never been in more danger of World War III than it is right now. And we don't want to be the world's policeman. Under my leadership, our police and law enforcement knew that we had their back. We had their back. I gave them billions of dollars of excess military. We had military equipment in storehouses, warehouses all over the United States, and they didn't know what to do. They said, we can't give it to them. I said, why don't you want to? Because it will look too military. It will look too, a lot of it is safety equipment, you know, trucks that are armor-plated and things when they go into riots. And I gave it to them, billions and billions of dollars, and it's had a profound effect. And it was just sitting there gathering dust. It would have been valueless over a period of time. But today I want to express our profound condolences to the family of police officer Kevin Cram, who you know, who was gunned down in the line of duty last week in Algona. You know all about it. Gunned down. We send them our love and our prayers, and we want every police officer across this state to know that they are heroes, and they have our total support. These are great people. Our police officers are great people. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. Unlike Biden, I stood proudly with our friend and ally, the State of Israel. I kept my promise, recognized Israel's eternal capital, and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. And I got it built also, by the way. Would have taken 25 years for somebody to get it built. I got it built very quickly. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, something that they've been working on for 58 years. Planes would fly in every year. They'd come in and they'd leave. Nothing would happen. I got it done very quickly. And I withdrew the United States from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. The bad part is they haven't done anything with it. And now Iran's making nuclear weapons. And this guy does nothing about it. That was the biggest thing I did for Israel. I ended the Iran nuclear holocaust, I call it. It would have been the worst. And We were going to make a deal. We would have had a deal with Iran within 2 weeks after the election took place. And when that happened, all of a sudden, China went back to buying oil. I prohibited China from buying oil. I said, if you buy oil from Iran, you're not going to buy anything. We're not doing business with you. We're going cold turkey. A lot of people like that anyway. We're going cold turkey. They said, sir, we would never want to buy oil from Iran. Now they're buying millions and millions of barrels of oil, making Iran very rich. And we would have had a deal, good for everybody, good for Iran, frankly. We would have had a deal, but the election got in the way of that one. We did the Abraham Accords, we did so much, but we would have had a deal there, and that would have been a good one. But they've done nothing with it. They haven't done anything with it. They had such a great negotiating position, but they had no idea. But all of that was just the beginning. Here's just some of the agenda that we will immediately implement when we become the 47th president of the United States. This is a movement. Did you hear the woman on ABC the other day? I won't mention her name. I don't want to embarrass her. But she said, because she probably loses her job over there, she said, that's a movement they have. That's a movement. Well, it is a movement. It's a movement like nobody's ever seen before. We have to keep it honest. We have to keep them honest. I will totally obliterate the deep state. We fired Comey. We fired so many different people. And we will rebuild the FBI and the Department of Justice from the ground up and make them fair again. And before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. We'll have it settled. Would have never happened. I knew him very well. I got along with him very well. The press hates me to say that, the fake news. Oh, he got along with him. Yeah, it's always good to get along with countries that have 1,800 nuclear weapons. But even if they don't, you want to get along if you can. But we got along well, and he knew he couldn't do it. He would have never done it, never. And he wouldn't have done it for another reason, because oil would have been so low that he wouldn't be able to prosecute it from the standpoint of money. He wouldn't have had the money. When oil went up to $120 a barrel, he was making so much money. You know, you don't think of making money during a war. He was making a fortune. Nobody ever made money like that. And now it's up almost to $100 again. He wouldn't have been able to do it because we had it down to $40 a barrel. But it'll all be done quickly. That will be done very quickly, because somebody said, whose side are you on? I said, I'm on the side of stopping all those people from being killed and all those cities from being knocked down. That's the only side I'm on. And I'm the only candidate who can make this promise. I will prevent World War III. And I'll tell you, we're very close to it. We're very close to it right now. We're very close. We've never been so close. We have an incompetent man negotiating with respect to nuclear weapons, giving away our weapons of mass destruction when other countries don't. We have an incompetent man, doesn't even know what it is, and he's negotiating with the smartest people, the smartest leaders, people that are at the top of their game he's negotiating with. He has no clue. We're very close to World War III, don't kid yourself. And this will be a war like no other. This isn't army tanks running back and forth shooting at each other. The weaponry is so powerful, it's so devastating. This will be a war like this will be obliteration. We have a man who's incompetent. He was incompetent 25 years ago. Everybody knew that. I will stop the disaster known as Bidenomics, which means inflation, taxation, submission, and failure. That's what it means. To save Iowa farmers and Iowa ethanol, I will cancel Joe Biden's preposterous electric vehicle mandate. Everybody wants an electric car. Isn't it ridiculous? The electric car's fine, but if you want an electric car, you get one. Maybe you don't want to travel long distances, but if you have long distances, now they're doing it with trucks. They want all trucks to be all electric. A large, big, beautiful, I won't use the name of the company, but the best company for making them, they can get 2,000 miles on a very large tank of gas, 2,000 diesel fuel, 2,000. an electric truck can go 300 miles. So does this mean they're going to stop 5 or 6 times during the trip? The trucking businesses are all going to go out of business. So many bad things that you're talking about. Our wonderful chain. The chain is going to be broken at a level it's never been broken before. One of the big truckers told me, every year when we get a new fleet, every 2 years they get, he said, on average, the trucks get better and better and better and more fuel efficient. A lot of good things happen, but they get better and better. If this happens, we will have taken our fleets back 60 years. He said, and nobody's going to survive it. Nobody's going to survive it. But there will be no forced transition to all electric cars. If you want an electric car, you go buy it. I would think that, I got his highest ratings, when, I don't know if you saw this, but Tucker Carlson interviewed me a few weeks ago. And we had 270 million people watching. And that was on Twitter, I say it, and commonly known as X. What's that all about? But it was on Twitter and other platforms. But it was on there. By the way, the greatest platform is Truth. I hope. Is everybody on Truth? I hope. That's the platform. That's my platform. That's where I speak. But we had 270 some odd million people watching. That's the largest in history. And very interesting, it's the largest. You know who the second was? Michael Jackson being interviewed by Oprah Winfrey many years ago. That was second, and that was about at 150 or something. But this was 271 million people. It was such a great honor to be saying it. But when I look at the things, there's so much to talk about. Did anybody see Meet the Fake Press over the weekend? Meet the Press. New series just opened. Kristen Welker is the head. Took Sleepy Chuck. You remember Sleepy Chuck Todd? She took Sleepy. He looks like he's sleeping, so I came up with the name Sleepy Chuck Todd. He likes me very much. But he got the boot, and she's in, and she was a little nasty, but not too bad. I've had worse. But they got tremendous ratings. As long as we get ratings, as long as we have a voice, we'll be able to be okay, as long as we have a voice. But the fake news was very upset that they allowed me on. Can you imagine? You're running for president, you're leading by 50 or 60 points, and they say, don't put him on, please. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. Right? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? And the next thing, I will not allow the mutilation of our children. Now, can you imagine 10 or 15 years ago having a candidate stand up and say, we will not allow the mutilation? And it's really sexual mutilation of our children, but the mutilation of our children. Can you imagine having to say a thing like this? This is how screwed up our country is and how screwed up in a way the world is, but we're sort of leading the world, where somebody has to get up and say, I'm not going to allow your children to be mutilated. And this is a standard phrase now that you have to say to let people know that you're not going to let that happen. We're going to make it against the law to do. I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And as president, I let the governors really cover the whole thing with respect to the China virus. I let the governors do it. And a lot of the Republican governors, you look at South Dakota, you look at South Carolina, Tennessee, a lot of places did a fantastic job. They did really a fantastic job. Georgia did a very good job. A lot of places did a very good job, and a lot of places didn't. No Democrat did a good job because they closed everything up. They want masks on top of masks. But I gave that's a federalist system. You let the governors make the decision. But it was a very important thing to do, and some of the governors really did a good job. And I'll close the Federal Department of Education, and we will move everything back to the states where they can individualize education and do it with love for our children. So we're at the bottom of every list in education, and yet we spend more per pupil by 3 times than any other state, any other country. So look, we spend more money by 2 times, 3 times, and Denmark and Sweden and various countries, and China is right in the top 5. Think China, with all of those people, 1.4 billion people, they're a top 5 country. And I know that because I visited schools in China. I said, this is very impressive. And we're way down at the bottom. We're down at the end or very close to the end. We talked about this a little while ago. We're right down at the end. We will move it back to your state. Iowa will take care of its education. We'll make a payment which will be about half of what we spend, or maybe even less than that, and you'll have plenty of money left over. And you're going to have a great school system. Not all states will do great. Some will be incredible. Some will be better than any place. But when you add it up, you're going to have a school system that's going to work, because we have a school system that's absolutely dead. It's a dead system. On day 1, I will sign an executive order instructing, and this is so important, instructing every federal agency to cease the promotion of sex or gender transition at any age. We don't want that. Who thinks you have to say that? I will declare that any hospital or healthcare provider that participates in the chemical or physical mutilation of youth no longer meets federal health and safety standards. They will be terminated from receiving federal funds effective immediately. And I will keep men out of women's sports. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? 2 weeks ago, a weightlifting record was broken by numbers that you wouldn't believe. Stood for many years. They'd put like a little quarter of an ounce on one side, and they just couldn't do it. The women couldn't get it up. They couldn't do it. Guy comes along. He lifted a lot. He broke the record by like 140 pounds. How crazy is it, right? How crazy. And you know what? It's very bad. It's very demeaning to women, too. The swimmer. I tell the story. I'm not going to go through a big deal, but I look down, I look left, I look right. I look left, I look right. The woman, she's a great champion. She's been swimming largely against these people because they're all champions. Then she looks over here and she sees a guy that's like this monstrous guy, who's a woman now. And he looks at her, stares at her. He's got a wingspan like Wilt Chamberlain. Does anybody know Wilt? Wilt the Silk. Wilt was a large person. Wilt was 7'2", and he was a great NBA player. He scored 100 points in one game, if you remember. That's a record I think will never be broken. But Wilt is still Chamberlain, so she looks and she says, whoa. And then I say jokingly, and she was badly injured in that meet, because when the race started, he went by her so fast that she got windburn, horrible, horrible windburn. She hasn't recovered. It's so crazy. It's so demeaning to women. And I'll sign a law that I said in all 50 states will prohibit sexual mutilation of these beautiful children. I will restore the Trump ban on transgender in the military. We had a ban on it. It's what the generals wanted until they got on television. Just as I did for 4 years, I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. That was not easy, but we did it very successfully. And I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. Nice big voter ID. But until then, Republicans must compete, and we have to win. And in conclusion, this is what we must do to restore our country to greatness. We want America great again. The USA is a mess. Our economy is crashing. Inflation is out of control. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea have formed together as a menacing and destructive coalition. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard. which will be our greatest defeat in over 200 years if we lose the world standard and currency. People don't know how big that is. It won't happen with me, not even a chance, just like Russia would have never invaded Ukraine and China would not even have thought about raiding Taiwan, and they're thinking about it very seriously now because they look at our country and they see our leader and they say, this is our chance. And we would have left Afghanistan with dignity and strength and pride instead of our greatest embarrassment in history. We were going to leave. If you took the 5 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. We are a failing nation. We are a nation in decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. It's totally corrupt, and we will never let it happen. That's why you must show up to caucus for our campaign on Monday, January 15th, and bring people. Get everyone you know, make sure they're registered Republican, and get them out to their local precinct caucus meetings. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. They want to go to war with everybody. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. And we will throw off the sick political class that truly hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. We will defeat crooked Joe Biden, and we will end illegal immigration once and for all, just as we had it 3 years ago. The great silent majority is rising like never before. And under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. With your help, your love, and your vote, we will put America first, and we will make America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you very much. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you very much. God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you.
Live coverage here in Iowa for speech number 2. And now we're going to do a little special thing here. We're going to transfer our coverage real quickly outside this arena, and we're going to make our way over to the motorcade. And we're going to go ahead and give you extended coverage. A quick commercial timeout. We'll be right back. We're live in Iowa.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success. And now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community.
Thank you. All right, we are live here. Immediately after the second speech, we were making our way over to the motorcade. We're going to go to a very special location. The president loves to stop by and say hi to some locals, and that's exactly what we're going to do right now. But that travel time is going to be a little lengthy, so if you missed the first speech earlier today at around noon, we're going to go ahead and replay that. We've been told to pick it up a notch as we make our way over to the motorcade. So we're going to replay the first speech. Then we've been told we're about to be left. We don't want that to happen either. A full-fledged sprint right now. So basically, we're going to replay that first speech and then come back out live, cut through here. Let's go. We've been told to hurry up and get in the car. As you can see, this is where all the detail is set up. So, here we are.
Is it?
Press number 2. So we're going to make our way back here in the back. See, Miles, let's see if we can get you right here as we make our way. Now, like I said, we're going to go ahead and toss to the first speech. And then as we get closer to this special stop, we are then going to come back into live coverage and let you see how that plays out.
And without further ado, I want to welcome the 45th and the 47th President of this great nation, Donald J. Trump.
The men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota, let's listen to that song. Across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Well, I want to thank you very much. You know, this was supposed to be a very small little gathering. They said they'd never see anything like it here. It's they actually talk like this is a small part, and a lot of people don't show up, but boy, they showed up today. We broke every record. And this is really friends. We're doing a big speech later, but this is an intimate gathering. This was supposed to be a very intimate. This is a little bit intimate, but it is intimate. But this is a gathering of people that have been so supportive, and we're going to get out there and we're going to get out that vote, that caucus vote, which is very important. And, you know, last time I was leading, I was beating everybody, but they didn't do the caucus thing too well. And I learned a lot. We went to New Hampshire. We knocked them dead. We did very well here. We came in second. It was my only second. I don't like second, though. Then we won the race against the Democrats. That's a big one, right? We won the race. But we won it against beautiful Hillary. See, I call her beautiful now. Because we used the word crooked for somebody else. You know who that is, right? That's a very accurate description. But we ended up winning, but I learned so much during the process. This is the first race, and I'll never forget my first race ever in politics, because I wasn't a politician. I like to think of myself not as a politician now. But I came into Iowa, and I came in second out of 18, right? So we had 18. I came in second. They said, Trump suffers a major defeat. That was the beginning with the fake news. Trump suffered. I came in second, and you know, normally people would be thrilled to come in at that position. And honestly, they didn't have a good group, and now we have a group like we've never had before. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. So I remember my daughter Ivanka. She was in Des Moines, a big area, and she was in Des Moines with by herself. She was waiting, and she was waiting for these people to come in, because, you know, you have to have a big staff, and they come in, and you talk about how wonderful Trump is and all this. But Ivanka calls me, Daddy, they don't have anybody here, the company that did the job. They weren't so hot. They don't have anybody here, Daddy, but I'll take it. But we did, you know, pretty well. Then we went on to win the state against Hillary, and we won the state the second time, and we won it big. In fact, the second time in the overall election, we got millions and millions of more votes than we did in the first election. We were told, all of us were told, that if you got the same number of votes, 63 million, as we got in 16, that the election would be over. But we got like 12 million, a lot. We don't even know, because nobody knows, because nobody understands what the hell happened with that election. But we're not letting it happen again, that I can tell you. We're not going to let that happen again. Millions more votes. It was very interesting. I had a meeting with one of the big papers, New York Times, actually. They said, what happened the second time? Well, we did much better. Well, what do you mean you did better? We got millions more votes, millions and millions more votes. And they said, yeah, that's sort of right when you think about it, I guess, right? But we're going to do something. We're going to do something that's historic now, and we're going to bring our country back from the dead. Our country is dying. It's dying. When you look at what's happening at the border, when you look at all the things that are going on, our country is in such serious shape. So I just want to thank you all for joining us today. Special day. It's a special place. We're going to be back 5 or 6 times in the next period of, think of it, we're talking about 4 months. Can you believe it? When it was 4 years, I said, that's a long time. Now we start in 4 months. You're the first. I kept you first, by the way. I hope you know that, because people like to take credit. People like to take credit. There's only one person that can take credit. I kept you first. And as you know, the Democrats didn't do that. But we'll worry about that later. We want to get through the caucus. We want to get through it right away. And we want to win it by numbers bigger than we won it even the last time, if that's possible. So thank you all. In less than 4 months from now, we're going to win the Iowa caucuses in a historic landslide. I think it's going to be a landslide. You see what's going on with the polling. We've been like a rocket ship. We've been going like this. And the polls have been incredible, both against the Republicans and against the Republicans, we're up 60 points, 60. Think of it. Who the hell ever thought that was going to happen so quickly? They crashed and burned. They crashed and burned, but we're up 60. Thank you. I love you too, even though it's not generally my thing. It's not generally my thing when a guy screams out, "I love you." But that's okay. We love you all. But in the polls, we're up massive numbers. We'll talk about them in a couple of minutes. And we may take a few questions from people, too, if you want. I always say that. You know, if I don't want to really take questions, I say at the very end, and now we'll take questions. Everybody's like, oh, I don't have time. When you say it at the beginning, people are thinking the whole damn speech, and they're thinking. But we're going to take a few questions. I think you can handle it. They have some mics around here, so we'll handle it. And you think Joe Biden does that? Well, from a group of people. We'll take some questions. I did Meet the Press this weekend. They got fantastic ratings. I call it Meet the Fake Press. And they had fantastic rating. And it was one question after another, after another, after another, and went through his whole hour. Then Kristen Welker, and she was, you know, nice, although kept interrupting me because she wasn't loving some of the answers I was giving, you know. But you loved the answers I was giving. But the beautiful thing, they said, I sat down for an hour, and then I did a Megyn Kelly one, and she had, you know, just, boy, she became nastier all of a sudden. She was pretty nasty, didn't you think? Anybody that watched it. But they both asked many questions, many questions, and I could have gone on for hours, but, you know, there's a period of time, and you say, that's it. So they had like an hour. They had an hour and a half. And it would be, I think, 32 questions on 32 different subjects. And Biden can't do that. Biden can't. Maybe one question where he goes, okay, I'll take a question from, wait. I want ABC Ruth. And then she gives him a question, and then he reads the answer. Here's the answer. No, we're this country. We have to get this country straightened out. That's not going to do it. It's not going to do it. I want to thank my friend Congressman Wesley Hunt. He really is. He's a star. Where is he? And his incredible wife, who happens to come from the area, as you know. But Wesley, thank you both very much, and thank all three of you. Thank all three, because they have their beautiful new son. And thank you very much for coming up. This is a great honor. You're a very respected guy. And Jackson County Republican Chairwoman Darla Schulpel. Where's Darla? Where is Darla? She's here. Hi, Darla. Oh, very, very beautiful. You look great. Thank you, Darla. I heard you're doing a fantastic job, everybody tells me. Jackson County Attorney John Keyes. John, you around? Hi, John. Great. Central casting for an attorney. That's a good thing. My senior advisor, Representative Bobby Kaufman. Where's Bobby? Bobby is doing... Hi, Bobby. Oh, you gave yourself the worst seat in the House. Look, he's over by the wall. He knows how to take care of the customer, right, Bobby? Say hello to your father. His father's fantastic, too. State Representative Steve Bradley is here. Steve, thank you very much, Steve. Thank you very much, Steve. And a very special thanks to Luana Stoltenberg. Do you know, where is she, by the way? You know, there's a man that's in charge of NATO named Stoltenberg. You know that, right? And he's the Secretary General, and he loves Trump because I was able, you know, we were supporting NATO, and we were giving so much money disproportionately. And they're representing, you know, they're over there, we're over here. It's much more important for them. And I got them hundreds of billions of dollars in pay-up money because they were not paid. They were NATO countries. They were not paid. We were protecting all of these European countries, and for years and years they weren't paying, or they were paying not a good amount of money. But the name was Stoltenberg, same name as yours. You are so fantastic. She said, I pray for you every day. I write a letter to you every single day. Have you gotten them? I'm saying, yeah, sure. No. But she said, I pray and I do this. And I said, you are incredible. And she just gave me her endorsement, and she's highly respected here. So I want to thank you very much. And that Stoltenberg is very good, too, I have to tell you. He's the Secretary General, and he's been great. He said, you know, President Trump came in here, and he left, and he got hundreds of, I mean, we just got hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in back. I call it delinquent, like in the real estate business, right? We call it delinquent. They were delinquent. Almost every country. 7 weren't. It's a total of 28. But most of them were. Some were totally delinquent. They didn't pay for a long time. And he said, you know, he left, and he got the money pouring in by the billions. And we ended up getting hundreds of billions of dollars from these countries, so we didn't have to pay. And we didn't have to pay disproportionately. And the money they have now is the money that I raised them. He said, you know, Bush would come in and Obama would come in. They'd all come in. They'd make a speech. They'd leave, and that would be the end of it. They wouldn't say, I came in the first time, saw that this was wrong, came in the second time about 6 months later. I said, you got to pay up. He said, nobody ever said that. So it was good. So I appreciate very much, and thank you, darling. We appreciate it very much. There are those that say this is the greatest political movement of all time. I think it is, MAGA. You know, when Biden criticizes MAGA, I say, no, it means make America great again. What's to criticize? You know, how do you criticize MAGA? They go, oh, those MAGA people, those MAGA people. Anybody that says that doesn't love our country. It's called Make America Great Again. But this is the greatest movement of all time. You know? Yeah. You know, over the years, and I was not in politics, although I was on the other side, like writing checks for everybody that I liked that was running. But I wasn't in per se. But I'd watch very carefully because I found it fascinating. And over the years, you'd watch these people that sometimes they'd win like an election, come in second, come in third, fourth, and they'd be famous if they came in second, third, fourth in a primary. And they would go along a lifetime, I mean, literally a lifetime, and they'd become, you know, successful people, and they'd be very respected politically. And we came in first last time in virtually in every state. We came in first within the Republican Party, and then we did phenomenally in the election. But 2016, we won almost all of them also against professionals. You know, we had 18 people. There were senators, for the most part, senators and governors. They weren't stupid people. And we came in, and this was a movement that nobody's ever seen before. You know, when that happens, if you almost win a state, you become... So Pat Buchanan's an example in New Hampshire. He came in, he did well. He did very well, and he's a terrific guy in many ways, right? We all sort of know him. And he did really well. I think he came in second, and, you know, he had a wonderful political career. We came in first in almost every state, think of it, as a group. First, and we won. And then we won the election against beautiful Hillary. Beautiful Hillary, beautiful woman. So it's pretty amazing. So it's the greatest movement of all time, and in this country, and I think probably largely beyond this country. But if we win this time, this will be bigger than anything we've ever done. This will be at a level that's never been done, much bigger than had we done it the traditional way, which we did do, but we just didn't get credit for it. But we did do it. We'll win it 3 times. I mean, that's the way I look at it. We'll win it 3 times. But this psychologically and in many other ways, and you understand the different ways, but because one of the things of taking this pause is it shows how bad they are. It shows how bad their policies are. You look at the border, you look at all of the things that are so horrible that are happening, and it shows how bad they are. And we'll be able to do things and get things fixed in this country that probably you couldn't have really done politically or otherwise if you did it the traditional way. So it'll be something really spectacular. It's going to be, I think it's going to be amazing. And I will tell you, so we've run twice. I've never seen the spirit that we have this time. And a lot of that spirit because you're longing for the good old days with the greatest economy ever and all those things. But how about gasoline at $1.87? How about that? No, we had the great. Remember I told you I made great deals. I don't even talk about China because of COVID, but I made one of the greatest deals ever with USMCA, but maybe the best was China. $50 billion. And remember, and you had to stay with me, the farmers I'm talking about, mostly in this case, less the manufacturers. They were there anyway. But they were the most loyal people. The farmers were the most loyal people. And they said, sir, we're with you. I said, I'm going to get you all sorts of subsidies from China. They said, sir, we don't want subsidies. We just want a level playing field. That was the only ones that told me that in 4 years in the White House. If I said, I'm going to get you subsidies because everybody would say, oh, give me the subsidy. I'll never forget, I had 36 farmers. They represented farmers from all over the country, a lot from Iowa. We were in the Oval Office in this gorgeous room, this conference room that's so beautiful and represented so many great things. Less so lately. There's not too many great things happening for our country lately. But they represented, and I said that to them. I said, I will work it so that you guys are going to be taking. And one of the gentlemen raised his hand and said, so we don't want subsidy. We don't want a handout. We want a level playing field, and nobody can beat us. And I said, what an unbelievable thing to say. It's the only time anybody said that, and that was the whole farm group. They all agreed with it. They didn't want anything. They just wanted fairness because they were not treated fairly. It was horrible what was happening to them, including with NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. So and it was really horrible. And I then made USMCA, that's Mexico and Canada, and you know how good that is. They want to renegotiate the deal now. That's always a good sign. But we took it from the worst deal to the best deal, and NAFTA was probably the worst trade deal ever made, and USMCA is one of the best trade deals ever made in this country. And one of the other deals I made was with China. You're doing a lot of business with China. Now, they're not adhering to the contract anymore. I used to call every day, are they adhering? Are they buying? Are they buying? Because it was $50 billion I had to buy. And, you know, I misunderstood it. They said $15 billion. I said to Sonny Perdue, the Secretary of Agriculture, good guy, I said, how much have we been hurt, the farmers been hurt in this country by China trade practices? And he said, sir, $27 billion over a period of 4 years. I said, that's a lot. All right, I'm going to get it back. And I got you $28 billion, actually, from China. That came from China. And many of the people in this room opened up very big checks, but I got it. Everybody thought that you can't even think about getting that. I got you $28 billion. I got hundreds of billions for the country, but I got $28 billion from the farmer because of the unfair trade practices with China. The fake news doesn't want to write about that, but it's a big deal. In fact, I always say, there's no way I lose Iowa, Nebraska, any of the farm states, because who the hell else would get $28 billion from China? People would say, don't even think about it. And I'm honored to have done it, too. I'm honored to have done it. But we did fantastically well, and we made this USMCA deal. And most people said you'd never be able to get rid of NAFTA because, you know, these other countries have a lot of power. They have people representing them with a lot of power. It's tough to change a bad trade deal. We have the worst trade deal. We have a lot of bad trade deals. We got you open in Japan. We got you open in South Korea. We got you open in a lot of different places. But I got that done. They terminated NAFTA, which people said would be impossible, and we got the USMCA. So now when they want to renegotiate, which they're trying to right now, don't let them do it. But we have a very short time left now when you think about it. You know, we're talking about a very, very short time. November of next year, we're like, wow, just a little bit more than a year. But a lot of bad things can happen in a year. Tremendously bad things can happen in a year. And a lot of stupid decisions can be made. Yesterday I watched at the United Nations, and I still haven't gotten over the $6 billion for 5 people. $6 billion. They freed up $6 billion for 5 people. They got 5, we got 5. It was a hostage swap. They got 5, we got 5. That was the good news. The bad news is they also got $6 billion, right? And you say, how the hell, who would do a deal like that? But they're all bad deals. They're all. So yesterday Biden was speaking, and I won't even comment on the speech. But he said one thing, that we got rid of our gas, we have gas weapons, and they're terrible, they're horrible, they're unbelievably lethal and powerful, but they're terrible. And he said that they basically ended all of it. They've gotten rid of them all. And then he sort of indicated that, sadly, other countries haven't followed suit. Of course they haven't followed suit. They haven't followed suit because you don't get rid of them first, you get rid of them last or simultaneously. So we got rid of this tremendous, horrible, lethal power that we need if other people have it, but other people didn't get rid. And I said, how stupid is this? How stupid is this? So it's gone from us, but other people have it. And it's just step by step, day by day. So with having these people in there, I mean, the only thing they're good at is cheating in elections. It's really true. In my opinion, they're professionals at cheating, and you got to watch those elections very carefully. Less so in your case because, you run a good ship, but in some of these states, it's just horrible. It's just horrible when you look at what's happened. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So, if you want to save America from the, I have a script here. So far, I haven't looked down at it. I'm saying, when am I going to look at this script? I have these brilliant speechwriters, and I tend not to use them too much, but it's better that way, isn't it? Isn't it nice when you have a president who doesn't have to read a script? Isn't that nice? So if you want to save America from Crooked Joe and the radical left, then get out and be patriots, and you're all patriots. Make sure that they're registered Republicans. Get out. You have to register. Register Republicans. Get them out. Get all of your friends out. And 7 p.m. on Monday, January 15th. That's when it all begins, January 15th. On a Monday. It's a good, beautiful day. And you got to get them out 7 o'clock in the evening. That's when it starts. And it's a beautiful scene, actually. In fact, I think I'll come up for it. Should I come up? Yeah, I'll come up. I'll get them out with you. I think I'll come up. I think I will. So I'll tell my geniuses over there, we'll come up. But we're asking for a commitment, everybody, to, whatever you can, get 3 people at a minimum and come out, bring them out with you. Because caucuses, you can do that. With the regular elections, it's a little bit stranger. But with a caucus, you can do that and get 3 people at a minimum and get out. And let's really start it off with a bang. They're losing in Iowa by like 35, 40 points. Second, Ron DeSanctimonious, who, remember, was against ethanol, totally against it, wanted to end it totally. And that would be devastating, frankly, for your farmers. It would be devastating for the farmers. But they wanted to end it. And I was the champion of it. I was the one that kept it going. And there was a lot of competition to not do it. And, yeah. I got it for, remember, 12 months. I did the whole thing on ethanol. I became the king of ethanol, but he wanted to end it. One thing I'll say about a politician, like a guy like him, he comes in, when somebody wants to end Medicare, or when somebody wants to end Social Security and go up to 70, minimum age 70, which is a big jump, when they want to do that early, they may change their attitude for an election, like come and say, oh, well, I love, Social Security, but he voted 3 times against it. He wanted to cut he's a disciple of Paul Rhino. Do you know who Paul Rhino is? Paul Ryan. But he's a disciple of that whole group. And when they want to do it early, they may change for an election. They may get away with it. But when they change, they always go back to what they originally had. And I've been very consistent. You can read those books from years ago. I've been very consistent how we've been ripped off on trade and everything else. And I changed so much of that. And then this administration gives it right back. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. But when you want to look at how somebody is, they go back to what their original thought is what their thought is. And they wanted to do big damage to Social Security. They wanted to raise that age to 70, and they wanted to do big damage to Medicare. You can't have that. You don't deserve that. There are other things we can do that are far better, where we can do a real job, but you deserve it. You get to a certain age, you deserve it. We delivered record increase in real family income. It never, in history, there's never been anything like it. Went up $6,000 a year. Think of that. With no inflation. We didn't have inflation. We knew how to take care of inflation. Look, inflation was caused because they stopped drilling, they stopped the energy, and that caused the inflation. Energy is so big, If you make donuts, if you make cake, if you're a lawyer, if you're an accountant, you're heating and you're trucking, and no matter what you do, energy is so big. And energy is now out of control. They did it fake. You know, we did a big thing with the strategic reserves and got them full. And then right now they're the lowest they've ever been. They've emptied millions and millions of barrels in order to have an election, past election, where they could keep the numbers down. They were still very high, but at least they weren't at $5 and $6. So just today, gasoline hit $5 again. And it's going to probably go up. It looks like it's going to go up. There's no reason. Yeah, it is true. Drill, baby, drill. I gave that answer in CNN. What would you do? Well, start off with drill, baby, drill, and the place went crazy. And it was the CNN audience, too. You figure that one out. No, but they don't want to pay either, so it's crazy. But we had it down to numbers. Actually, we had to raise it up a little bit because the oil companies, they were all going to go out of business. They never produced so much. They did a great job. And, you know, they did a great job for themselves, to be honest. But it was, we had it down below $2. And for a little while, we had it down to $1.50. But that's where we had to say, got to go up a little bit. But now it's hitting $5 again. And we're not going to let it happen, because that is what caused inflation. And inflation is called a country buster. When you have inflation, you can go back 200 years. Look at Germany, look at countries, what they went through with inflation. They were destroyed. I mean, literally, they were destroyed. They had to start all over again. And we've had the biggest inflation we've had in 52 years. So that's a lot of years. And it's been a lot of suffering. I see bacon is up 6 times. Bacon. Who would think, right? So people aren't ordering bacon. Then they say, oh, it came down a little bit. Yeah, they're not ordering it, which is not good for you either, by the way. But they're not ordering it. But so many food products now are going up and through the roof. So we're going to stop it. And I just want to tell you that it's an honor to have been able to control inflation. And it wasn't that hard, because so much of it has to do with the energy sector. And we were going to be we were actually energy independent. Nobody thought that was possible. We're energy independent. Just think of that. We didn't need, for the first time ever, we didn't need anybody's energy. We didn't have to guard the Gulf. We didn't have to do anything. We had all, you know, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation by far. Think of it. And just think of how incredible that is, you know. So under our leadership, we built almost 500 miles of wall. You know, they like to say, oh, it was really 58 miles. No. You know what they do? They take, this is how vicious they are. And you see the wall. You see miles as far as the eye can see. We built almost, and I had to do it because we have Mitch McConnell working with the Democrats all the time, you know, which is a horror show. Horror show. So I took it out of the military. I said, you know, this is an invasion of our country, and I'll take it out of the military. And we did that. And it was a tiny fraction for the military. And the military agreed with it. But what they did is, in order to demean, because they always try, they're misinformation, disinformation, almost the same thing, by the way, close. Anybody want to give me a definition of the difference? Because it's close enough we won't waste our time. But what happens is, if there was a 2x4, 50 years old, laying there rotted, where there used to be a little wall, a little barricade or something, they'd say, oh, well, he didn't build a wall there. That was a renovation, even though we'd throw that junk out. We'd take down like a 1-foot wall of wood that was rotted and gone, and just literally gone, and take it away, and then we'd put up 30-foot and 40-foot walls right all over, all steel, everything that, those walls, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to have concrete plank. But the people on Border Patrol are fantastic people, and ICE. These are fantastic people. They don't get enough credit. And they say, sir, you have to be able to see through it. You have to see who's on the other side. So that went my idea of plank, you know, like from a parking garage. You can do 60 feet, 50 feet plank. But you just try and keep the graffiti off as much as possible, right? Because the graffiti begins, which I hate. I hate to see it. But that's what I wanted to do. But we had meetings with them, and we actually had mountain climbers coming in and climbing different things. And they were able to get a plank easy, and they had a much harder time doing this. But they also needed, they wanted steel on the outside. They wanted concrete, heavy-grade concrete on the inside. They wanted rebars inside the concrete. So you have 3 different substances for cutting. It's very hard to cut, very, very hard. So I did what they wanted. And then they wanted, you know, the plate. Do you ever notice the plate on top? I wanted to leave it off. I don't like it visually. But that's called an anti-climb plate. It makes it much harder to climb the wall. And some of these people, gotta say, they are athletes. They climb a wall like there's nothing to it, and they have 200 pounds of drugs on their back. They're going up like, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. We had people show us things that I would say are pretty impressive. But that's an anti-climb bar, they call it. It's a very important element to stop people from climbing over the wall. So we did almost 500 miles of it, and then we were all getting prepared. We had it all bought, and we could have done another 200 miles because we needed more. We did what we said we were going to do, but then we could have done more, and we had it all bought, and we had the election was ended and rigged, by the way, and we didn't take over. And what they did, and this is the first time I realized they were serious because I thought they were playing games. I realized they didn't want to build security. They wanted to have an open border so that people can come in from other prisons, from prisons all over the world, from mental institutions and insane asylums all over the world. We have people coming in from all over the world, not just the 4 or 5 countries that we think of our neighbors as neighbors. We have people coming now from all over the world. We had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border, I believe, in the history of the world. I don't believe there's any third world country that has a border like we have. And I think the real number is going to be when you really add it up, and I think if the numbers ever come out, I think they're going to have 15 million people by the end of this year would have come into this country under this lunatic regime of fascists and communists and everything else. So I think it's a terrible, terrible thing. But when we get in, we'll be able to stop it. We have Tom Homan. We have all of the greatest people. We have such great people. You know, if Biden went to the beach, you know, he goes to the beach all the time, right? You ever notice? Somebody's working him. He's got these consultants, and I think they think he looks good in a bathing suit. And he doesn't look good in a bathing suit. And somebody's giving him very, very bad advice. And when you look at it, and all he had to do is if he went to the beach and didn't do anything, you would have the strongest border you've ever had right now. But they decided to get rid of, stay in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. Remain in Mexico. How good is that? And we had to do that with Mexico. You think that was easy? I went to the Mexican government. I said, we need a lot of people coming over in these caravans. I came up with that name, I think. Thousands and thousands of people heading up. But they knew, yeah, sit down, everybody. You have a couple of minutes, right? Sit down. Sit down. Whoever has a seat, whoever's lucky enough, otherwise I'm sorry. That's a little bigger crowd than we anticipated by about triple. But we had all of these people coming up. And I said to the Mexican government, remember, you know, the enemy, they say, he didn't get Mexico to pay for the wall. Like hell I didn't. I got Mexico to pay for 28,000 soldiers free of charge while we're building the wall. That was more money than paying for the wall. They were there for a long time, and they're not politically correct soldiers either. These are soldiers that, you know, and they stopped it. And anyway, so that was sort of interesting. The State Department, a woman that works at the State Department, a good woman. She's worked really covering Mexico, I think, for 20, 25 years. And I told her, I said, we're going to have to get Mexico to give us soldiers. Well, they won't do it. I said, yeah, they'll do it, and they're going to be free, too. Sir, they won't do that. And then I said, so remain in Mexico. I want the soldiers. We want catch and release ended. It's catch and release, but we release them in Mexico, not here. You know, catch and release is called, we catch them. We find out they're criminals, and then we release them into our country. We say, come back in about 5 years for the trial, okay? Nobody ever comes back. No smart one comes back. A couple of them came back, but not too smart. But nobody ever comes back. So we had to get rid of that. But we had to go to Mexico. And I said to the top representative right under the president, and the president, I like him a lot. He's a socialist, but I like him a lot. I can't have everything, right? And I said, we want 28,000 soldiers along our border because you're sending a lot of people over, and we want your soldiers to protect us, and we're not going to pay anything. And he laughed at me. No, we're not going to do that, sir. Oh, sir. I mean, what a stupid request. And I said, you're going to do it. I mean, 100%. Well, what do you mean 100%? I said, no, 100% you're going to do it. No, we will not do that, sir. What's next? I said, next is remain in Mexico. People can't come into our country. They have to remain in Tijuana. They have to remain in, you have to see hundreds of thousands of people were backed up. Not in our country. They were remaining in Mexico. All of a sudden, Mexico got stronger on their borders, okay, because they didn't want this, because it was remain in Mexico. And he said, no, we can't do that. We couldn't do anything. And I said, here's the story. On Monday morning at 7 o'clock, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff on any car. You know, they took 32% of our car industry over the years, not during my years, by the way, but they took 32% of our car industry. So we're going to have any car, any product that's made in Mexico, when it comes across the border, we're charging you a 25% tariff. And I have the legislation right here. I'm going to sign it. I have the right to do that. And he said, you won't do that. I said, no, 100% I will, 100%. And I'm going to sign it right now. He said, sir, may I have 5 minutes? I'd like to call my country. He calls the country, he comes back. Sir, it would be a great honor to supply you with 28,000 soldiers free of charge. So I got 28,000. 28,000 soldiers. You know, 28, it's pretty good, right? Another little quick story. Should I tell you one other quick story? Yes? I mean, we're all having a good time. What the hell? I'm late for, as they say, the big venue. This is a big venue to me. This is a beautiful venue. This is our people. But we had another case where France was going to charge American companies a tremendous tax for the privilege of doing business in France. And I said, I can't take that. You're not going to do that. And I called in some of my great geniuses, and I said, you'd call them up and you tell them we're not doing it and negotiate it where they don't have to do it. They come back a week later. No, they've already pretty much done it. They passed legislation. They're going to charge American companies a very significant, very big tax. And that's bad for American companies. So I'm supposed to be guarding American companies and American jobs and everything else. So I say, go back. You have another day. Go back and get it ended. And they came back and they failed. They were unable to do Treasury. They just were not able to do it. And I said, I'll do it. And I called up Macron, who's a very nice guy. And I said, Mr. Macron, you remember me? Yes, I do. I do remember. His name is Emmanuel. I called up, I said, Emmanuel, listen, you're going to be charging our company significant money to do business in France. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. It has taken a long time for us to work. Oh, that's fine. I think it's wonderful. So here's a story. If you go into this, and if this thing takes effect on Monday, we're going to have something that's of equal effect. Every bottle of wine and champagne that you send into this country, we're going to put a tariff on for 100%. And he said to me, you cannot do that. That would be terrible. I said, no, what you're doing is terrible. So you can call me back within 5 minutes, but I've already signed it. On Monday morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, every bottle of wine and every bottle of champagne gets taxed at 100%. And we're going to make a hell of a lot more money than you're going to make with your tax. He calls me back 5 minutes later. He says, we have decided to drop the tax on American companies. And there's so much. I mean, I could tell you these stories all day long. I could tell you all day long. So we fully rebuilt the military. We have now peace through strength. You would have never had Ukraine and Russia. Russia would never, even the Democrats admit that. And I used to talk to Putin about it. I'd say, you can't do it. You know, it was the apple of his eye, I will tell you. That I knew. But I made it the unapple of his eye because I said, bad things are going to happen if you do that. And he didn't do it. He only started doing this after I was gone. All of a sudden you see troops building up. Would have never done it, but we stood very proudly with our friend and ally, the state of Israel, kept to my promise, recognized Israel's eternal capital, and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. And not only did we have it designated as the capital, we got it built. I got it built. I took over a building. You all heard that story. I took over a building. They were going to spend $2 billion building a ridiculous building. They didn't even have the location. They had a plan without a location, which never works very well for architecture and architects. But I said, do we have a site? And they came back sir, we do. We have many sites in Jerusalem. I said, any of them with a building on it that we could convert? Yeah, we have one that's fantastic. The best site had a building on it. It was a closed building, but it was structurally very strong, very sound. And they got back to me and they said, my people, they said, we can do it for $400,000, sir. I said, first time I've ever done this in my life. I said, you know, honestly, that sounds too cheap. Sounds too cheap. I said, let's make it a little more, because that's crazy. So it was $2 billion. We got it down to $400,000. We ended up building it. I said, make it $5 million, and we made it $5 million. We built it for $500,000. A friend of mine is in an office building in New York, very rich guy, very successful guy. And every time I walk into his office, he talks about Jerusalem stone. He goes, look at the stone. It's so beautiful. I say, if I hear it again, now all of a sudden I'm in Jerusalem, right? So I say to my people, there's a very expensive stone. It's called Jerusalem stone. People are very impressed by it. It's a beautiful beige stone like sand. Can we use it? Is it expensive? Sir, you're in Jerusalem. We can get it for nothing. I said, let's use it. So we did the whole building in Jerusalem stone, and it's beautiful. We got it built. So not only did we get it designated, but we got it built, and I recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. That was a big thing. They've been trying to get it done for years. And best of all, I got the Iran nuclear deal terminated, but unfortunately this administration did not take advantage of it. They didn't take advantage of it, and bad things are happening. They're building away a nuclear weapon. This would have never happened. We would have had a deal within 2 weeks after the election. We would have had a deal with Iran, and everybody would have been happy. So with your vote in January, I'll fight like no one else, and it's very important. It's so important, and so important that you are first, because I believe in this state very much, and I believe in the people. I have so many friends here. We'll totally obliterate the deep state. We have a deep state. It was really deep. We got rid of Comey. We got rid of a lot of people, but it was deeper than anyone thought. And then we had the COVID, the dust from China. China virus came in. We did a great job with that. The stock market, when we turned it over, the stock market was actually higher than it was just prior to COVID or China virus coming in. So we did an amazing job in so many ways. We haven't been getting the kind of love on that one. We get a lot of love on the economy and a lot of things, but they never gave us one of the big things. It was incredible. Don't forget, when that came in at a level that was nobody knew what the hell was happening. Thousands of people were dying in China. That's all they knew. And they knew something bad was going on, but nobody knew exactly what it was. We did a great job on that with the ventilators and all of the therapeutics and Regeneron and all of the things we did, the robes, everything. We did things that nobody thought could be done in a very short, and we supplied the states with all that stuff because the states were all empty. I said their cupboards were bare, but we did that, and we did, so many other things. We rebuilt our military. We did so much so fast that nobody's seen it. And some people say it was the most successful 4 years and one of the most successful presidencies by far ever. So, yeah. And one other thing for you, I'll tell you, I will ban the critical race theory and far left gender ideology from our school. And you've been hearing me say this. I will keep men out of women's sports, if that's okay. Because how ridiculous is that, right? Who would even think, I mean, you go back 10 or 15 years, if you ever said a thing, people would say, why were you saying that? How crazy is it? And they actually tried, 2 weeks ago they had a weightlifting contest, and the weights were set for, I think it was 18 years. Women are trying to break it, and they put like a quarter of an ounce on each end of Wesley's a strong guy, he could do this, but they put like a quarter of an ounce on. The women are trying to, this guy comes along and breaks the record, I think by 46% or something like that. He walks up, and he was a weightlifter, not a successful one. As a man, he wasn't as successful, but he was a weightlifter. And he came in and he shattered the record. It's ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculous. The swimmers, you got to see these new times that are being established. And I tell the story. The woman looks left. She looks right. She recognizes, and then she looks at this person that's like a giant. And she's saying, oh, with a wingspan bigger than Wilt the Still Chamberlain. Does anybody know Wilt the Still? And I always say, and we say it jokingly, of course, but she suffered grave injuries, windburn, because he went by her so fast. that she's still suffering massive windburn. No. The whole thing is ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. But I would be the greatest coach. If I were a coach, if I had that ambition to be a basketball coach, let's say, I'd go, I'm not a fan of LeBron James, frankly, but I'd go out, I'd get him. I'd say, LeBron, would you like to be a woman? And I'd get a few other guys. I'd say, would you like to be a woman, anybody? I'm going to establish a team. We would go undefeated for many, many years. Can you imagine that? But the great silent majority is rising like never before. And under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. I used to say that in 2016, and then I didn't have to say it. You know, another thing I didn't have to say, I used to talk about the border. We had a very bad border in 2016 when I was running. Border was a big part of the election. And in 2020, I couldn't talk about it because it was a solved problem. I used to say, we solved the border. And, you know, people have short memories. I'd say, we solved the border problem, and people didn't even remember they had a problem. So I couldn't even talk about it. But in 2016, it was probably the biggest thing. I used to talk about it all the time, build the wall, all the things that I did, that I ended up doing. And we solved the border problem. So in 2020, I didn't have that. Who would think that now it's possibly the number one problem we have? I mean, when you look at our cities being overrun and everything else. So we'll get it solved very quickly. And we'll get a lot of people, we'll get these people out. Because this is not sustainable by any country. No country could do it. No country is that rich. It's just not sustainable. With your help, your love, and your vote, we will make America first. It's about America first. I mean, these people want China first. They want other countries first, Ukraine first. They want all this stuff. We give every time somebody comes over from Ukraine, they walk out with $25 billion. And we want to help Ukraine. But, you know, Europe right now is up to $25 billion, and we're up to $200 billion. Now, one thing we all know is that it affects Europe a hell of a lot more than it affects us. So why are they not going with equalization? So they have to equalize. Let them put up. You know, Europe's about the same size as us if you add it all up. You add all the countries up, it's got about the same economy as we have. So they have a lot of money, Europe, but they don't pay the money because we have stupid people running our country. Very stupid people. You know, so. But remember, none of this can happen, none of what we're talking about. We're going to make our country so good. We're going to make it better than it was before. And we've learned, and I've learned. I also know everybody now in Washington. When I got there, the rhinos are recommending people, all this. We know so many people that I know the good ones. I know the dumb ones, the smart. I know more people. I know the tough ones, the great ones. I know the people. I know the rhinos. I got to know the rhinos. They're, I think, a dying breed, but I got to know a lot of rhinos. You know what that is, right? Republican in name only. That's true. But we got plenty of them, but there are fewer than there were. But you got to show up on Monday, January 15th. Defeating crooked Joe Biden is imperative because this country can't. I don't know if it can take another year. You want to know the truth? Okay, you know, we still have a year. I don't know that it takes another year, but we have no choice in that. So go to ia.donaldjtrump, and sign up to help us organize what I will call the victory for the ages. This is going to be a victory for the ages. This is going to be bigger. You know, I used to talk about 2016, that 2016 is the biggest election of our lifetime, and I meant it 100%. Didn't say it in 2020 because we had a great thing going. We had a problem with COVID, but we had a great thing going. We had strong borders, nobody coming into it, very few people. Drugs were down to an all-time low. People coming in were down to an all-time low, and only getting better. If they left it alone, it would have been a beautiful thing, but they didn't do that. But we are going to make this country stronger and better and more beautiful than ever before. Not just get it back, we're going to make it better than ever before, but we have to win this election. So I just really appreciate everybody in this room. You've been my friends right from the beginning, most of you from, and I recognize so many like you. I recognize so many. But we have to go out and we still have to win something. You know, we have a lot of great people watching. It's going to be very hard for them to cheat. They always cheat. That's what they do, is they cheat. That's the only thing they're good at. They're no good at policy. They're no good at borders. Think of it. Who wants an open border? Who wants high taxes? Who wants high interest rates? Who wants not to be able to buy a home? Who wants education that's a disaster? We're going to close the Department of Education, move it back to the states, by the way. So I really appreciate you being here, and you are such a special group of people, and we just wanted to make this stop, but you're the people that are going to really make it work, and we have phenomenal leadership with Alex and everybody else here. I just hope I hope we have a victory, because if we don't have a victory, I really think this country I think it's finished. It's finished. I really think it's finished. That's how bad it is. That's how bad it is. You know, these leaders of other nations, China's very powerful. They're all very powerful, especially now with the weaponry. If you don't have the right leader, if you don't have smart leaders, your country's doomed. What they're allowing, like the speech he made yesterday, where he takes a vast sum of power in terms of a weapon and says he's terminated all of it. And then he's sad to say that the other countries haven't followed. Of course they haven't followed. Why? Because they're smart. Why would they follow? They want something for it. They want to do something. They want to get you to do it. You do it together, or you do it where they do it first. When you look at Afghanistan and that horrible withdrawal, the most embarrassing day in the life and the history of our country, the most stupid thing I've ever seen, where the soldiers are taken out first and everybody's stuck there. And we lost soldiers, and we have, to this day, many Americans probably living in hell right now. And we left back I rebuilt the entire military. We left back $85 billion worth of equipment. I believe it was the most embarrassing day. Do you know that Afghanistan's one of the biggest arms dealers in the world right now? They're selling the stuff that we left for them. 70,000 trucks, 700,000 guns and rifles, 700,000. How we ever had so many in the first place is so crazy. But we're going to make our country greater than ever before. Thank you very much. We'll take a couple of quick questions, and then I'll shake a few hands. Question, ma'am, go ahead. Hello.
Hi, welcome, President Trump.
Thank you.
Okay, so you kind of already answered my question a little bit, but my question was, when you become president again, what would the first thing you'll do to fix our current school system and even our current military that's only focusing on teaching woke gender ideology over learning the basics of life and history and protecting us?
So a good question, though. Some of it partially answered, but not all. With the military, we're ending woke immediately. You know, I ended woke totally. And then in their first week, they reestablished it. It's crazy. They pay instructors hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Literally, they want our military to be woke. And it's just not going to happen. You read in Hawaii where they had the horrible fire where they have people going there. And before they bring them on board, they have to study woke for a week. Can you believe this? In other words, everyone's wanting to get back to their home, finding the bodies. It was such a tragedy. You don't read about it too much anymore, but hell is going on over there. And they want to give them classes in essentially wokeness. Can you believe? So, you've seen it. Well, we'll end that very quickly. We will, with the school, I think the schools are very important. We're going to bring our education department back. Now, if you look at our education, we pay more per pupil than any country in the world by 3 times. And yet we're at the bottom of the list. We have a very bad. If a place like Iowa, as an example, if you could run your own and we give you just a percentage of the money, because you wouldn't need nearly the money that they waste in Washington. Number one, you love your students. You want your students. You know your students. The parents will be involved. That's the other thing. We're going to let the parents, because some of these school boards have become tyrannical. They've been horrible. But we're going to bring that back, and that's going to answer your question, because I think that we can have one of the best school systems in the world. Right now we have one of the worst. They basically rate 40 countries, and we're always at close to the bottom of the list, sometimes the bottom of the list, and spending more money than anybody else. So we're going to take care of all of your needs very quickly, and I think it's going to happen very quickly. And one of the things we're doing, closing the border day one and starting drilling for oil. Okay? We're going to drill, baby, drill. Right? Okay, do you have one over here? Yes, please.
Welcome to Iowa, President Trump.
Thank you very much.
Here's my question. I felt that the 2020 election was fraudulent. So what measures are being taken by the RNC to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Okay, well, you're not the only one, because if you look at polls, many, many people, big percentage of the country felt it was, they used COVID to cheat, but they would have cheated anyway. Many precautions, many law firms have been hired, a lot of work has been done, and beyond RNC, I mean, I wasn't very thrilled with them, obviously. I was always told you go out, you campaign. I left here early in the morning, and you go home, and you think you've done great. I actually made 7 rallies on the last day or two. 7. I don't know anybody's going to do 7 rallies, and they're big rallies, and they were full-scale rallies. And I left, and I said, we're going to win. And at 10 o'clock in the evening, I looked at the numbers, and it was over. We were doing so well. Pennsylvania, all these states were doing so well. Then all of a sudden, they made adjustments and all this crap, and it was a horrible thing. So they were able to do things with COVID. Oh, we can't go vote. We can't this. We can't that. Mail-in voting. We have a lot of great people involved. That's more than anything else. I say, I don't want help in getting the vote. I only want help. It used to be called election day. Now it's called election period, because some of these things last for like 2 months, right? I said, that's all I want. I want people to work, because we went back and we did great. And then the vote comes in, and then it was looking great, and then all of a sudden this horrible thing happened. And by the way, it's all down. People know it. We had judges that didn't want to get involved. They were afraid. Everybody was afraid. They were afraid of the subject. It's a disgrace. What happened to our country is a total disgrace, okay? Disgrace. So, and look at the result. I mean, look at the result. I mean, practically every problem that we talked about today wouldn't have happened. Ukraine wouldn't have happened. Inflation wouldn't have happened. I mean, so many of these things that we talk about today, we wouldn't even be thinking about. Look at the supply chain. Who ever heard of a supply chain where people can't deliver? You couldn't get baby food. You couldn't get anything. The only thing you could get is all the drugs you wanted. You could get drugs. You could get cocaine. I wonder whose cocaine that was, by the way, in the White House. What about that deal? Packages of cocaine. And they said, well, we don't know. No, we don't know. And then when they went for the fingerprint thing, everybody's there, fingerprints all, it was wiped clean. Not one fingerprint. Not one fingerprint, which is impossible. You can go to any place in this room, there's fingerprints all over the place, especially those cubicles. So we're going to be working very hard. That's my number one thing, much more so than campaigning, actually, is that they don't cheat on the election, because they will try, and they'll be successful to an extent, but we're not going to let them steal this election, because this country is going to fail. I'll tell you, I don't think the people of this country will allow it to happen either, because this country is on a very thin edge right now. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I want to thank you, President, for all that you've done. And a question I want to ask you is, I'm telling you, no man can endure what you have endured. Do you realize that God is behind you and strengthening you? Do you realize that?
Well, I appreciate what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, too. It's been a terrible thing in so many ways. The only thing, the great gratitude I get, I'm looking at polls now where we're 50 points, 60 points up.
Live in the motorcade somewhere in the great state of Iowa as we are traveling to a surprise visit. At this point, none of us know where we're going, but you're glad you're joining us as you got a little bit of a review on the first speech that we had earlier before we transitioned into the second location, but we're certainly glad that you're joining us now, and what's going to unfold here probably in the next 10 minutes is going to be something pretty special that we are very blessed to be able to continue to bring to you. I do want to talk a little bit about some of our sponsors before we pile out of this van. Our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, we've been talking about BRICS for quite some time now. That is that elimination of the dollar and going to a digital currency. And of course, that is something, as far as an investments is concerned, is something that should be somewhat concerning to you. And so our friends over the Birch Gold Group want to make it real easy to get information about investing in gold, silver, and precious metals. And they want to make it as easy as just texting the words Trump right now to 989898. That is Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. They want to send you a free information kit. so you can make your decision on that, and also protect your investments. A lot of it's tax sheltered on these gold-backed IRAs. So go check out our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. All right, so we're in the vehicle. We've been going, I guess, a good, maybe an hour since we left the venue. We are on an interstate, and the way they do these things is they tend to block off a lot of the entrance ramps to the highway here so that we don't have any merging traffic come on. So they go ahead of the motorcade, they close down any kind of exits for people to get on the freeway, and then of course they stage a little bit behind the motorcade to prevent people from driving up. We're in a press van. There's another press van as well. There's also a staff van, a couple of those staff vans, and of course the president is in his secure motorcade as well. But to my estimates, we're probably about a little less than 10 minutes away from where we're going, and so he tends to do this when President Trump goes to to do a city. He does a lot of kind of off the record stops and drops in and talks to the locals, and so I don't know what to expect here in a few minutes. We'll find out, but it seems to be a very popular thing that he does. One of the ones I just recently remember is when he dropped in at a Dairy Queen and was passing out blizzards and even said that I think a famous quote now, what the hell's a blizzard kind of deal. A great viral moment. So will we have one of those today? We'll find out here shortly, but we're certainly glad you're joining us on this doubleheader Wednesday here in the great state of Iowa. And as we kind of look into our programming notes, we've got a speech coming up in South Carolina here on Monday, as well as the California GOP coming up at the end of next week. Now, it looks like we're kind of merging everything together. As you got a good look there, I got to give it to our camera guy. He's got a very difficult situation to get all these shots to you right now as we're shooting in a Sprinter van, and he's in the middle seat in the middle. So I got to give a lot of props to him right now of holding a consistent shot. But we want to bring this to you as it unfolds and as it develops. And so a lot of times I say it is what it is. I want to remind everybody also to make sure you're following us on all our social media platforms. Go over to Facebook, go over to Instagram, Twitter, and of course Truth Social. You can follow us on Truth Social at RSBN. You can follow me on Truth Social at Brian, B-R-I-A-N. Simple as that. You can follow me on Twitter as well at Brian Glenn TV across all those social media platforms. But you're seeing it as it unfolds right now. You're absolutely seeing it as it develops. And these motorcades, as we've seen, well, we were in D.C. when he went to the jail there. I'm sorry, in Fulton County where he went to the jail, D.C. when he went to the courthouses, and we've done these before, and it's quite the experience as you kind of get a good feel of what it's like as a member of the press to be a part of this. Okay, I've been told we're about 3 to 4 minutes out from our location, and we're gonna, once we park the location, I've been told that the media, we're going to get out of the van first and kind of stage in an area, and then President Trump will at that point make his departure from the vehicle. So there's going to be a little bit of a staging situation going on. So like I said, bear with us as it is unfolding as it is, and we're not dipping out of it for any reason. So we're glad that you're here. But this is the motorcade. Hopefully this experience gives you an idea of what it's like to be boots on the ground, so to say, with the president at these various locations. And because we all love the coverage that we do with the speeches, and I think it's a big part of our success, but also the fact that we're making you feel like you're here. You're in this van with us as we travel along with the president. Looks like we're getting off at an exit here. And like I said, for security purposes, I'm not going to disclose what exit we got off of, but I've been told we're just several minutes away. And as you're watching this, I can imagine if you're in the area and you're seeing this huge motorcade get off the freeway, it's got to be a little curious to see what's going on. this is the first time that I have been able to go to whatever business that we're going to. Now, we were at the fraternity, if you remember, when he was at Iowa State game. We went to an agricultural fraternity and stopped in, and that was a little different. But it looks like we're a little bit more of a business area down here, so we'll see how it unfolds as we are live. It's 5:56 here, local time here in Iowa. Thank you so much for joining us on this doubleheader Wednesday as we continue to follow the developments in this election, and as it unfolds for it, we've seen the polling numbers for President Trump continue to rise. We've seen a lot of the fundraising efforts as well with the president as these indictments continue to come in, and the prosecution from the government for what's considered to be some fraudulent charges. Now, we're starting to slow down a little bit. Looks like we're getting ready to turn into a business. At this point, don't know which one it is, but we'll let this play out. Now, we may dip out for a little bit in audio-wise, but stay with us as we are going to pile out of this van. Now, it looks like we have a lot of people here already. I'm not sure if they had gotten a heads up on us being here or not, but there is a sizable presence here in the parking lot. Let's see if we can get a good shot of that here in a few minutes. Let's see if we can positioned. Okay. We're making there we go. So we are pulling in. Oh, yeah. All right. So I'm going to go ahead. Miles, I'm going to walk a little bit behind you with this live view so we don't disconnect it from the camera. Be very careful. I'll let you go ahead. Well, I tell you what. Let me. Yeah. You want to go ahead? You go ahead, Miles. Go ahead. I got you. I got it. Want to put it on? Wait, no, don't walk too fast. Don't walk too fast. Here we go. Here, Miles, put this on. Thank you. You need the other one? All right. How you guys doing? Right side. We're going right side. Here we go. Okay. So we're going to position. Let's turn out a position right here. Keep backing up. Right there. You gotta move. Looks like the president may be making his way in here. Make sure we got a good shot of that. All right, we do. Looks like we're at the Tree House Grill and Pub. Wonderful. We got some of the Trump staffers making their way in here right now. And it seems like we could be moments away from President Trump walking in this packed house, the Tree House. Looks like some type of Tree House pub. Looks like a extremely packed house inside and out. And it looks like, let's listen in. There he is, the president making his way. USA, 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 USA. President taking a few moments to shake some hands as he walks in. We'll see if we can get him over for a few comments. We are live here in Iowa. Thanks for joining on us. It's a Double Header Wednesday. Thank you.
You got it? You got it?
I think he's going to take a selfie.
Nice hair, too.
Somebody's going to get hit with it.
The crowd here saying, "We want Trump." President Trump signing, looks like some $2 bills over here for some of the workers here at Tree House.
He's got his own pen. So put that one in his pocket, please. He's got a black one. Put that in your pocket, please. Take the picture.
Thank you for making our country great. We need you back. We need you back. We need you back.
I'm the chef. I'm clever. Where are those pictures? I think they're gone. Come on, let's go.
Let's do it.
Let me see what that looks like.
Looks like the president is handing out some pizzas.
Who needs a pizza? Who wants Here, man. Yeah, you take it. Take it, man. Give that to Marjorie. Who wants it? Who wants pizza from Trump? Here you go. Here, darling. Here. Go remember. Here, take a picture. Well, that's a heavy one. Why is that heavy? Who wants it? Here, over there. Here you go, man. Who is it? Thank you. Who do you like over there?
President Trump passing out about a dozen or so pizzas to the crowd here. Of course, everyone's excited to get a pizza from President Trump. Has got to be probably on the bucket list here for a lot of these folks in this restaurant. We are live here at Tree House Bar, Pub in the Quad Cities area. And as you're watching, as all of this has unfolded within the last 12 or so minutes, and so don't have an idea how long he'll be there after this. Looks like he might be making a departure here shortly. We'll see if we can get a quick question in for the president before he makes his way to the airport, and which we'll have live coverage of that as well. We'll jump back in the motorcade when we leave here. President Trump signing a T-shirt over here. Signing someone's arm as well.
Okay, press. You guys got to start getting out. Press out. We got to get press out.
Here we go. We're going to make our way outside here, and we'll get him getting in the vehicle. Make sure. All right. Who loves President Trump out here? That's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. All right, we'll see if we can't go. Not sure where. I think we're going to get him getting in the motorcade. I'm not quite sure at this point, but maybe we'll just hang back out of the way as he makes his way back into his vehicle to head over to the. Not sure what we're doing. Let's see if we can continue to. Let's show some of the presence out here. This is a sizable, not only local media has shown up here, but then a little bit of everybody has shown up here in front of the Tree House. We'll see if we can't. Thank you. There you go. Couple fans of Right Side, as you would imagine. All right, we're going to get back in the motorcade here, so bear with us as we crawl into this van once again. Oh, I wouldn't run towards the motorcade, but that's...
All right, everybody get in. Let's go.
Let's go. All right, what's the... All right, as this unfolds here, the president passing out, I guess, a dozen or so pizzas to the crowd here. All right, well, I'm going to stay with this as it unfolds here, so just bear with us. That would have been a...
What's the name of the town we're in? Bettendorf. Thank you.
See if we can get a shot of President Trump walking out of the treehouse here. We got to, as long as we stay in this position, it looks like we have somewhat of a good shot at that. And of course, you would obviously the security here is heavy, as you would imagine. The parking lot, pretty much at this point, is secure. Now we are backing up. Now we are going to head to the Quad Cities Airport for departure. I've been told that it's only about 8 minutes away from our location right here. So should be a short ride over there. Let's see if we can get a shot of him coming out. That would be great if we could hold this position just for a second. It looks like we probably, yes, we will get the motorcade pulling out in front of us. Yeah. Thank you. We'll get the, well, I thought we were. Well, so I want to make sure that you guys have a chance to pick up that terrific T-shirt that we have right now. The Salute Style shirt. We're very happy to have them a part of this broadcast today. They are giving away, get this, they're giving away a Want It for President T-shirt as a welcome bonus to join their Trump T-shirt club. This is a great T-shirt that you can probably wear, and it's also a great gift to give someone who is a big Trump supporter. Now, the last time we did these shirts, they sold out in about 3 hours. So we've been on the air for a while, since about noon. So I would imagine that they might be gone. But why not log on to PatriotShirtClub.com. That's PatriotShirtClub.com and claim yours today. These T-shirts are printed and shipped from New York. You'll be supporting a very patriotic company. PatriotShirtsClub.com. That's a. Looks like we got somewhat of a. Okay, you look like he just walked out. Is signing. Looks like a hat from this distance. Yeah. Looks like he just tossed a hat out into the crowd. And now he's signing some Iowa for Trump. Looks like some shirts. Some more swag he's passing out. And it's this is kind of what I would say out of all the stops that he's made at our local business, this particular stop was incredibly crowded. I don't, it's almost like, I guess on a Wednesday, it's a very active place on a Wednesday. Let's just say that. So, but very. All right, looks like they're loading up in the vehicle, and we'll start to see the motorcade pull out of here, and then we'll make our way over to the airport. Also, as a reminder, make sure you sign up for our newsletter. RSBnetwork.com. Good shot of the motorcade pulling out of here as we have about an 8-minute ride. Now, it all depends on some traffic. It all depends on, what that looks like. Now, obviously, the roads do get blocked off for this motorcade, so we do roll through traffic fairly easily. All right, so here we go. On our way to the airport. Now that was interesting. That was quite the event here at the Kathy's Treehouse, is what that is called, and I would probably say a couple hundred people, at least, gathered inside and outside of this restaurant. Okay, so now we have concluded that stop. Next stop is the airport. So I want to remind everybody, if you missed any of the broadcasts today so far, I just encourage you to go back to our Rumble, rewatch the first speech, and then check out the second speech, and of course share it on all the platforms as well. All right, so let's kind of go over a little bit of the reason why we were here. Now, the first broadcast we did today was really purely on the nature of a caucus and exactly what is involved in a caucus, and this is set up in a very different way than states having a primary. So the date to remember if you're in Iowa is January 15th. That's 7 p.m. That's January 15th at 7 p.m. They've been doing the caucus since the 1970s. You know, Iowa's been the first state in the nation to cast a vote for the nominee for President of the United States. Now, the Presidential Caucus is a series of meetings that occur all at the same time in every precinct in this state of Iowa. Now, during the meetings, Republicans, they cast a vote for their preferred candidate for president and conduct party business. Now, this is something that if you're new to Iowa or you just haven't been politically active in the state, you do have to register as a Republican to take place in this caucus. So this is something, obviously, they don't encourage you to wait to the last minute on this. There is some sort of a timeline on this, so you have to be a registered Republican in Iowa, and you have to at least be 18 years or older before the general election in the 2024. So get registered and make sure you can participate in this. And this is a very unique way of how they pick the winner here in Iowa. Now, the locations is what's very important. So if you want to make sure you go to the right location, just simply go to iowagop.org. That's iowagop.org. And you can go to ia.donaldjtrump.com. That's ia.donaldjtrump.com. As we get closer to the caucus, you'll be able to find out your location for that. Now, if you are a Trump supporter in Iowa, this is the most important thing that you can do, is to get to be actually a President Trump Iowa caucus volunteer. You can be a captain on this, which means you get to organize a lot of the activity. You'll be in charge of the supporters, of setting times, and really, organizing this whole thing. So it's very important that if you want to get involved, there's opportunities at a grassroots level here in Iowa to get involved in this election. And it's something that Iowa, a lot of people in Iowa are very proud of the fact they have these caucus. They believe that it's probably the most grassroots effort in the election process to pick who their leader should be. Once again, go to ia.donaldjtrump.com for more information on how to get involved with the caucus and to find a location in your precinct. All right, we're live. We're going across looks like going across the river here, making our way to the Quad Cities airport. We are probably going to look at my map here just for a second. We'll find out where we're at in relation to how long we have to go. We're about 6 miles away, so we're about 5 minutes away from the airport now. How this generally works in the past is we're going to get to the airport. We're going to go around to a secure area to essentially the president we can park, get out of the motorcade position for him to exit the vehicle. Perhaps we'll get a few questions there. at this point, look, I thought we would in the restaurant, but the restaurant was extremely packed and extremely chaotic, and the amount of people that were in there. So maybe we'll be able to squeeze a question in at the airport. But that's generally how it works. We'll get positioned on the runway. We will wait for the president to get out of the motorcade and perhaps walk over to us for a couple questions before he gets on Trump Force One and return to Mar-a-Lago, where he has now kind of transitioned the residents from Bedminster, New Jersey, down to Southeast Florida. Beautiful place down there that we have had the pleasure of broadcasting from a couple of times. So perhaps we'll get back down there soon enough. But what a long day here for the president in Iowa. And a lot of people talk about his stamina, his focus, his mental focus, his age. And I got to tell you, we are always amazed at just how alert and energetic that President Trump is in all of these events. You know, he's talked about earlier how he, the final stretch of the last election, he did 7 rallies in one day, 7 rallies in one day, kind of bolting around the country, doing these rallies, and we were with them every step of the way. So we certainly have a ton of respect for President Trump and what he's doing out on the campaign road. If you look at the polls, Trump is leading in just about virtually every poll that is taken, and not only leading head-to-head against his opponents, but also beating Biden head-to-head in a national general election poll, which is one of the reasons why these political attacks seem to keep coming, is because and he said it before, if they can't beat you, they just indict you. And that's jokingly what he said earlier, as we keep seeing all of these weaponization of the federal government, the DOJ, these essentially bogus charges that are brought upon the president. And he said it earlier himself, it comes down to basically, he tried to, just voice his opinion, said the election was rigged. And that seemed to be something that you can't do as well. Also want to talk about this medical emergency kit that we have. Now, this is pretty cool in terms of you never know what's going to happen. You never know what the situation may be. So we've got these emergency medical kits that I want to talk about from our friends over at the Wellness Company. Now, these kits help you survive just about any type of situation that you might encounter. They've got the ways to deal with it. They've also got the instructions on how to do it. Now, Dr. Peter McAuliffe has been really instrumental in being on the forefront of a lot of this medical post-COVID thing, and we are glad that he has put this out. The information for that is on your screen. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com. And definitely it's something that you should have, not only, I would say, in your home, in your car, in your office. Get this emergency medical kit that will allows you to be safe in any situations. Okay, we are now pulling up to Trump Force One, and we're going to once again pile out of this vehicle and try to get into place, so perhaps we can not only ask a question and get a comment from the president, but we can, thank you, and we'll make our way.
They're waiting for you guys.
Okay, they're waiting for us. From what we've been told, they're waiting for us, and we're going to walk ahead. We're live. This is one way to wrap it up. A full day in Iowa is to be with President Trump. Great shot of Trump Force One, obviously behind us. Engines are on. We're gonna hold right here in this pattern, and perhaps we can get some sound from the president. Talk about his thoughts at this bar and restaurant that we just left out of, and also his thoughts on Iowa, the polls, the increasing numbers, not only from the ratings from in Iowa, but on a national poll as well. We can move that way. Okay, we can move over this way. I'll hold right here. Is this good? This good? All right. Thank you. Thank you. We had a great time. President's saying he had a great time. Give us a thumbs up as he returns to Mar-a-Lago and leaves the great state of Iowa. Thank you. And there we go. And that's talk about a long day here. We'll hold here from what I understand. Are we going to be able to see the departure? Are we seeing the departure or no? Load back up. That's what I wanted to know. Okay, this is where we conclude our broadcast because we're going to load back up in the press van. Hey, I want to remind everybody to go to our website, rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com. Subscribe to our newsletter. You can also donate there as well. Support all of our proud sponsors for today. What a beautiful shot that is. Proud sponsors for today. Go check them out. We appreciate you guys watching. If you missed any of this action today, you can simply go back to our Rumble page, rewatch it, share it, like it, comment on it. You're the reason why we do this. Until next time, America, goodbye and God bless from the great state of Iowa. We'll see ya.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success. And now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. thank you for all of your generous support.